Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hi and welcome everybody.
Hello everyone.
Hello everyone.
Over 200 mini videos that our Chessable team edited together, synced with our move trainer, and made it a seamless learning experience.
Today, more than ever, when the world comes together to create a better tomorrow.
It's going to be magic.
La magie. Magic. Magic with music.
With architecture.
With colors.
Magic with celebration.
With your safety.
From here.
There.
And everywhere.
For 6 whole months, day and night.
Join the making of a new world, starting October 1st.
Hi and welcome everybody. We are here for the World Championship match and the deep dive broadcast. And I'm here in Dubai at the Expo. Everything is so big, huge. And of course, the World Championship match is in the center of attention. Yesterday, it was not such a long game. It was finished within 3 hours or so. So I had the opportunity to visit some of the other pavilions. I'm working here in the Spanish pavilion. We have a little studio here to connect from, but I was visiting Singapore, for example. This is the sustainability district of the Expo. I was also visiting Slovenia, but I also had the privilege to visit Holland. But now from Holland, we have connection to Anish. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good to be here with you. Looking forward to another exciting game. What did you find in the Dutch Expo? What are they showing off?
Actually, it was interesting. It was very fast that I went through because it was, first of all, at the Expo, you can see different projections, right? Small, big, huge. And here also, it was some projecting some nice things. At the beginning, when you go into the pavilion, you get an umbrella. So I thought, okay, what a trademark. You get an umbrella, then a big hall opens up. Everybody goes in. You have these spots where everybody has to be standing. Then from the middle, there starts to be dropping a little bit water, and then they tell you to open up your umbrella. So I was wondering, I understand that it's something magic here in Dubai to see rain, but still. And then you open up your umbrella, and actually on the white umbrella, you get the projection of certain things. So that's how you're observing and looking on things. So it was very nice, very unexpected. You close the umbrella, and then you see a real rain coming. So it was nice.
So a lot of the visual technology is being used, yeah, in all pavilions.
Of course, everywhere, and of course the sustainability, how with vegetables, with everything, how it's possible to do. Some great researches and so on. And after that, you could try the freshly made waffles. You know.
Oh yes, I was waiting for you to say that. That's very normal.
I never saw it making it right in front of my eyes, but it was. So we have Jan arriving to the playing venue, to the exhibition center already.
I have to say that his second kind of looks cooler with the shades. I think Jan should also wear those because his second is kind of the cool one now.
Yes, we see with him two persons. One is Potkin, who is a great old friend of his, and the other person was the head of delegation, Janowski, who is the physical trainer as well, I think. So both players have their group of people joining and to the playing venue, and of course all the other people who are you think might be taking a rest during the game, but actually they are the experts who are analyzing the game.
Actually, I have experience with Janowski because he was head of delegation always with the kids, and I was once a member of his delegation. And I had some. I really don't know if he's a physical trainer, like is he really physical? But I think he's probably a friend of Jan from those times. I had a lot of good memories. But the favorite one is that so he was helping us prepare. So it would be like him with the board and like some 8-10 kids who you don't have to, but you could go. You can ask questions, and so it would be your turn. You can ask questions. So I asked him some question, and he prepared for me some very weird line against the Alekhine. So it was all great. The next day I played, and it turns out I was playing with the black pieces. So I, came next day completely embarrassed. And I'm so sorry. We prepared the Alekhine, but okay, I won with black. He said, okay, it's fine. You won with black. So it's kind of good memories with a very, very friendly man who was very good with kids. I think it's a quality to be to enjoy the company of children. And he was, and I imagine he is a friend of Jan since those times. He's of course in chess world for a long time. But
we know that he knows Jan for since he's age 9 or 10 or something like that. But before we move on, and I would like to share with you a nice video with Maxime MVL because we have many people visiting the expo. Maxime is here for actually doing the French commentary, but also he's very happy to visit some of the pavilions and also the playing hall. But before that, I want to pull your attention that the audience can make their predictions at the magnusnepo.com website. Who is going to be winning in how many moves and what opening we are going to be seeing. You are able to win all kinds of valuable prizes for that. So I want to talk with you also about that what do we expect? It's already the second part of the World Championship match. But before that, let's have a quick review what Maxime has to tell us about the match.
We're inside the playing hall and I'm still reeling from the excitement of the game that we witnessed yesterday. Perhaps the most iconic game in the history of World Championship matches. And as the match is heating up, more and more top grandmasters from the world are here in Dubai, and with me I've got Maxime MVL. He's joining us. Maxime, welcome to Dubai. How are you feeling?
Hi Tanya, all good? I mean, it was pretty exciting yesterday, except for the fact that I was on duty commentating it for 8 hours, and then it was not that pleasant from the commentator side, but from a spectator side it definitely was iconic. And if it turns out to be the decisive win for Magnus to win it, it's for sure will go down in memories.
Very long game, a tough battle, tremendous fight. Maxime, as a top grandmaster yourself, what impressed you the most about the game?
There were two things that impressed me a lot. First of all, Jan impressed me with his approach. Up until the first time control, he was really trying it hard to mix things up. He had a couple of opportunities to bail out, and I'm sure he saw them. But he, kept it a fight, didn't exchange queens, and gave up his 2 rooks for a queen, and tried to put pressure on Magnus, on the clock, and his strategy almost succeeded. And then, of course, Magnus impressed me a lot, finding out every chance in the position, preventing the position from getting dry, and then the actual conversion once he got a winning position. So that was tremendous.
We were all quite impressed with the way Jan handled the opening surprise by Magnus. Also, as you mentioned, great defense. But this is exactly what makes the game so iconic, just the kind of resistance that Jan showed.
Of course, and it's not only that Jan showed resistance, it's that he showed his willingness to fight it out and to, put pressure on Magnus, at the cost of taking some risks. So yesterday it turned out not to be justified, but this is the kind of approach he needs anyway to win the championship, and to make a comeback. So good luck to him for doing that. It's not gonna be easy for sure, but at least we know he'll try. But of course, yesterday's game was great because, like you said, there were not that many mistakes. There were, but it's also due to the complexity of the position. So mistakes are bound to happen in this situation. So in general, I think both players played at extremely high level.
Maxime, now you were speaking of Jan having to make a comeback. So far in the match, we've been seeing a sort of Jan who's been taking restrained risks, especially in the anti-martial that he had previously, where he had the move c4. The kind of choices he's making, definitely trying to make the most of it, but in a restrained manner. Is it time for Jan, now that he's trailing the match, to come out all guns blazing, the Jan as we know it?
For sure, but we saw this kind of Jan yesterday. Like I said, he took really much more risks than in those anti-martials. At the same time, it can also happen that he scores a point in this wide game. So he had some opportunities to create tremendous pressure on Magnus that he missed. So for sure, he doesn't have the opportunity to miss any of these chances anymore. But I don't know what to expect today. Maybe it's gonna be another anti-martial, because he's been getting something out of these positions. It's not, but it's very difficult at the same time to beat Magnus there.
Very difficult. Well, Jan does start with the white pieces today. Are you expecting another anti-martial or a mix-up earlier on?
I actually don't know what to expect. So, had he not lost yesterday, I think he would have stuck to his strategy for sure. Maybe I'll stick to it once more, but at some point he'll probably need to mix things up for sure.
All right, and finally, Maxime, I have to ask you about Ali Reza. He is the world number 2. He won the Grand Swiss. He's qualified for the next candidate, and now he's your teammate as well. You had a brilliant performance with him at the European Team Championship. Tell us, what do you think is the potential of him being a future challenger?
For sure, Ali Reza has chances, and will have many chances in the future. He's so young. He's achieved already a lot, qualified for the candidates, and he'll definitely be fighting it out. Now for these candidates, I'm also gonna try to qualify, and if I manage, I'm also going to try to win it. But of course, I'm very happy he got French citizenship, and now he's our teammate. So really gonna be something special when I play with him in the next Olympiad, hopefully.
Thank you so much for joining us, Maxime. Grandmaster Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with his take on the World Championship match and all the excitement that's coming up in Game 7. Back to you guys.
Well, now we are ready. Game 8 is about to start. Both players are there in the exhibition center building. Jan always arrives earlier a bit, few minutes, about 15 minutes before the start of the game, while Magnus arrives about 10 minutes before the game and still most of the time stays in the car listening music. This is what we got to know. And but we're going to see probably shortly the players also at the board. And I'm sure that they cannot wait to have that first move on the board. What do you think, Anish? What can we expect? I think that it's going to be e4 because Magnus wants to go solid.
Yeah, as you mentioned before we started, that there seems to be an opinion that we are arguing a lot. So I propose the d4 in this case, because it's difficult when you are co-commentating, and it's kind of hard to offer another take. If you take the same path. but yeah, you know, it's also what they teach you in Holland a lot. I noticed that with Dutch kids, they kind of teach you to argue very much at school. It's a skill that they develop, you know, on purpose. And yeah, in that sense, very often you just pick a different side and offer as much support for that as well as you can. So my argument would be that, okay, d4. I think Catalan now, Magnus can play it in a different way than he played before. That time he sacrificed the pawn. Now he can try to regain the pawn and play it safe. Solid plus in Catalan is still possible sometimes. So I would think this is a sensible scenario.
I think that Magnus is, generally speaking, he's so much into the match psychology. And I know also that he's reading quite a lot about the different matches, how it went, what was happening. And I think he has so much practice and experience already, right? This is his 5th match. He's playing 5th time the World Championship title match. So he's one of the most experienced out there, probably. Anand is more experienced. But I feel that he's so focused on winning. We've seen previously in previous matches how he was handling the last game, for example, that he has exactly the strategy how to go, and then he just chooses that way. And now, of course, with the point ahead, I don't think he wants to go and give any chance to Jan. I mean, from the point of view that he wants to be risking or making complicated games. That's why I believe that he will go for e4, because he just knows that every draw is a one serious step towards.
For sure. No, I have actually the same. Yeah. So basically, what you're trying to say is that Magnus wants to draw to win. That's
exactly.
Yes, I agree with. I think he will take that approach as well. I just think he will do that. I just said he will do that within d4, because I think Catalan is also very solid. I agree that. I also think that he will play it very solid. I think nowadays you can play solid e4, you can play solid d4. It's up to you. It's up to you. And
yes, okay, but if you think about it, let's say it's going to be e4. Can Jan allow himself, or is his strategy can be that I'm going to go for Petrov anyway, let's make a draw today, forget about this first 8 games, I have a free day tomorrow, I have a free day before my next white game again, and then I try to make the punch. Because I have a feeling that actually if Jan wins, or when he wins, he's going to win with the black pieces.
Wow, you think so? No, I think yes, I think the problem for Jan is, let's say if e4 comes, his other option, he is definitely prepared in neither, even if he didn't prepare for the match. He must have worked on it in the meantime, somehow, some way. He worked hard the past year, so he must have worked on neither of anyway. And a few other Sicilians. The problem is, though, that Magnus has prepared for those openings when he played e4 previous time. So it's not going to actually surprise Magnus. And that is a small issue. So if Jan has never played the Sicilian before, and Petrov is all he did all his life, and neither would come to a surprise, it would be quite dangerous. But now when Magnus kind of has prepared for it before the match, yeah, how big of a winning attempt it is a question. And like you said, I really think for Jan, it makes a lot more sense to now play it safe and force the matters in this next game, and 2 games after that with the white pieces. I think white pieces is the ones where you can, okay, you know, your position is a little bit better for white than if it is for black, by 1/5 of a pawn maybe. So if you want to play for a win, why not do it, you know, when it's your move? So why to do it with black when you can do it with white? So I believe that in this game, somehow it appears to me that for both sides, somehow draw seems like a desirable strategy. But of course, for Magnus, actually, it could make sense to try and just destroy Jan completely. But it's a risky thing. It's a risky thing.
This is what I wanted to ask you. What do you think how Magnus is thinking right now? Is he having this desire that, it would be so cool to win a game and just knock out Jan?
Yeah, I think what he wants, but I think it's tricky. I think what he wants is to somehow win. No, he wants to get chances without taking any risks. So he's hoping for Jan to take risks. I think his favorite scenario is Jan taking risks. and then him pressing from position of strength. I don't think he's ready to take risks himself, and I don't think he's thrilled if Jan will play solid and it will be a draw, but he's okay with that. So I think his ideal scenario is that he will play what he will play, Jan will do something too risky, and it will backfire. That's what Magnus is hoping for, but I don't think that's likely.
Well, we've seen when Jan is taking risk, not such a big risk, because we saw some of his decisions made in game 2, which eventually turned out to be some danger for Magnus also. Also in game 6 with the black pieces, he was making decisions which was very clear to everybody, for all the experts, that he made decisions where he was opening up for a big battle. He wanted to keep the tension. He wanted to keep the queens on the board. He made this rook c8 move where he allowed to have for white 2 rooks for the queen, which unbalanced a little bit the spirit of the position. Now we have him sitting there at the board. He has a different look for me. He's focusing, concentrating.
He wants
so
to fight.
Much.
Yeah, the thing is, I personally never had experience playing such long matches. What I know is I have a lot of experience playing 4-game matches now with all the Champions Tour events. So I kind of have those strategies already quite tested out and thought through, kind of. So I know different approaches there. When the match is this long, it's harder for me to place sort of the risk value of, especially playing for a win with black. Somehow doesn't seem sensible, to be honest, under any circumstances. Like, just doesn't seem smart. With so many white games left, it just has to be stupid to take risks with black. And the question is also, but for Magnus, really, the match has been so tight, and the chances of all the draws has been so high that you would think one win is more than satisfactory. So I don't know. Hard for me to imagine that this game is going to be fireworks, but we will see. We'll see. If Jan somehow, against all odds, decides to go for something fighting or counter-attacking, I'll be confused, but as a spectator, very happy.
I think it also very much depends on the first move, what Magnus will be playing, and also what is the mindset of Magnus? Is he really considering draw as towards the winning strategy of the match?
Yeah, I mean, already it is the time for him to make his first move. By the way, there's probably no. He's probably there. Yeah, he was already there in the car with the music. So I guess he's just about to appear, and I guess we will see the first move any moment, and then we'll find out what's up. Jan is waiting. Jan is there, waiting for the champion in a white suit.
Yeah, light suit to arrive playing with the white pieces, for sure.
Like the prince with the white suit.
In an elegant beige suit, he's just arriving with the water in his hand. Interesting that the players always bring their own drinks. I mean, at least usually Magnus has his bottle of water, while Jan has this thermos with coffee or tea. I don't know exactly, but always some homemade drinks.
Yeah, some joke that Magnus made, about not trying out the opponent's food because it could be risky. But yeah, sometimes, in these drinks, it can be something a bit special. It can be some, I don't know, some solutions that are slightly good for your energy, or some particular tea. Yeah, e4. He did actually point at the pawn, so it's likely the move he will stick
I
to
think he just told that you can make any move. This is what I think. And then just our VIP guest.
No. I think it's one of those awkward situations where the guy asked him, "What do you actually want to play?" And maybe he kind of insisted. So you are right. E4 is happening.
And E4 is on the board.
Petrov,
E5 and the Petrov. A repetition of game 4 so far.
3d4 is an excellent move. It's my recommendation on my 1e4 course. It's an excellent variation. Very nice. No, seriously, it's a very nice variation for white. It's puts small pressure without much risk. Perfect for today's occasion. So I'm sure Magnus will just follow follow my.
Well, I think this is the most annoying thing can happen to Jan when he's down to 1 point and playing against Magnus with black, and you should be creating messy things and win the game.
You know what I think it is also? I think that since you know the game is gonna probably end in a draw anyway, you might as well promote a course of your friend, is what Magnus is thinking. I think this is a little friendly gesture from him to me. Little friendly gesture.
I remember years back, it was maybe 2012 or something like that, and I remember playing in the London Classic, where we had a group dinner, and Kramnik was there, Anand, and some of the other top players, and we were walking back home to the hotel. We were discussing Magnus, how tough Magnus is. He's so great, and I think Vladimir was telling me that how to beat him. So already that time, it was the big question that, okay, you play against him a game, you can be equal, draw, whatever, but how to beat him? And this is the big question, obviously, for Jan. And if Magnus doesn't want to win with white, let's face it, how much percentage do you have to win, especially in a Petrov opening?
Yeah, if you see Magnus deviated slightly from my recommendation. So in my recommendation, I doubled the c-pawns. Here he doesn't even do that. So it's a very,
what do you recommend?
It's very rare. The knight c3 instead of knight a7 is the main one. And there you double the c-pawns and you get more double edge position. Of course, I wanted something more, instead of knight a7 even, instead of knight a7, knight c1 e5.
I think I played this actually with white.
Yeah, actually you did, yeah, that's true. That's true.
I tried out all kind of systems.
Yeah, but to take a knight d2 is very, very rare. I think if you take, usually it follows up with short castle. I have lots of old experience with the Petrov. I was also at some point a big Petrov boy. After castle, I think bishop d6 is the move. And then there were lots of...
Well, this is kind of cynical, don't you think so? To play knight d7, knight d2. I mean, look at this position after 8 move.
It's pretty funny,
isn't it?
It's completely symmetrical. Yeah, but it's kind of funny that he chooses...
I mean, let's say after bishop d6, like is he going to go queen e2 check?
It's like a total symmetry, yeah? Total symmetry. And you just tempo up in a full symmetrical position.
Is queen e2 the move we're gonna see here? Or he's going to go for the queen h5?
Well, I mean, bishop d6 castle is the question. And castle queen h5. So maybe instead of bishop d6, you should start queen e7 check. Because here, bishop d6 castle is kind of tricky.
I don't know if black goes queen h4, but probably castle.
Yeah, but queen h4 is very risky. Rookie one, you have to respond.
How does this go? Is this something where black has to go f5?
It looks similar to that, but here, yeah, but you could get slightly worse, yeah, in a position like this because
you go c4, you come back with the queen to f3,
bishop f4, trade, and you put rook on e5. Yeah, sometimes. So you got these ideas. f5 slightly weakening. Yeah, I think you have to be accurate. I'm thinking Magnus. Okay, you might also have small little idea here, or it might be just an attempt to sort of make a draw. But it could be that there is a small wrinkle, and bishop d6 castle could be a little bit tricky. But queen e7 check first. What do you play? Bishop e3 maybe. Queen e2. No, that's just a draw. No, but that's just. Let's assume he has a small idea. So bishop e3. Because if you want to make a draw against Petrov, you can do it in 1 million different ways.
Okay, so what do you do here? Queen b4. You don't play queen d2.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I can. I don't know. I honestly don't recall having ever seen this position. Maybe I go c3 and castle. I don't know. Okay. I mean, maybe this is an idea. I haven't.
Let's have some fun here.
Yeah, I don't know if this works, but
bishop d6.
It could also be the total nonsense. I don't know, but maybe something. Because I'm a bit up in development, maybe some.
Well, next move castle. Though
yeah, so maybe some queen h5. I don't know.
Probably
yeah, it's hard to speculate.
Anyway.
Hard to speculate whether this actually makes sense or not. Yeah, it's I don't know. Rook.
I mean, I would be very annoyed with black in this match situation. But he could expect.
Okay, but you played the Petrov. No, I mean, you played the Petrov to actually make.
Yeah,
a draw,
then you
so.
shouldn't be surprised on these positions.
No, but I tell you, I think Magnus has a little idea because he's also okay. He's confident. There are like a bunch of games left, so making a draw with white is not an achievement. It's okay, but it's not an achievement. So he should try something which is risk-free. Oh, bishop d6. Yeah, it's actually already
d6,
maybe.
complete symmetry we have.
Yeah, but after castle,
Nice
you lose this. You lose the symmetry because castle queen h5.
So the question is whether queen h5 first or castle first.
But queen h5 is again queen h7 check. It's very annoying, no?
Yes, but you never know. Maybe white is ready to move out with his king.
Oh, but you know that if I read this game correctly, I think that this is an attempt to play for advantage for white. This is what I think.
To play queen h5 or castle?
No, I mean either way. The knight d2 system that he played, I think it's an attempt to fight for an advantage from Magnus.
Yeah, of course, the dream for white is to
way.
have little advantage, one way, playing for two results for a long game.
Yeah, exactly. And okay, this little or big is all relative. Yeah, I mean it's little until it gets big. As they say, less is more.
Well, and also the big difference was actually in game 6, where Magnus was able to play for practically second half of the game, at least, the way that he was not in danger of losing by any means. So to play a position for two results, it's either you win or in worst case, it's a draw. That's a completely different story than you play a position where anything can be.
Yeah, by the way, knight d2, there are no strong players who have played this move before.
Wow.
Well, I mean, no grandmaster level players. There are some 2400 players, which are pretty strong, but not grandmaster level players. After take, actually, queen e7 check has been played by stronger players. And then, okay, it's again, let me see the pawn stack, by the way, if it works.
Looks actually logical to play queen e7, to be honest.
Yeah.
There probably anyway Magnus would be thinking just to play on, let's say it's symmetrical, you go king h3, you go with the pawn h4, trying to go maybe g4, I don't know.
Yeah, but okay, I mean, especially without the knights on the board, there is a zero. In such structures, the tempo like has no relevance at all, yeah? It's just, it has to be.
But you know how Magnus is, playing drawish
but
positions.
he's realistic, yeah? He's not crazy. I think he might have had some idea though. Let's say queen e7, maybe king f1. I don't know.
Though he's not a big fan of making moves like that.
Well, not unless computer is and
maybe bishop
the giant
e3,
file is there. I don't know. Well, could be.
I mean, what is your king doing on f1?
Well, h4, g3, king g2. I don't know. Bishop d6 castle, we have only 11 games in this position.
We have castle on the board.
And if black castles, yeah, castle, queen h5, f5.
Yeah. I mean,
you get this line very similar to this. Normally, there is a pawn on c3 in this position, and you have this bishop g8, bishop g5, sorry, queen e8, queen f3, c6, bishop f4 sequence. And now you don't have the doubled c-pawns on the board compared to that line. So
yeah,
it's
you mean the b2 is
nicer.
supposed to be on c3 many times.
Yeah, I mean it's there. It's better, of course, on undoubled. Yeah, in this situation. I mean, you know, it could be that Jan is getting caught into some kind of nasty little preparation.
So let's see what is black doing. Is really black has to be playing f5?
I think some problems for black already. Like some objective problems are there.
No, but
like,
I don't believe that.
For real. Yeah, but like for real, I think. So already like you have to do something.
It's hard to believe.
But you have to either castle or not castle, right? And either of the options are equally concerning.
Well, black can maybe go bishop e6, for example. Or
yes,
just to play. What about
h5?
playing? No, what about playing queen f6? Let's say.
Queen
and
f6,
if you give it check, I go bishop e6, and I'm still hesitating which side.
But I always have queen h5. Yeah, let's say I go rook e1, bishop e6, queen h5.
I'm not going to castle short. This I can tell you.
Yes, this I kind of make sure. But
bishop g5.
You can't castle long because bishop g5. So
yeah.
I mean, you might be okay here because of king d7, but okay, that's not, again, that is already very worrying.
No, but I don't want
bishop
to
d6
move,
is not accurate. I think 8 bishop d6 is not accurate at all. I think it's
so black can
ambitious.
start with bishop e6. What do you think about this? Bishop e6. It's also good against c4.
Yeah, queen h5, let's say.
So what is queen h5? I go g6.
Queen h6.
I could even go. No, I just simply go queen d7 and long castle. No, then I think white has nothing.
No, but I'll stop it. First of all, I can try f4. I can also try bishop g5, or I can try queen h4.
Wow, you have so many ideas. So
I have like a million ideas here. I have just 2 bishops, but a million ideas.
So what do you do?
f4?
That's aggressive way of
okay, let's go bishop g5 to throw a bishop in front and then go f4 next.
Bishop g5. Okay. And after g6, you go with
queen h4, maybe?
Right?
Already dark squares are getting a bit...
What about playing h6? I go h6.
Aren't you afraid of some f4 business, or am I missing something?
I don't know. You think you can do anything, it seems.
Yeah, I don't know. I could also be missing something, of course.
Extremely optimistic.
Yeah, f4 is risky. No, but I could go rook e1 also. No, let's go f4. I don't know. Bishop g4. Let's go rook e1. Let's see.
Rook e1. And you say I cannot castle because of bishop h6.
I assume bishop h6 is very dangerous. I assume so.
It's not that you're going to win, but I don't want to allow that. I was wondering if I can go king f8, which I'm not crazy about.
Such nasty prep, by the way. Such nasty prep. Like, it looks completely nothing, and match situation suggests it could be nothing, and he has Jan totally in doubts, you know? Like, it's so annoying to fight for equality.
No, this position to have on the board is like crazy, I think.
Yeah, it's very hard to
you know
have
what?
repertoire of
You know
Jan
what? I'm going to go
training.
after. I'm going to go queen h4 with black.
Yeah, rook e1.
I go for it. Rook e1, king d8.
Yeah, at least you can do it. Okay, you will take the pawn. I'll sack it. Yeah, probably g3. I have bishop c3. I have bishop c3. No, I'll regain the pawn.
Okay, so
I mean, yeah, I've seen kind of this position. Yeah, but now I've taken bishop g7, bishop f6, and take on h7.
Yeah. So
and I think there's nothing in the end.
And
just one.
h7 is taken. Yeah, this I cannot do myself. So after g3, I go queen g4. And later on, I have my idea. h5, h4.
Queen g4. That is good.
Unpleasant, yeah.
Good move. Bishop e2 though.
Already after that, I can still not take. Well, I'll just go back. I think.
But it's not so easy. Not so easy. I can destabilize the queen. I can also go. Yeah, but I'm not so worried here. Okay, let me think. I have bishop f3, bishop g2 if needed. I have also c4 at some point. So let's start bishop f3. Start bishop f3.
Actually, I had queen f5. Maybe queen f5 was better, but I just want to go h5.
Yeah. I thought that h5 is not that dangerous because I think I can take on d5.
No, you know, I don't go queen h3. I go queen f5. I think it's much better there.
Yeah, I also thought so.
Yesterday, Magnus played queen f5. Very powerful move.
Good square, the queen.
Very good. Excellent square.
Yeah, so...
I like it with black.
In a sense that black is okay, yeah? Because I
take black here. Yeah.
But I can go bishop d3 if I want.
Okay.
I will not go, of course. I'm playing for advantage, of course. But I'm just saying, like, I'm black like cannot be. Okay, bishop e2. I go queen f5. Can I try something aggressive? The problem with c4 is
on c4 you have nothing. I just capture, I think.
Don't know. Yeah. Bishop takes.
Bishop takes, and it's time.
Queen b3. Yeah, it's getting double-edged. Let me try.
Though I don't know, bishop c6 was also
d5?
something.
Oh, but I had d5.
No,
always.
b4.
But I anyway had d5.
Okay, let's go for it. I mean, h4.
Queen b7?
Rook c8.
Yeah, but really, yeah. I don't
Queen
think...
d5, yeah?
Yeah, I don't imagine that...
Okay, maybe I went too far. So what I was
playing... It's not so easy, though, to improve. If you start playing defensively, then okay, then you admit you are on the defensive side, yeah?
Well, of course, it's very challenging. I don't know if really Nepo is out of book already, you think?
Yeah, I think because bishop d6 seems very inaccurate. And even the two players who are highest rated here, no, there are actually 3 games where black was pretty high rated, 2450, yeah. So 2 2450 players, they played queen e7 check, and the game went queen e2, of course, and draw. And one 2450 played bishop d6, and draw was agreed right away. Bishop d6 draw agreed.
So there were only 3 games all together on this position
of players. Okay, not even depends how you define strong. Of 2400 players, not even grandmasters. So in terms of opening theory, not very high profile games. So knight d2 is very rare, and I am afraid that Jan either hasn't seen it or doesn't recall it. It's also after knight d2, by the way, there is a move f5 that the computer suggests.
After knight d2, yes,
Yeah,
that's
f5.
very normal.
Very much so. An option. Like queen
So
f6, bishop
isn't
d6.
it's quite challenging. It's some material is given.
No, but wait,
right?
why I can go d, you know why? Or I can go d, I think.
Yeah,
It's much
and I
safer.
cannot take with bishop e4 because queen e7. Okay. But the game we have in this position, practically black's situation is not easy if he's out of book, because there's 2 ways of playing it, right? It's either to play with queen h4, which we know that it's going to be quite interesting, because you have to say, okay, I'm not going to be castling in this game, but I think my king is still safe. And it's going to be a complicated game because we're going to have some messy things around. The other way is, instead of queen h4, to decide, okay, I go castle. I know you have your preparation, but after queen h5, you have nothing else, it seems, than f5. White will be going back, let's say queen f3, attacking the pawn, and black has no time to stop bishop f4 in the next move, which leads to clearly better position for white. I mean, clearly unpleasant position for black.
Yeah,
right?
small but one-sided. Yeah, it's like it's
one-sided.
It's definitely not big, but it's definitely that white is a little bit better. The
Well,
question is how
probably
much.
here after bishop f4, black would be going queen c7, takes. Actually, it's a question whether white can occupy the e5 square, because maybe this is how black should.
That's why that's why bishop g5 first is
in which point?
11, move 11. That's why bishop g5 first is played. Because now after queen e8, queen f3, c6, bishop f4.
Queen b8.
Yeah, yeah, queen b8. So I don't go actually bishop f4, but yeah, it's actually not so. Yeah, bishop f4, just queen b8 is the same thing. Yeah, and that's not so much because you, as soon as you get control of diagonal with the queen, you control the e5 square. This is empty.
This is very important that after rook goes
e1, rook
here,
e8.
rook e8, and also sometimes queen b4 can be unpleasant.
Yeah, no, this for sure. No, the bishop f4 idea should be abandoned. Instead of bishop f4, the c4 idea maybe. So after c6 to go rook e1.
So where do you play?
Yeah, let's say on this position, in this position, I play rook f1, queen b8, or if you go queen g6, I go bishop f4. Now I think I'm happy now, right?
But are you happy? Why are you so happy?
Well, because you don't force the trade. I can. Oh, rook e4. Okay, you do some kind of
Well,
zero. No, but I'll take on
point I will be
d6. I'll take on d6. And so it's.
And
No,
then-
I'm not. No. I mean after rook e4. No, I mean I will.
Yeah,
I will make
yeah.
some-
No, I'm just
after rook
saying
e4, I'll
that
take.
sometime it can be the case.
What is black's next move? I wonder. So let's say I play maybe c3, just for example.
C3 is a good move. I like that. Defending d4 for later stage.
Well, it's a very soft move. I just want to just check. Normally I think h4 or something is better, but I'll just check a soft move.
Probably black should be playing. Actually, if I go queen f6, you go queen g3. Possibly trying to force. So it's interesting in this system that who is controlling that diagonal
crucial,
with the
exactly.
queen is going to take advantage.
Absolutely.
So it means that I cannot go queen f6. I should be keeping things under control. Let's say I go how to make a move which is invisible. What is your next move, right?
h4. I think my next move is h4.
Okay, I go a5.
Okay, I go a4.
a4?
Yeah, I'll just stop you from expanding.
You just promised me that you play h4.
Yeah, but let's say you will get a4. I don't want you to have many easy moves, yeah? I don't want you to gain a few easy moves around it.
Okay, bishop c8.
Yeah, but this is, of course, you're running out, yeah? You're running out of moves.
Well, okay, for you, it's also a question. Where are you heading?
Maybe at some point, maybe bishop e5 at some point. Okay, for now, h5 also is my next move. And then queen g3, so I actually have a plan even. This is very pleasant, no?
Yeah, it seems to be nice for white. True. True. So let's see, where did I go wrong? After f5, you went bishop g5, right? This is what you think it's a nice touch to the game. So what about playing c6? You went rook e1. If I go queen b8, I don't feel that it's so nice, but let's say, because after bishop b7, I go rook f7. Do you think you're better there, right? Takes and rook e5?
Bishop e7? But why bishop e7? Why not h? You like bishop e7, yeah? But you have rook e... you have bishop f5? No, you have rook e8, no?
When?
Or I have bishop f5 right away. You have to bishop e7.
I thought f5 is hanging.
Yeah, but I have rook f8 back, so but maybe you start with bishop f5.
Yes.
But I'm not sure. Let me think a bit. I mean, rook e7, bishop f5 is what?
You go rook f8 now.
No, it is bishop f8.
Ah, sorry, I thought I had...
No, but rook e7, no? The same idea. Rook e7, bishop f5. That works, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, so this doesn't work for white.
And look, Jan already spent 20 minutes.
Because it's a very, very unpleasant choice to make here. And very difficult decision as well, I think. Because you are unhappy with castle, queen h5. You are unhappy with not castle because you just want a castle. You don't want a castle long. You want to keep symmetry. And also castling long is not easy.
Yeah, this is very difficult. And it's very annoying to face this. When Magnus was flashing out the moves, Jan has to be thinking, look how he's thinking on this situation. Very, very unpleasant situation.
But you know that he skipped, he has himself to blame because he skipped the critical moments way too fast. So
he played bishop d6 too fast, you think?
He played knight takes d2 in 1 minute also, which was not a given. I mean, okay, you have to, okay, you're surprised with knight d2, yeah? You're surprised. So just take a moment now.
Yes, but on the other hand, I mean, if you're out of book, let's say, if he was just not looking at this, you're not going to be playing f5 because you know exactly that after knight d2, it shouldn't be such an awful position.
No, but at the same time, you know, the modern chess, all kinds of things are possible. And also there are options. Knight f6 back is an option for all I know. Knight f6 back, bishop e7 castle. I don't know. It doesn't look like it's great, but it can't be so bad either, yeah? I mean, bishop e7 castle, very solid. Very solid.
True. I like knight f6.
I mean, you go knight f3, maybe h3, and you have the d7 bishop kind of dominated a bit because it doesn't have a square, an active diagonal.
But what do you mean knight f3 and h3?
No, let's say I castle first.
Bishop d6.
And let's say I go knight f3.
And it seems like white has a tempo down. Black has an extra bishop d7. Is it such a bad move?
Oh, like that you see it. Yeah, but actually I think well, it's my move now, and you have the it's like I am a tempo up, but you have bishop d7. Bishop d7 is not bad, but okay, first knight e5 is a thing, but also if I go h3, let's say, I don't know if it's good here, but if I go h3, your bishop is you go h6, that's what you mean. Yeah, you go h6. You do the same to my bishop, yeah.
Okay, you go knight e5, and this can be the only thing that, okay.
Yeah, but I don't know if I need to include h3. Yeah, so that's why knight f6, for example, is something to consider for sure. So I don't know why he played so fast. And after bishop d2, he spent 3 minutes on bishop d6 when obviously castle is coming, and castle queen h5 is going to be a problem. So if you think about that, you might as well think on the previous move, because queen e7 check is a very valid option. Also, you can.
That's the other move which I like. But then after Queen E7, of course, you have to consider which will look Bishop E3. Look what we have on the board, H5.
Yeah, it doesn't shock me because I had seen this move in similar lines. But
what a move!
Yeah, I'd seen this move in similar lines because the H5 square is taken, and if rook e1 king f8.
So after rook e1 king f8.
Yeah, then your rook on h8 kind of has a purpose now. After h5 h4, it kind of works on the h file. So in a way, you haven't castled, but your king is secure, and your rook is going to be employed as well. But of course, it's risky. Probably some c4 here.
Or queen f3. Queen f3, bishop g4 is the plan, you think?
That's possible, and then yeah, using the little time.
And maybe even some rook h6.
Yes.
Okay, so what about c4? But after c4, queen h4 is there, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's just the beginning. Yeah, I will go g3, let's say.
Takes.
And a bishop. I thought
or
c3 as well. I didn't decide yet, but it looks. Yeah, queen g4. You will
queen
try.
g4.
Yeah, so that's why I don't go rook e1 check. I go c4 first. Yeah, actually, you are anyway doomed to not castling. So I'll go c4 without rook e1 check.
Nice move, h5. c4.
No, I mean, I wouldn't say, I think it's extremely risky. It could just be very bad. Queen h5, now g3, queen d4, bishop c3. I have g7 under the radar.
Well, okay, hold on. Queen h4, g3. And you want to claim that queen
bishop
d4, bishop c3? I go queen.
I will take on g4.
Yes.
Bishop g7.
Rook g8.
Rook e1 check, though. Yeah, and now you're kind of collapsing there, no?
Now you say I'm in trouble. Yeah, this does not work.
Yeah, you could try rook h5 move a go, but I think it's very suspicious. Very suspicious. No, rook e1, bishop e6, rook e6. So you have to go to king d8. Yeah.
No, king d8. That's clear. I have
yeah,
to
but
go
it's
that way.
Your rook is also kind of so shaky there. Like it's kind of. And also cd and bishop. I don't know. It's. I don't see direct clincher, but it looks. Looks worse with uncoordinated rooks all over the board.
So let's see, after h5, c4 you go. So what about g3?
CD bishop. I had, by the way, CD bishop e4 and a4. I think that was probably good enough. But yeah, g3.
What if I go queen h2?
Yes. Rook e1 check.
Check. That's expected. King
now
d8.
I think I can.
You want c5?
I think I can go c5, h4, bishop f1. Yes, I think I can go c5. If you move the bishop from diagonal, your attack kind of loses the firepower, I would think.
I go back. I replace my bishop on f6. And of course, I'm going to be pushing h4.
I like the producer said here you play h5. No, but I mean, I'm not shocked. I've seen h5 in these types of positions, just not right here. But it's a common, well, not a common, but it's an idea. But I'm not sure it works well here. This position is very dubious for black, but we have to see. So bishop f1, let's say queen g4, yeah.
Bishop f1, queen g4.
No, let me play a bit more aggressive.
Queen f5. I still love. No, then rook e5. So queen g4.
Yeah, the queen g4 slightly. Okay, queen b3.
Queen b3.
But this stuff, it could be. Okay, I could also start queen. Sorry, I can start queen b3 without bishop f1. I think I should keep bishop f1 in reserve. I think it's a very strong resource against h4. But I have to, of course, calculate a bit after h4, bishop f1, queen f5. Queen b7, rook c8, I have to calculate a little bit because you have a little bit of
my problem is that after queen f5,
rook e5.
rook e5.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's not even close. It's not even close. Yeah, no, it's just totally lost, I think. Yeah. So h4 just doesn't work. And bishop c6 is already very sad, yeah?
Sorry?
Bishop c6 instead of h4 is very, very sad.
Yeah.
Rook e5 is also a possibility then. Threatening bishop f5.
Yeah, which
just
I'm not very happy with. This
rook e5 just threatening to trap the queen and second exchange also.
No, this seems to be slow for black. I think this is slow. So let's see, go back. H5, you want to go C4.
Yeah, and then do that before rook e1 check.
Yeah, it's a big question where the black king will be ending up. Well, I see that queen h4 is kind of a must. What happens if I take on c4 and only after that I go queen h4? So I don't want you to play c5. Do you give it check?
Oh, it's different because, yeah, I see why.
You give?
I'm thinking. Yeah, anyway, I have to, yeah, it doesn't matter. I give or not, I can always give. The just question is how do I follow it up? So g3, queen d4, I suspect?
I want to take it, exactly.
No, of course, yeah, because you hit the bishop. Wait a second. Okay, maybe. Wait a second, how did this happen? So c4, you went what? dc4?
I just grabbed it.
Oh, I have queen e2 check, by the way. That's what I have. So bishop
And
c4. No, not here, of course. No, after bishop c4.
Okay, queen h4.
I have somewhere queen e2 check, maybe, to protect the bishop on. But no, I'm not sure I like it.
I mean, black's bishops and d7 and d6, they are like great fighters here. Very stable.
Yeah, of course, the king safety is kind of worrying a bit, but of course, if I have to do something a little bit energetic, I feel I should not be like, I mean, I considered going like rook e1, g3, queen d4, rook c1, but I want to do something a bit more energetic because I want to create some. I can do this. Maybe it's
somehow here you slow down a bit, right?
A little, yeah. But maybe it's okay. Let's see.
You think you have time for everything? It's okay. I just go h4. You go queen f3, I guess. Queen f6. Can I go this way? Though black can play simply in this position rook e8, you know.
But what's the big deal about it? So it's queen f3.
And after queen f3.
Yeah, I'm just not so convinced. But okay, let's see. Queen f3. Actually, I have here some ideas.
Yeah, because you're going to grab my pawn on b7.
Yeah, after h4, of course, I was also going to grab the b7 pawn. Yeah.
Yes, and anyway, I will have to move my rook.
Exactly. And then my pawn structure already is better. So I just need to secure the king and I'm already better. Very worrying. So by the way, I would want to point out that this is kind of the problem when you go for this, when you are down in the score, but you are playing for a draw, these openings, it's of course very tricky because you end up somehow subconsciously taking these little risks like h5. And I've noticed myself doing it as well. And it's kind of a very dangerous ground because it's just a very, very risky combination to somehow not be here, neither here nor there. You kind of want to draw on one hand, but also you think winning is very, very important because you need to come back. And you do these risky things that are just, I mean, h5 feels to me very risky. After f6, the king is so exposed. You got this diagonal.
You have any problem with my king?
Definitely, a lot of problems there for sure.
Well,
but let me think if I
g6 can be a help for white.
Yeah, actually here, this particular one, I was not thrilled, yeah, with rook c1. I have to tell you that honestly. I was not too thrilled with rook c1. Can I go back a bit just to see alternatives? So after queen h4, I want to think here, just to be sure.
It's not so easy to find another move. Visor move.
No, I assume that the h2 pawn must be protected, but the queen e2 check, not really to the point, yeah? Even if I gain the tempo after queen g4, I have to anyway move. Doesn't seem.
Jan is walking in the fish tank.
Yeah, Jan is kind of, I mean, a little bit fortunate, although it was to be expected. A little bit fortunate that Magnus is out of book, but it was to be expected. H5 is too odd of a move to have prepared.
Well, at first, it looks like crazy that Black's best move can be H5.
I don't. Yeah, best.
Probably it cannot be the best move H5.
But it's the displayable at all is the question. But he's quite lucky that Magnus doesn't know the follow-up. That's for sure. Well, I don't know, lucky or not. It's to be expected, of course. That's why you make these weird moves, because you assume that neither humans nor computers would have looked at them.
You need to be brave for something like this. I wonder what the team of Jan is saying now. Are they saying, "Oh no, H5, how could he do that?" Or they are cheering, "Yes, yeah, Jan, go for it, H5."
Yeah, I think it depends on. I think they're right now. They're happy that Magnus is thinking, and I also wouldn't blame Team Magnus for not looking deep into H5. That's all right. Also, the guy can think a bit on his own. Yeah, he has shown before that he's one of those, yeah, that can make a few moves on their own. So it's okay. But Team Nepo is happy, of course, that Magnus is out of book. So at least, even if there is a problem or two, Magnus has to find it behind the board. And the Jan, he is resourceful, of course. He'll be resourceful. And you have to, with white, you have to always prove it. It's easy to say, it's easy to say that you have compensation and so on, but you have to constantly calculate and prove it. And already here, I have choice, and choice is always a problem. When you have choice, it's an opportunity to go wrong.
Of course, this is usually what Magnus is playing with his opponents, that always gives the opportunity to make a choice, and then eventually, many times they go wrong.
Yeah, but here it's a question like if maybe all options are good, but probably not. Yeah, probably have to. Yeah, I must say that it's not easy for me to come up with something much smarter than what I did before, because the problem with going Queen E2, let's say I go Queen E2.
King goes out.
Let's say G3. Let's say even you take, although Queen G4 is there. Let's say even you take. Now the problem is if I go Bishop C3, that was my idea. I saved tempo on defending the bishop on C4.
Yeah, now I want.
Now you have Queen G4 and you gain the tempo back somehow on my queen, and my queen is now.
And somehow you don't attack me anywhere.
Yeah, it feels, and the queen on E2 is in the way of the rook after rook E8. It feels like it's an extra move that was.
It's not in the right square. I mean, if you can go Queen B3
exactly, or F3 somewhere, but not E2. And F3, move F3, F2, F3 is
you don't
always.
Want to
you just don't want. It's too weakening. Yeah. No, so this doesn't feel good. So rook E1 check is good. Let's go rook E1 check.
Rook E1, King
F8. So G3 or H3, but G3 of course more normal. Anyway, I don't see the difference yet.
Well, I think after H3, Bishop H3, you will also.
I was not sure. Queen F3.
Queen F3.
I'm not sure at all if Bishop H3 is a problem. But at the same time, I'm not sure what's the advantage of Queen D4. That's why I'm not sure about H3.
Okay. Yes, true. Okay,
G3
let's say you go G3, Queen D4.
Yeah, and here is.
And you go Queen F3.
C4 is hanging.
C4 is hanging.
Yeah, C4 is hanging. Yes. That was the problem. I was even thinking Bishop takes F7, but I don't think it works.
Concrete.
Bishop F7 doesn't work, right? By any chance?
Bishop F7.
I cannot, yeah.
And what's the idea? Takes.
Yeah, Queen F3 or something. I don't know.
King goes out.
Yeah, I even don't know if King G6 doesn't.
Well, King G6 is the next move, but.
Yeah, I don't see. I think it's nonsense. Yeah, I have some kind of ideas, but it's probably nonsense. Yeah, so this we have to go back. Bishop F7 is nonsense. So. Yeah, the rook C1 is extremely normal.
Rook C1 made sense, of course.
For sure. Yeah, actually, we stopped where we didn't have to stop, so let's continue.
You know what I do here? I go Bishop C6. This is what I go. I don't want to see your Queen F3 there.
Yeah, so I'm not so thrilled with...
and this you're not going to be happy.
Yeah, I don't see how to...
Stop H4.
Yeah, how to put pressure. Queen C2 maybe?
You want to reach out to F5, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, I have to try something, but I'm not thrilled with rook C1.
Queen C2. So what is it if I just go H4? You go queen f5, and I go simple queen back.
Yeah, I didn't see follow up. I didn't see. I saw this variation. I didn't see how to follow it up.
No, bishop c6, I think, is very powerful counter-attack move.
Oh, wow. Okay, I peaked. I have to say I peaked. You know what is the problem with this variation?
Where?
After 10 c4, dc bishop c4.
No.
Yeah, dc bishop c4, queen h4, rook e1 check,
King f8.
king f8, and apparently I have queen f3.
Ah, you have queen f3 immediately.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you don't have actually anything there because the rook attacks the queen after queen h1 check. Yeah, I missed that. I was under the assumption that somehow h2 hangs.
Okay, so the idea is that after it takes king f1, black is in trouble because after f6.
I assume queen d5, yeah, and also bishop e8, rook e8 always, I guess.
Okay, so check, king goes out, bishop g4, king d3, and I can resign.
Also, yeah, it's unfortunate because your queen is hanging now.
Well, even if it wouldn't, I don't know.
Difficult line, by the way. It's very difficult line to spot, no? Like, to me, just took a while. Took a while to...
Okay, so queen f3 is...
come to that, so. Okay, let's say c4 he doesn't see, yeah? Let's imagine he doesn't see c4. What are other moves? Or doesn't like?
Let's say black is playing differently. No, after all, after c4, I go queen h4.
But this I was happy, not g3.
g3 you played. And how did we do? Queen g4?
I think I was not here. We didn't look at this, but... Okay, let's think.
What an opening battle we have. Well, of course, white can take on g4, right? If he's...
Oh, yeah, but I didn't really... Okay, and cd, yeah? But no, okay. How much is that?
No, I thought to take on g4 and playing c5 maybe, just positionally.
What about taking the pawn on d5? How stupid is that? It's probably nothing at all, yeah?
h5.
No, but to be fair, I mean, to trade queens when you have king in the center, that's very strange. Yeah. Okay, so what if again this rook e1, queen b3 or something like this?
King f8?
I don't know, queen b3, let's say.
Queen b3.
Hope it works out, yeah.
Okay. Why are we playing b6?
Sorry, b6?
Though, no, you know what? I'm aggressive and I go h4.
Yeah, I wanted to take on b7.
I guess
hope for the best.
So, and I just go to d8.
Yeah, and now I was just hoping for the best. Somehow here you have a better version than all the other positions that were similar. Bishop e2, let's say.
You're not afraid?
No, I'm afraid. That's why I played bishop e2.
Okay.
Oh, but this bishop c3. This I was not minding.
So maybe after bishop e2, I go queen h3.
Yeah, I didn't see yet how to. I didn't see here how to play. But bishop f1.
Queen g4,
yeah. Yeah. Now I was wondering maybe H3, I can go h3. G4? Maybe I can go h3, but I was not sure.
No, queen g6.
Yeah, so I was not sure.
And it will be not the fun part.
But this could be good now also for white. Let's say, okay, first of all, it could also, I mean, I could also blunder something now, so I have to be alert. C5 could be blunder of something, yeah? Is C5 a blunder? Can we try that?
C5. Okay, let's go for it. Takes?
Yeah, takes. Yes, I think king h1 might be smart. Oh, it's just rook e3. Yeah, just rook e3.
Yeah, because the d5 is not hanging anymore.
Rook e3, no, just.
Rook e3?
Yeah, just rook e3. I'm winning here.
Oh.
I mean, it's also, of course, depends. If you go h5, h4, you give up all the b7 pawn. It could also be lost at the end. Yeah, it could be also good. So it kind of depends. Depends on single move. Very, very difficult position. Yeah, I was calculating mostly this and g2, and I thought actually bishop g2, bishop h3, queen d5, and I didn't see follow up. Yeah, I think this is working. But sure, I wasn't. Rook h5, just queen
rook h5, queen e4 or something, bishop on d2.
Yeah, there is no rook g5, so it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Wow. What kind of lines they all have to, both have to calculate?
Can we just think 1 second about alternatives, because Magnus is thinking, yeah? I think the hardest line to calculate, honestly, I think that the queen f3 move is very hard to see. Like, I think c4 dc he might dismiss. He might dismiss it because c4 dc.
No, but actually, if you think about it, it's not so difficult. No, I mean, if we go back to, I mean, here you're calculating it.
Yeah, well, you just don't see queen f3 sometimes. No, but I think Magnus might just miss it. It's just hard. It's just hard. If you know it's there, like I knew that c4 is one of the moves because it's on our here broadcast. Yeah, we can see the line is there. c4 is one of the moves. It's some kind of plus. So we are looking for it. But if you don't know, very hard.
Yes, but c4 is the first move you're looking at after rook e1.
Yeah, but you're looking at, but you can also think that it just doesn't work. Yeah, for some reason. You feel that it should work, but it does. If it doesn't, then it doesn't.
But that's the most challenging move for black, c4.
Yeah, so but let's say, okay, so you calculate c4, d takes c4, bishop takes c4, queen h4, rook e1, king f8. Do you think he can consider here queen f3? Yeah.
I think you should be able to consider queen f3. Yes.
I can just easily see myself like either playing c4 because just I play c4. I don't even think, like I don't even see anything. Or I don't, if I calculate already and I go this far, I don't think I would see queen f3 in a game, yeah, setting, because you're not going to spend endless amount of time everywhere. You just look like you try to be efficient.
But my argument is that after h5, I don't think there is a serious challenge for black if you don't play.
But that's what I was wondering. Isn't there like maybe queen f3 I can play or something?
Now queen f3.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. If so, imagine Magnus is stuck there. Will not he look for alternative? We said bishop g4, yeah. We said bishop g4.
Did we?
Somewhere, yeah. That was the problem.
But what is the idea? Bishop g4.
Now I have queen e3 check, yeah. But now maybe queen e7. Don't you trade queens after queen e7? Didn't you catch me? Just queen e7, no?
Sorry, yeah, queen e7 simply.
Yes, just queen e7. My queen is trapped for a trade. I don't want that.
Oh yeah.
No, it's just equal. Oh, I have the bishop b5. Yeah, but I don't have a queen move anyway after c6 because you have bishop 6 back. Yeah.
No, then this is not possible. It's a very quick equalization.
Let's think though. I can it is possible. I can go to q1 now.
King. That's how you want to deal with that.
Yeah, and then I will go queen e3. And now again you can go queen e7, but now queen.
Well, first of all,
E7.
queen e7 is possible, right?
It's a kind of a very important move to try, yeah, because trading queens would be a huge relief, though in this particular circumstance, rook h6 also opportunity.
I think queen d7 seems to be quite reasonable also with the idea to simplify.
Yeah, I go to h3, I guess.
Nothing.
Yeah, but you know, it's all nice, of course, that black simplifies, but at the end of the day, king is on f8. And it's a bit weird, of course, on f8. Even, let's say, a position like bishop f5, and even something like queen f3, which is a waste of time, but let's do it. Queen f3,
but
bishop
here maybe you can also take on f5 and queen b3. What do you think? Or you don't care, b6?
I think it's all better for white. The question is just which one is how much. Like, but I have ideas everywhere, of course. Yeah.
You wanted to go queen d3.
No, maybe you're right. Because maybe you're right. Because if takes and queen b3, I have this bishop b4 idea as well. Bishop b4 kind of nasty.
Okay, so queen f3. Bishop g4. This is actually tricky in many cases, I think, in this line, that you can play rook e1 anytime you want, and suddenly, for example, now if queen h4, I'm thinking g3, queen h3, but suddenly you can just make a move rook e1 and bishop f1 anytime.
Yeah, but I think bishop g4 was a decent attempt. What about this queen e7 move after queen e3? Just because I think it's very, very principled to check if black gets to trade queens.
Yes, queen e7.
Yeah,
or queen e8.
No, I have queen g5. I have queen g5, I think.
I have queen g5.
You have queen d8 back, though. Again, I'm trapped. No, you can go queen e8, actually.
Ah, that's a funny repetition of moves.
Yeah, of course, white doesn't have to at all repeat, but like if the queen is trapped within the circuit, yeah.
But here, actually, there is nothing.
It's hard to imagine this can be much for white. Very hard to imagine. Without queens, it's a whole different story. At least was what I would think. Yeah, so I don't think that's the... Yeah, he has to find queen f3, Magnus. He must find queen f3.
So c4 is the most challenging move. Is there anything else for white? Well, check on e1. That's the...
Yeah, this is different. Yeah, but after king f8, it's the same. I think it's the same question. It's either queen f3 or c4, and I think queen f3 is bishop g4, and then queen e7 or queen e8. I think trapping you for trade is a huge achievement for black.
And Magnus is thinking already quite a long time. I think more than 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm afraid he saw this DC queen h4 line, and he's struggling with the move queen f3. Difficult move.
Very interesting moment we are.
But you know that if he does go c4, I think very high chance that Jan blunders this queen of 3 idea. I think it's just hard for both to see it.
It's interesting that you say that it's so difficult to see.
Because I spent a lot of time knowing that there is something, and I still didn't find it. So I think that if I didn't find it knowing it's there, I think it's difficult. Because I have to say that, okay, I played with them many times. They're great players, of course. But usually the moves, yeah, we all struggle with kind of similar moves, I think, more or less. But of course, okay, in a game setting, sometimes you are more focused. I don't know. But I think the move that is difficult for one is difficult for the other two. I think it's a hard move.
What? I also think that it depends in which order you start calculating lines.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't start calculating dc4 first, but you start calculating queen h4 first, what did you do actually?
Yeah, and okay, now I went to g3. So exactly, you're getting that rook e1 g3. I guess I went, yeah.
You went check and rook and g3, right?
No, I went g3 first. I went g3 first to have bishop c3 and bishop g7.
Ah, yeah. So you went g3 in order that I cannot take this because you claim that bishop c3 and the g7 pawn is going to be taken. So here I have to go. I have to go. Actually, Queen F6 seems to be not such a bad move. What do you think, Queen F6?
I think it's Rook one check. I think slow playing it like that is
Okay.
is not
D5, yeah,
not good. Yeah, I think that that's one thing. There is the Queen B3, there is a C5 Bishop F4 kind of question. I think that if you give white time, something should come up. Bishop F4, Queen D4 you want, or what? You must, yeah, otherwise what?
I was thinking about that. I can go H4,
So
why
dubious.
not?
Bishop E5. Yeah,
Okay,
Bishop E5.
I mean, are you planning to go G4?
You probably have to. Let's go G4.
Oh, well.
At the same time, everything else is bottom position is dominant. Yeah, I have got everything better. And if I play H3 next move, I will just be better for free. Bishop comes to H2 if needed. Queen to F3 is just nothing to worry about. And C7 is hanging.
Okay, what was the last moves I played? Yeah, I'm not happy that you push my bishop back to E7. That I don't like.
Very curious, very curious.
So actually, this is important, all these move orders, details. And after Queen G4, you went?
Probably I give a check first and Queen B3, I think. Yeah.
Queen B3, right? What about Bishop C6 now?
And if I just take?
I'm a little bit afraid that it's a little too much. My plan was to go H4.
But I have Bishop E2, yeah, option.
Yeah. But Bishop E2, I want to go Queen H3.
But I have now again Bishop F1 thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, now there's nothing threatened. I can go D8, GFG.
True.
I thought Bishop E2, Queen D4 was the only thing, but then probably something was there. Like DC.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's good enough for white.
Well, probably just take, and what do I have? Queen
yeah, I mean,
D2?
I can recapture the bishop, but I can go CV, probably is good enough. I just have this huge pawn. Yeah, it's just a huge pawn, I guess. And I can protect always with the bishop or queen on F3. There is no queen H6 is not a thing.
Yeah. It's kind of not the one what black wants. So the big question is what black can be playing, what's the best after C4? Most likely that in this game black will be not castling.
Yeah, I think sort of humanly best, or like the what is the most principled or logical is DC queen H4, but since that is just losing because
I go C6, your move.
Oh, but
C6.
This is wow. It's a very sad move. Okay, now I go to Q1.
Okay. I understand that you're not happy with C6, but okay,
it's a very sad move, yeah. CD.
CD, Queen F3.
Or B3 also, but yeah, I don't know. I shouldn't sell my position too short. Queen B3, Queen B6 might be not so much. Although Queen D5. Although I just take on D5 probably, yeah. But also Queen F3, yeah, because I feel it's the same thing, except we opened even more the position. It should be okay. Queen F3, I should again watch out for Bishop G4.
Yeah, and it seems like we're actually having the same situation as before.
But
After
now,
queen
of course,
e8.
white has much more resources because of the open c file and the weak d5 pawn.
Are you having really a lot
resources.
of resources? What do you have?
Maybe still not much, but it's at least better than the other one.
Yeah,
Let's
but if
see.
I can simplify the position,
course,
exchanging
this could be
queens and
better.
rooks.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, let's not. This probably again selling it too short. Yeah, so bishop. Okay, wait. CD is even CD a must. So what about queen b3 first?
Queen b3.
No, this queen b6 move kind of bothers me. Okay, what about take queen b3? Let's just stop the nonsense. Go to take queen b3. Did he play c4?
Sorry?
No, I just because I followed Twitter and somebody said that he played c4, but I don't. Ah, no, it says it Magnus. No, he didn't play c4 yet. He didn't play c4 yet.
No, not yet.
No.
Not yet. Yeah, this d5 pawn is annoying, and the b7.
Funny, you know, there was a chessable course for black of at Chess Explained, and in that course he gives this line and he says you should take on d2. It says knight x d2. This is enough to prove that knight d2 move 7 is lame. But if you want to have more fun, you may also play 7 f5. There is not much to analyze here. Simply play queen f6 and then long castle. And then, okay, so knight x d2, bishop d2, he says queen e7. It's important to note that bishop d6, castle, queen h5 is not advisable. The check on e7 is better and equalizes. And all he looks at is bishop e3, queen b4, queen d2. But I think that Jan saw this. I think that Jan got scared of c3. He thought, okay, some computer prep, I don't want. But it's fake news. I think c3 is fake news. Yeah, queen b2, castle, bishop d6. I didn't see. I only saw there's only a draw with a4 and some repetition. I didn't see anything else there. Bishop d2, sorry, was the move. Bishop d2, I think. After castle, bishop d6. Yeah, castle, bishop d6. Yeah, there is bishop d2 to kind of trap the queen and then just repeat the moves. Rook b1, rook a1. But
why black should be repeating moves? I mean, black can
no, yes, somehow.
a3.
Yeah, but if you go queen a3, probably I can give a check on e1 and have some compensation. Probably it becomes dangerous. But anyway, somehow he didn't do this. So kind of funny that there is simply a chessbook course on this. Well, there's on everything there's chessbook course.
The course is by Krzysztof Seletsky.
Yes. That's Chess Explained.
Yeah, this is how some lines are taking off, right? It's played in a world championship match and then people start playing it. How much are you a player who picks up new ideas? How much you are ahead of your time?
Oh, I don't think I'm much ahead of my time, unfortunately. I think I'm right where I belong in that sense. But yeah, I try, but it's not easy. It's never easy because a lot of information nowadays, and now just digesting information is very time consuming. Sometimes you just give that up and try to go your own way, but just following only the games, online games, the chessable courses, some other online stuff. There's so much information that and if you just follow, and okay, not only follow, doesn't mean that you just click through the game. Yeah, you need to also then check it then with the computer, check it with the database, have a critical look at it yourself. That will take so much time. It's a full-time job, I guess, to just keep up with all the data that's coming in. Magnus has a funny face. He's a bit of confused
What I
face.
wanted to say also, that he seems to be confused a bit.
Yeah, I was thinking, how can PH be such a noob not to include h5 in the file? He thinks.
No, he probably thinks that what is this h5? And I'm thinking already for like 40 minutes.
No, I don't think. Yeah, that could be the explanation if he thought for 40 seconds, and then he'd be like, yeah, what is this h5? But now he's looking and he's thinking seriously, like, I think the problem is that if you don't see queen f3, you're blocked in the calculation cycle. You just don't see it. You just don't see it.
And we all know that when you think 40 minutes, it's very rarely the case that you find the best move, because somehow there is this limit of focusing. When you think 25, 30 minutes up to that time, you still calculate and possibly making the best move. But it's very dangerous when you move on already.
What's queen e1?
Queen e1.
Yeah, but what is this queen e1 move?
Wow, what's the idea? He wants to go bishop b4.
Queen e1 is such a strange move. It's not a happy move. No, he's not happy. He's not at all happy. He's angry at PH and everyone. And that they didn't include h5 in the file, because he just calculated. He just didn't see queen f3. I tell you, he just didn't see queen f3. I think his first instinct was to go c4. That was also my first instinct. And then, like, he should just do it probably. But he, of course, it's a responsible game. It's not bullet. So he thinks, okay, so c4. What is happening? First, he thinks queen h4. He finds that rook e1 check he shouldn't include because of g3. Then he sees dc queen h4. He goes g3 queen d4, and he looks. Rook e1, queen e2, he looks, and he just gets stuck. And he's thinking then, okay, then how to play? And I think this move queen f3 is extremely hard. So it's understandable. And queen e1, yeah, now just queen e7.
Yes, but you know that queen e1 cannot be the refutation.
No, it's a queen e1 is just to draw. Queen e7 he just wants just to draw, I think. He's go switch to plan B, which is to make a draw.
If bishop e6? Is it bishop b4?
No, yeah, but why? You want to play for a winner, was it black? Yeah, either. No, but I think black should also be happy, yeah, with the draw.
Queen e7, yeah?
Yeah, just queen e7. Then just nothing. Yeah, queen e1 is... but I understand him, because he was... he could have gone queen f3, but it's... Why not queen f3? Yeah, I mean, queen f3, bishop g4, yeah?
Yeah, this is what we've seen, that after queen f3, bishop g4, and
rook e1, king f8, queen e3, queen e8 or something.
Queen e8.
But don't you think this would be better than... Isn't that similar to queen e1? Okay, it's just similar, yeah?
No, because after queen e1, there can be a hesitation for black.
No. Like what? Bishop b4, you want to allow? Bishop b4, such for king f8, bishop b4, or bishop e6, f4? Okay,
I don't know, but so what's the big deal about it? Bishop e6, you go f4, king f8. And now we want to go bishop b4.
Yeah, I can. But white just never runs any any risk. Black would never do that. No, I think queen f3, he maybe disliked some other move as well, like queen f3, bishop e6 or something.
Well, and also he thinks that, okay, if he doesn't see advantage, he just goes simplification, has a rest, tomorrow rest day, and then they will still have some very tough games happening, because Jan has to make risks, right?
Yeah, I think would be very nice if they would be asked at the press conference, because this is a very important moment. It would be very interesting if they would be asked if they had seen c4, why they didn't do c4, and I'm quite sure Magnus would say because of takes queen h4.
Didn't see queen f3.
Rook e1, king f8, and queen takes d4. He didn't think it's enough compensation. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. But I'm curious to see, because I usually when I know that there is something, and it's a relatively simple position like this, I can kind of find it, after some time. But it was really hard. So I can. That's why I even picked, because I thought, okay, it doesn't make sense. I just don't see it, and the engine says, so maybe there is some bug. Yeah, that's why I entered the moves, and I see that the engine says queen f3. So I thought, okay, wow, it's not of course it's not a bug. I just missed it. So I'm not surprised that Yeah, they probably Magnus probably also missed it, and he didn't. He had a much harder task because I at least knew that it's some kind of plus for white. He just didn't know if it's the right move.
But actually, if it's really so good for white, I think he's going to be pissed off.
Hugely, because he also will think that Jan also missed it. I mean, it's like it's almost like missing a win. It's almost like missing a win. I think Jan might have fallen for it as well, because I think it's very hard. I think that both could have missed, and if Magnus would spot it, I think it's half of a victory.
And
also, Jan. Jan probably would think that Magnus wants to sacrifice the pawn with G3 Rook C1, yeah, just. And Jan is very confident he would definitely go for the pawn with taking Queen H4. So realistically speaking, I think Magnus kind of missed the win. Like, I think if you go C4, the chances of this DC Rook E1, King F8, Bishop C4, Queen H4 happening are super high. Maybe Rook E1 first, I don't know, because now maybe King D8. And chances are so high that he would blunder it, and after Queen F3, he would be, okay, I don't know, maybe I don't know how hard this move actually is, yeah, if it's as hard as I imagine it is, but I could imagine, yeah, it's just a huge missed opportunity.
Yes, because if in this position black goes to D8.
No, but that's why, no, but yeah, this is okay, maybe, but okay, that's true, I go G3. But I think I can go to Q1 first, just to have it more clear cut. Can't I go to Q1 first? Instead of, can't I go to Q1 first anyway, instead of, yeah, move before? No, after DC.
You want to go here.
Yeah. Yeah, and here Bishop C4.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Can black go Queen F6?
Yeah, objectively probably that's the best move, yeah. But to play Queen F6, you need to you can do it also after without check. But to play Queen F6, you need to see Queen H4, Queen F3.
But so I think in this position you see, if you get Queen H4 on the board, you will find Queen F3.
Yeah, and you reach this position if you've seen. The question is, would Jan have seen it here? I'm not sure if Jan would have seen it here at this point. And then, okay, maybe, yeah, he's, of course, Jan is super tactically alert. That is for sure, but he's also super confident. And usually his tactical alertness is for himself, not for the opponent. Yeah, he's the kind of guy who is very optimistic and the one who is looking for his own chances more than for the opponent. He's this kind of player. And that slightly makes it harder for him to see Queen F3. But I don't know. He might have spotted it because he's a very good player, and then he would have gone Queen F6. And Queen F6, okay, that's just a position, yeah. Black is it's far from over here. Yeah, it's probably defensible.
But actually, this must be the move also, I think.
Yeah, it's the same after Bishop C4.
Yeah, so after Bishop C4, sure. Simply Queen F6 should be the move.
Yeah, I think Rook E1, King F. Yeah, I should just include Rook E1, King F8. Because the reason I didn't do it Rook E1 right away because of Queen H4, yeah, without DC. So now that you went DC, I should just go Rook E1 right away. It's the same, yeah. And after King F8, take, then Queen F6. Yeah, this is I don't know, maybe Queen B3 or something, but it's
But maybe it's no big deal for white.
Maybe not. But okay, it could be, of course, that Magnus saw Queen F3, but he didn't like this, but I don't know. That could be, of course. And he's super strong.
Because now...
Maybe he didn't like it, B6 or something, yeah.
Now, actually, Queen B7 is maybe not necessarily the strongest threat because I have Bishop C6.
Well, yes.
So
yeah, but what is your H4? Yeah, but I maybe can go Bishop B4.
This is what I'm thinking.
Bishop B4, maybe.
I thought you take.
Yeah, take Bishop C6 and back, yeah, but I wasn't so sure. Like it's asking for some kind of double bishop sacrifice or something. I don't know, some Bishop H2, Queen F2, or I don't know what.
Yeah, this I was thinking at first, but I thought it doesn't work because of Rook E2.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
I think here H3 must be the move.
Yeah, but I was just... He went King F8.
King F8 he went. Look at that.
Okay, Bishop B4? I don't think it's a winning attempt, no? Bishop B4 and what?
No, I don't think it's a winning attempt. He just wants to go...
Okay, it's a different move order. Yeah, now Queen takes A7, that's the same. Also draw.
So if Bishop D6, just simply Queen D6 and bring the
Rook E8, H4. Yeah. And the thing is, as soon as you get H4, yeah, the other rook gets in the game, you kind of effectively you castled, yeah? You don't need the castle for the king, yeah? You need the castle for the rook.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Another short work day incoming here. Players will have a lot of rest and
So I think they are going to be playing this for quite some time. Bishop b4 is on the board.
sometime, you think?
Sorry?
You think sometime? Yeah. I'm not sure. I think that such kind of positions, they can be played out very quickly.
I don't know. What about rook h6 now?
Yeah, I was thinking about it. When I thought if Jan wants to play for a win, I thought about rook h6 as well.
I mean, obviously, it's extremely difficult to play for a win.
Yeah, because there's just no, like, without the d6 bishop, there is not really a piece that is active, like, that is threatening. Let's say even if I
think just takes
even if I take and queen d2, okay, yeah, I can play for advantage, of course. But even if I just took and queen d2, rook fe1, I mean, I just don't think I can ever c3, rook e3, rook e1. Like, on what square am I going to lose this game?
No, but we have queen e7 on the board.
Yeah, of course. Black should also not get surreal.
What is white gonna do? A3, or he's just going to be?
A3 is a nice move, yeah. I like a3. I like a3.
Rook e8.
h4. You should also be careful of some queen c3. Some suddenly will start playing for a win. Queen c3, rook e1, I don't know. I feel this king f8 move is a little bit imprecise.
But it's a big question. What's the plan of Magnus if queen e7 after queen e1?
Yes, I think queen e7 is more accurate for sure. I really think the plan is to. I mean, I don't know. Bishop e3 cannot be a move. It's very strange. So bishop e2 is even more strange. So what you have to allow a queen trade. You can play also here a3, take, and then bishop b4. But I don't think you realistically thought this as much.
Well,
yeah, I'll go a3. Yeah, let's go a3.
Here?
Yeah. But it's a slightly worse version for white of the same thing. Although it's almost the same.
No,
if
but it looks
okay.
Just queen e1, rook e1, bishop e6.
Yeah, just f4. You meet with
king d8.
King d8, f5.
Bishop d7.
For a second, you disconnected the rooks, of course, but can't really exploit. No, that's the problem. Without the queens, the whole bishop b4 though. But without queens, this whole thing is much less exciting.
H6.
Yeah, it just loses the punch without the queens. I don't know about. There's a funny move here, but it doesn't work. Maybe f6, I thought, but it doesn't work. I think rook f6, bishop d2, and just rook e6, or bishop f4.
Oh, you want to be extremely
smart.
But
it doesn't work for many reasons. Yeah, just the easiest.
Bishop f4.
Yeah, I should just go bishop d2 back. I can just go bishop d2 back and repeat, or.
Okay,
but
so
also.
Yeah.
Also, instead of bishop e6, you can maybe do something else. Yeah, you can move the king right away to d8 or something, or f8.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting the way Jan plays it, and I'm very curious because a3 seems to be the best move for white. Don't you think so? I mean, if let's say you go, okay, bishop d6, you can go right. Queen takes d6. What are you playing for? Queen d2 and then rook e1.
Yeah, it's a question. This position, how innocent it is.
So rook e8,
e1,
rook e1.
It feels extremely innocent. But there is some issue with queen g5. Yeah, it's, let's say take rook h6.
I don't take. I play rook h6.
Yeah, but the issue was. Yeah, there is still that issue. Let's say I play h3. Yeah, you go now. Now I want after rook e6 to somehow go queen g5. So let's say if you trade both the rooks, No, but it just cannot be. It's just nothing.
Okay, rook e6.
It's nothing. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I
No,
go
I don't.
g6.
Okay, this maybe I can get a bit optimistic. I don't
F4?
see. Yeah, I don't know, right away or maybe right away. Yeah. No, here I can get hopeful. But I thought probably you can.
Bishop
he just takes on.
d6
Yeah,
on
he
the
just takes
board.
on d6. Yeah. A3 was kind of sophisticated, but maybe bishop d6 is good enough.
Okay, so queen d6, right?
Yeah, but I don't understand why Jan allowed this. Could go queen d7. But okay, whatever. This shouldn't be much either. Yeah, so
He can continue the way as you said it, queen d2 and rook e1, and we have this kind of.
But what if I just go, let's say g6, king g7, without any rook h6? How bad is that?
After g6, I would be going, let's say, rook e1.
Yeah, king g7. f4 probably you try a lot.
f4, rook e8.
Probably a, but doesn't matter much.
And I guess after rook e5, you go f6, right?
Yes, I think I don't mind at all.
And after takes and queen f2?
How bad is bishop f5 in such position?
Wow. Queen d6 and queen d2 is on the board.
Yeah. But you know, it could be maybe not so bad at all, yeah? After I go gf, I get rook on e4.
No, this is
king on h6.
quite okay, I think.
Super solid. Super solid.
Yeah.
You cannot touch my f5 pawn. I just go king g6 if needed.
So, okay, this is the position we are having on the board, queen d2. And you say g6.
Oh, but I'm a bit concerned about some quick f4, f5. So g6, let's say f4. Now bishop f5 with more rooks on the board, I'm a bit more concerned.
Well, you should be, right?
Yeah, it's quite risky.
It's going or... first to e5.
Yeah, I have this f6, but without rook on e8 yet, it's super risky.
We don't want to try that for black.
No, but otherwise you get a 5 in. You get a quick f5 in. King g7, f5. Yeah, it remains a mystery to me why Jan chose this. But okay, so g6 was a mistake. So let's go rook e8 first. Rook e1.
I have a question. What happens if anyway f4?
Then I will not go g6.
Sorry?
I will not go g6 anymore.
Okay, but your rooks are not connected.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I may go f5 anyway, let's say after rook h6.
Let's say rook h6.
f5. Or rook e1 first, and then I want to...
I will take and rook e6.
Rook e5.
Yeah, it's slightly underestimated, but okay, I'll go rook takes e5. It's a bit dubious what I'm doing, but let's try to.
F takes.
Okay, yeah, it could be tricky. Queen b6 could be very tricky. Bishop and c5, I'm afraid already is some. Okay, let's go c5.
Sorry?
c5, yeah.
c5. Yeah, queen c2 or something. Queen f2.
Yeah, queen f2, cd, cd. You would think somehow that with so little material, it should be holdable, yeah, for black.
Well, it should be holdable, yeah.
At the same time, you've got some positional plus here because you consolidated your better bishop with the pawn on e5. But yeah, I think both sides have reasons to be unhappy here. But let me see if I can improve after f4. So f4, I was not a fan. I'm actually missed that rook e5 is there. So f4, let me think.
Rook e8
plays, yeah, it's of course much more. Rook e8 is the move you want to make anyway, and then you think later. You play g6 or rook h6. Yeah, f4. So first of all, how is h4? Let's play a bit ambitious h4.
Rook e1.
Let's play h3. Okay. Don't know why.
So where are you heading?
Yeah, I'm already where I'm heading, so I reached my final destination. And now,
for some time, for sure.
yeah, no, it's not one of those cases
because
where you can do alpha zero business, because
it may not be on the board.
No, here you just cannot follow it up at all. No, h4 h3 is not. Let's not do it. Let's not do it. So let's think. It's move like c5 sometimes can be smart, but let's go c5.
c5, it makes a lot of sense, but okay, I just take it. I go queen f2.
Okay, but this I'm very okay. I think I'll take, and I'll bring my
king d6.
You also bring the king. I don't want you at all, but I can probably allow. Yeah, bring, and now. Okay, I should hold. No, h4. Let's say.
Rook.
Yeah, I trade and rook e8. This I should. This should be some kind of draw, no?
Yeah, it's
sometimes these c5 moves, they are very smart in such positions.
Which
they look stupid. The move like c5 sometimes very smart, I think.
Here.
Yeah, to somehow gain some, I don't know what, space or something. It looks
okay. So let's say takes king h1.
Yeah, but now I actually now I can go h4. This h3 thing makes a lot of sense now. With diagonal open.
Yes, it makes sense. h3.
Yeah, now I can just bring the rook with rook h6, let's say.
Rook h6. I don't know, f5.
The problem for me is that with rook on h6.
Rook f6?
No. I cannot. No. The problem
weak.
is that h4 it's not weak now, but it's I cannot really touch my h6 rook. Okay, rook a1 was played. Did he play rook h6 instantly?
He just wants to make moves, simplify it, and.
Why does he play rook h6 instantly?
Because he was planning this.
No, but I think he's tilted. I think he's tilted simply. Today,
though it's very strange that he played immediately.
He's simply tilted. He's just tilted. He's after his loss, he of course kept his face, but he doesn't keep the same. He doesn't keep that same composure that he kept before, where he was taking time on every move. He kind of let loose. Which is a good and a bad thing, depending on the position. Rook
Can
e5,
I do something like that? Or
you want to go queen before in the end, or what?
Yes.
It could be that I'm happy with the structure change, but it could also be that I'm not. Let's see. Yeah, I cannot trap you for a trade because you have queen a8 check. Otherwise, trade I would be okay.
Well,
you have queen a8 check. Oh, d5. Sorry, yeah, d5 as well.
So I don't know if you have anything better than that.
But what about this queen g5 thing? Queen g5 was bothering me. I don't see what he wants against queen g5.
In this position.
Yeah. Maybe f6, yeah. Maybe just f6. Yeah, then okay, question is what did you achieve with the rook, yeah? But king f7 and rook h8 back maybe. But maybe c4 after king f7.
King f7, c4, c6.
The thing about Jan's instant moves, though, I have to say that they are all, of course, it's not that they are instant. He thought about it in the opponent's time. But I have to say that I noticed it also from my own games, like the level of concentration and somehow the thinking process during your opponent's move doesn't count. It's just a different process. It's an irresponsible process. It's like you are thinking in an abstract way, about something that you think might not even happen. While when it's your move, it's a different kind of thinking. So you cannot substitute one with the other. It's very different. Like your brain is when he calculates an opponent's move is being very irresponsible. Just so you see ideas, but you just play much different. So that's why all these moves that are coming instantly, they are always risky a bit.
Yes, it's very interesting that he played so fast, and there is no reason for it, right? Because he has plenty of time. It's very clear. So, and it's not going to be annoying for Magnus, just that he plays very fast. I mean, in this position, there is nothing that you can say that, okay, I played fast, so the opponent can think this or that. Queen G5 is on the board.
Exactly. The thing is that playing fast is it's a psychological weapon, but it has to be used at the right moment. So as such, because here, I mean, you have this bishop on d7 against bishop on d3. You can make any move fast, yeah. You know, it's like you can even say that, you know, you are, but okay, you can do what you like, but just nobody's impressed because everybody sees that you're on defensive and you're slightly worse. But we will see. Maybe Jan has figured it out. Magnus played Queen G5 also quite quickly, interestingly, because there were options. The
So what
25 move is
happens-
interesting.
Can Black do something like takes and take and rook e6?
I was thinking about it just now, but it is so risky.
It looks actually probably simply white goes queen d8 and takes the pawn,
And you have Queen C5 in the end, correct?
right?
I think so.
So check here.
Though you have to, yeah, okay, bishop 5 is Queen C5, but maybe you can make some, maybe you can slow play this, but I don't see with which move. B6, yeah, then Queen D6, Queen D5
But
also.
anyway, queen d8 is
No,
possible.
it's
There's-
forget this. No, this is not
So
good.
it seems like Black probably has to go f6, which means that rook on h6 is not standing
But
well.
f6 is suddenly rook h6 is counterproductive. Also, what about f6 take and queen e3?
I like taking queen e3 actually. I like that the white can control the e5.
Yeah,
And
you
this
need the
h6
100
rook
moves
should
now.
not
Yeah,
be
you need king
there
f7,
standing.
king f7,
King
and rook
f7.
h8. So rook e1, rook h8.
Or bishop d7 first.
Yeah, but yes, exactly. And now bishop of okay, it doesn't have a threat.
So the question is whether white can he do anything against the rook?
I can. Okay, yeah, it's not so easy. I can of course go f4, which is rather drastic. I can go c4 as well.
What was the idea?
Idea is to go queen g3 or something like this.
Okay, that's an idea. Not a bad one. What about g5?
Yeah, I'll take hg and rook e5, at least something small there. Some kind of pawn. For what it's worth.
Okay, this is already amazing for white.
Yeah, Jan is getting under pressure. A little bit under pressure. No, but also in that position, instead of f4, f4 feels a bit strange. But also maybe c4?
c4. No, c4 also makes really a lot of sense because if c5, you go c6, c5.
Okay, c6, and I'm happy that okay, this is just crushing. Yeah, so you go dc, I assumed. You go dc. Bishop c4, king f8, and now your rook is really strange on h6. Like it's really very odd. It will just not come back either way. And f5 creates a million weaknesses.
I mean, in this
I could
position,
even consider
queen
h4.
b3. Look, queen b3 and
bishop
bishop
g8.
g8.
Yeah, you've found direct kill, of course. Yeah, I was even thinking move like h4, but yeah, this is much more to the point. It's funny line, by the way. How exactly though? B6?
Can't I go bishop g8?
Yeah, bishop e8.
Yeah, I don't see how concretely it's going to
Yeah,
work.
not easy, because rook e8, queen f7, queen g7, you have queen f4, and you have queen d4. That's
Yeah.
not so easy. But even if you don't have queen b3, if you go back in that position, I was just wondering if, let's say, hypothetically, I play just h4, yeah, it's kind of a question to me how the rook is going to be solved other than f5. And f5 weakens like a million squares around the king side. So like, how is the rook ever via which square? G6,
no, this
G4,
is very ugly
don't
for
believe it.
black. No, this black has to avoid.
Okay, I'll take a
After
small
queen
take a small drink and I'll be back in a second.
So in the meantime, I make a little summary of what has happened in today's game. We are in the second part of the World Championship match, game 8. The standing is 4-3 for Magnus. He's leading by 1 point because he won the 6th game with the white pieces. And today it was not clear who wants what from the game. And it was e4 the start for Magnus, which was expected that it's going to be the Petrov again. But in this position, already in move 7, Magnus played the solid move knight d2, which is not really considered something that white is playing for advantage, which after black played pretty fast in the few moves. Here black could go queen e7 possibly, but black played bishop d6 castle, and here already Jan was spending quite a lot of time because here there was a big moment where black had to be asking himself, probably he was out of book already, whether he's ready to go queen h4 to look for something on the king's side. Is he ready to go castle? But after queen h5, then black has to weaken himself with f5, which has its drawbacks. And then he came up after castle with the move h5, which was, to tell you the truth, it was a very big surprise to me because definitely is not a move which comes to mind immediately. Maybe for the computer, it is something that in the top 3 moves, but it was very strange at this point. And here Magnus was thinking 40 minutes what to make and how to continue the game. And he made again as well a surprising move to me because he went queen e1. And at this point, this is the most critical moment after h5 because white had the opportunity to go c4. Generally speaking, in this kind of structure, c4 is a basic move, and this is always kind of the first thing you have to be looking in this position because this is kind of breaking up the position for black. So white is trying to do something with the d5 pawn, also thinking to play c5. And if black captures on c4, then again, a completely different kind of position. After black is playing h5, black is not going to be castle short, for sure, I can say that. And in this position, the crucial moment was, which we were discussing previously with Anish, that after queen h4, white goes not g3, but he can go rook e1 check. And after king f8, right now, still the h2 pawn is under attack, and we were discussing many times whether g3 or h3 and how can it work for white after queen d4 sacrificing a pawn. But it seemed like there is a fantastic opportunity for white playing queen f3, giving up the pawn on h2. And if black takes on h2, king just sneaks out on f1, and still the threat on f7 can be very dangerous, maybe deadly for black. This was the crucial moment which we were wondering whether what can be the reason why Magnus did not play and continue it with c4. So after 40 minutes, he decided to go queen e1. In this position, it was a great question. Why not queen e7 immediately? And I can think about it, maybe Jan did not want to play queen e7 yet because he considered that after king f8, he can do it anytime. Queen e7 or queen e8. And after bishop b4, queen e7, we have some simplification right here. And now already Jan started to play very fast as well. And also Magnus is playing pretty fast. We have a very symmetrical position. So the only open file in the position is the e file, right? Where the battle is going to be happening. Black does not have a very healthy king on f8, even though it cannot be attacked. It is always something you have to look after, that the rooks are not connected. So it would be a little bit better if, let's say, for example, the king would be standing on c8. I could imagine very well. King stands on c8, black has absolutely no problem, I believe. But after rook e8, rook e1, and it was a little surprised that black was not thinking too much on the next move. Practically, he flashed out his next move, rook h6, which was thought out in the time while Magnus was thinking. Not much he was thinking. The idea is of rook h6 to go to from h6 to e6 and double the rook on the e file, saying that, okay, my king is on f8, standing not so perfect because of the connection of my rook, but I solve it in another way. So I go rook h6 to e6. But now after rook h6, there was a very strong move made by Magnus. He went queen g5, which means that the rook on h6 is tied to the h5 pawn. And what's the idea? The other idea behind the queen g5 is that black is kind of provoked, and Magnus wanted to provoke f6, which not happened in the game, because after f6, white would be most likely just coming back to d2, and there is a weak spot in the camp of the black army. g6 is a very weak spot in the position, and also after playing f6, already the h6 rook is somewhat stands not well, because it will not come to e6 anymore. So it will be probably the best for black trying to go king f7, trying to go back again, now with the rook back, with the same idea somehow to connect the rooks, and also some way to eliminate the rooks in the position, because if in this position there would be no rooks on the board, then black would have no even a shadow of a problem. There's nothing white really can do. So the only thing if white dreams to be playing for is somehow to cut out the rook on h6. So now after c6, how white will be continuing the game? This is a big question right now. Can white go, let's say, rook e5, for example, also still with the idea to provoke f6, because after f6, white can take, and then come back with the queen. So I think here still white can be happy to have his pieces quite well. It will take some time until black can regroup his rook from h6 all the way to e5. But let's say, so rook e5 can be a try for white. Also, of course, I would think about what happens if white, let's say, takes immediately on e8, takes, and I go rook e1. So the first question is, can black go rook e6, trying to simplify with the idea giving up the pawn on h5, queen e1, bishop f1, and is there any way that black is going to be getting back the pawn, for example, queen c1? I think here black might have enough, though queen h8 is a threat. Takes, so this would be too good for white because of the h pass pawn. So this is something I don't like for black. Generally speaking, c6 is a very useful move usually because the d5 pawn is protected, so there is nothing wrong with that. The question is if white can improve anything on his position. If so, we discussed rook e8, rook e5. Question is what else white has here. How can white try to improve his position? I think also the idea behind c6, actually, it's defending the pawn on d5. So in the next move, black wants to go queen f6. So this is black's next move. That's why white has to react quickly in some way or another if he wants to avoid this. Though I believe that black shouldn't have too much of a problem in this position because he does not have too many weaknesses. This is the situation in game 8. So the big question is, are we going to see a decisive game today? Or are we going to see a draw? Tomorrow is a free day for the players. And then obviously for Jan in game 9, we are getting closer and closer to the end of the match. It's already second half of the match, first game of the second part. So if it's a draw, which I believe that white cannot go wrong so much, only with a blunder white could lose this game, it means that Jan will have to be making some special preparation, maybe coming up with d4. I don't know what they have, or they might be preparing, the coaches, but probably they do work already very heavily on the ideas what to play in the next game when Jan is going to be playing with the white pieces, because so far with the white pieces, Jan gave some difficulties to Magnus, but it was not so difficult that that Magnus had really very difficult time, because it was the Rai Lopez in all 3 games previously, and actually 4 by now, right? And so that was not a breakthrough for Jan for the moment. And let's see what Magnus has in mind. Can he find anything that gives a little unpleasant moments for black? Of course, the Petrov opening as it is, it was something I was not a big fan of, I must say, because I found not so many ideas where there can be complications, or really a middle game where you can play on and have a lot of ideas. It can become extremely symmetrical, as we see it in this game as well, that very symmetrical, no weaknesses for black. This is why in an earlier stage, in this position, if we go back just for short, when after castle, if black would be going castle, then queen h5. That's why it's kind of dangerous or unpleasant for black, because here it would be forced black to have some weakness. So Anish, I see you're back. We have a move c6, which is extremely sensible because black wants to go queen f6 next.
Try to chase the queen into a trade. Yeah, it was funny. I was reading some comments of different people, and there was some kind of I don't know, opinion or that Jan was kind of playing for a win or something like this. I don't think it was. I don't think it was ever playing for a win, though. I mean, h5 is of course not a winning attempt. It's obviously just born out of, well, I wouldn't say desperation, but of course castle was queen h5. Yes, it's not like he was offered the choice to equalize safely, so he had to come up with something like h5, be it queen h4 or bishop e6, or I mean, castle queen h5 is of course quite sad. And the only question was, of course, why he didn't play queen e7. That was a big question. But king f8 is also not a winning attempt, so I don't really know. Queen e7 probably he disliked the endgame a bit. Maybe a3 bishop before there. But now he's trying to equalize by keeping the queen. Now he's trying to keep the queens on, of course, but
bishop e8.
But eventually the idea is still to trade them. I don't really know. Don't really know why not queen e7. Actually, this doesn't look like very much, yeah? White has to come up with something concrete to stop queen f6, because if rook e1, queen f6, queen g3, queen d6, you're just getting chased.
So after bishop e8, what about rook e1?
Queen f6 still?
Queen f6, I come back queen e3. Queen e3, and if you go bishop d7, I go queen g3.
Did I go queen e6 anyway? Yeah, queen g3, queen d6. I keep chasing.
Queen d6.
It was quite convincing,
after
actually.
After queen d6. Okay, queen d6. Rook e1 is on the board.
Sorry, but that's different than what we looked at, right?
I'm sorry?
This is different than what we looked at just now.
No,
Yeah?
we looked rook e1, queen f6, queen e3, bishop d7.
Oh yeah, but why did you make queen e3 and then queen g3? You could go queen g3 now.
Because after queen g3, I go queen d4, and after queen b8, I thought rook e6. Maybe it's no big deal.
Sorry,
Takes,
yeah.
Queen b7, but I don't know. I think I
wait a second. Before queen b7, if I make a space with let's say g3.
Don't forget you have a pawn down.
Yeah, but I'm threatening bishop g6 and queen b7. So I'm not
very optimistic. You're very optimistic.
But I don't think I run any risk at all. Huh? I want bishop g6 and queen b7 at the same time.
Well, let's see, what can I do here?
One question I have about this variation is why did black take on d4? I mean, I understand why, but you could also not take on d4. You could also play bishop queen d6 back. And I wasn't sure if, okay, I gain now the, yeah, queen g3?
Queen g3, queen d6 back.
Yeah. And I don't think I achieved
very
anything.
Sensible.
Yeah.
And after rook e5?
Yeah, rook e5. I should not blunder f6, rook e8.
Well, that you're not going to. I was not hoping for that.
Yeah.
Can you go rook e6?
h5, you give, yeah?
h5, rook e1.
Yeah, I could blunder something there on the background with take and c5 or something.
I don't know. What if it just takes? You take with the f?
fg maybe to have king f2, but it's a strange
f6.
position.
f6, rook h8. I wanted bishop g6.
Still, there is some counterplay, some rook b1, rook b2.
Rook
not
c1.
Comfortable. Yeah, no, this is not good for white. It's very strange. No, it can only be worse. Let's go back. How did we end up there? No, why? Yeah, I'm not going to take
because I go rook e6.
Yeah, rook e6 is fine. Rook e6 is fine. Rook takes e6.
Rook takes e6. And you think you have anything because you want to go queen e8?
No, queen e1. This I don't want.
Why? Queen e1, bishop f1?
Yeah, I just didn't want to get pinned, but maybe it's not a problem because I'm threatening 2 pawns.
Yeah, 2 of them are hanging. Okay, queen b4. Right? And black is
yeah, so can I try to do that without queen b8 directly? That position, can I have queen b4 anyway. No, you don't have, your queen is on e6. Yeah, so I wanted to actually prevent that with king f1, let's say.
Yeah, but this cannot be anything. I mean, what if I just go, I don't know, I can go b6.
It cannot be much, but maybe.
Can it be anything?
Okay, well, let's play c3 or something.
c3? What are you playing for this?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping for something like f6, then I will go queen b8.
Ah, okay, so this is what you were waiting for.
Yeah, that was kind of my trap. I don't think you should go f6. I think f6 was falling into it.
Okay, so g6.
Yeah, now just the only thing that's queen b8, let's say, the only thing that kind of makes me feel good as white. No, not queen b8, maybe h4. Is that all the pawns are on the light squares, but
yes, but there is not enough space for develop any idea. I think it's only one.
Yeah, but a little bit is there. I have the queens on the board. h4, a little bit of suffering for black here.
You really think it's going to be a little suffer for black?
Especially if you, I think if you everywhere put pawns on the dark, also on the king side and on the queen side, a little bit of suffering should be there, yeah, but I don't know how much. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. I don't know.
What is Magnus thinking about in this position? If we go back to the actual position, which is on the board.
Yeah, he missed this strange idea of following the queen.
No, I think I mean, how could he miss it? I mean, queen f6 was the plan.
No, I mean before c6, he missed c6. And as soon as c6 happened, he kind of didn't see anymore how to do it. He can try here some moves maybe. Okay, he has a choice. Yeah, queen e3, queen g3, and
queen e3, queen g3,
maybe
and
h4,
that's it.
Yeah. Maybe h4.
H4.
Maybe.
I was wondering about that actually, but is
queen g5? Yeah, I guess.
Can this be anything? I mean, let's say rook e6. No, after rook e6, I think there might be something. Takes king h2.
Really though. Yeah, but let's say you play g6. Yeah. Okay, for ugliness sake. Yeah, let's play g6. King e7.
And you want to say
king
what do
d6.
I want here?
Well, if he gets c4, c5, I'm probably losing, but also a question, because sometimes these bishop endgames you can go
Even
so
that is a
passive and
question.
still, yeah, and still
I mean,
make
let's
it
say just
but
let's
DC.
play. No, but okay, let's play with the idea that everything goes bad.
No, but the problem is I also go before b5, so that's why. If it was only king side, you would hold because you have the moves, but with before b5, probably you will not manage. Yeah, now
this
b5
will be winning, right? Because takes.
Yeah, you have to take twice, like b6.
E6
just,
and
bishop
a6.
Yeah, no, so you have to go cb if you want to defend well instead of.
No, we won.
Yeah, no, you have to go cb.
We did all the bad moves for black. Sorry.
You have to go cb5 to defend.
Okay, so after c4, you take...
No, but can we just check that endgame, because I'm not sure if it's winning. We just defended very badly. That one with c5, just for fun. So c4, a6, just for fun, yeah. Yeah, king 5, because I mean, if you're already in it, it will be nice to make sure you're correct. Because before a4, b5, I will go cb5. I'll take twice, yeah.
You just take it twice?
Yes, and I go bishop g8.
No, this should be...
But how though?
I don't know, but it has to be somehow cooked.
Okay, maybe I see how, but I'm not sure yet.
I don't know. I think I'm going to go f4. G3, I go f4, and then I go bishop d7.
Oh, like that? Are you sure?
I'm not sure.
This is an epic attempt, but I'm not sure at all, actually.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it's winning.
I thought something along these lines, but not like that. No, but okay, so here I have to play king e8, yeah. It's not much to think, I guess.
Takes.
King f8, let's say.
Okay. King f6.
Bishop f7.
Oh no, you're okay here. Actually,
yeah, maybe
more than okay.
Yeah, no, but bishop d7 was just one of the 100 attempts. No, this if this is not winning,
you
then
can
not
go f5, right?
No, I know. Oh no, but not so easy. Yeah, f5.
F5.
I was exactly. I was thinking about f5, but I always go ef and bishop takes d5. We get the pawn game. That is probably okay for. Maybe you do that without g4 and f4.
Without
you have
g3.
No, with g3, but without g4. Maybe f5 and f5 now. Yeah. Ef bishop d5. Take. F4 you have gf. H4 king e4. Sure though or not?
This wins.
Yeah, that wins. So you don't go f4. And otherwise, king d7, let's say. King c6. No, king c6. No, this is. Although how, I don't know, but this must be lost. Is it lost? d6?
It should be lost because...
Yeah, I think it's lost. King e6?
Yeah, you just do this and f5.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you have to... What about this king c6 move?
When?
Instead of... yeah, here after king e5. Yeah.
With king e6.
What about d5, d6 just? Yeah, this f4?
You just want to go
d5, d6
here?
is faster, yeah? d5, d6 is faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, this wins very easily. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But it's a relevant line because after c4, it's relevant up to some point. But after c4, we go, of course, dc. Yeah. And it's all different story. So you don't go c4 right away.
Yes.
And the question is, yeah, I would think that given how barely white wins in the other line, it has to be a draw. But I
think you just simply don't go anywhere with your king from d6, and then it's not possible to win.
Okay, I will go b3, c4, maybe, but you can go b6, c5 also.
I go b5.
I don't know, I can walk around, yeah? I can go c4.
Okay, takes.
Yeah, it could be nasty.
So let's see what you have.
So my plan is to go king e4, g3, f4, and then walk around. Okay, if you do nothing at all, yeah, I will go g3, and then I will walk around with the king to b4. Can I go g3 just to be sure? Yeah. And then I walk around.
Go around. And bishop c8, bishop d3.
Okay, yeah, king c7.
Yeah, still it's not the end of the story, I know. Here.
I mean, this is a very important position. The bishop e4 is king a8, but it's insane.
It's not easy to win a chess game, but this will be the
No, but king a5, king b4. You have to go now to
b4, king b6.
But your king is not where you wanted it to be. It was on d6. Maybe it's different now. I don't know. Maybe it's the same though. a5 here. No, a4 is not the move I want. Bishop f7 also now. On a4 is not.
Okay, but anyway, what do you want?
Yeah, that's a question. No, but it's a question. I can keep walking back and forth and try to confuse you. So I'll go with bishop. Let me think. I can keep trying to do this over and over.
Hold on, let's go to the game for a moment, and then we can still come back to challenge ourselves. It was queen e3, bishop d7.
Oh, it was h4. It was h4 that we looked at. Queen e3, I didn't seem impressive because of bishop d7.
Yeah,
h3.
But my question is, how black comes out of the box?
Queen e6.
Queen d6.
Queen d6, I think, yeah. No need
queen d6 should be the move. Ah, it's a great draw offer with queen g5, queen f6.
Yeah. Okay, but white, I mean, white doesn't have to offer anything. Like, whatever you trade, white is on the good side.
Queen f3, maybe.
The question is only if white can realistically play for advantage or just draw from position of strength.
But actually, how can you play for a win? Because after queen f3, anyway, queen f6 back.
Yeah, I don't think queen f3 is the way to go.
So how can white stop rook e6?
Yes.
Hold on, bishop f5.
Queen. Bishop f5.
Bishop f5.
No threat though, yeah?
What do you mean no threat? You're joking? I want to take and queen a3.
Oh, a3. That's nasty. That's nasty. Okay, I go bishop e6, let's see.
Bishop e6. Okay, no threat. Queen g5 back, possibly.
Now I can take on f5 or not. Queen takes f5, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, queen here you take, right?
You can get that thing, yeah? Queen f5, rook e6. And then you take on h5 and queen f2, you have queen
f2 is hanging.
No, but it's hanging. I have queen g7 in the end, yeah.
And the c2 is hanging.
Yeah, it was queen f4, I thought.
Maybe queen f4 is
better. Oh, queen g3 is there, though.
Yeah, queen d4.
This end game is unpleasant for black, I think.
Sorry?
I think this one is unpleasant for black a bit, yeah.
Well, I think it's a matter of calculation, right? It's whether h4 is unpleasant or no. Otherwise, white has nothing.
Yeah, I thought the h1 kind of combined with the safer king and a bunch of... He went h4.
Oh, look at this. I like this h4 move a lot.
Yeah, because the thing about queen d6 and all that, it's you are moving a bit back and forth, yeah? And anyway, white white doesn't have a useful move. That's also a thing.
And
h3 was a sign.
And also suddenly, if you're going to be exchanging some pieces, it's black who will be thinking about pressing, because the white pawn is on h3, is on the same color of the bishop.
Yeah, but it's not enough to. It feels good. It feels good. Yeah, it feels good, but I don't think it's a detail that is going to make black play for a win. It's more a detail that makes a draw more
What
easily
about
attainable.
c4 now with white?
Yeah, very much an option. Yeah.
Because I think maybe white should be trying to make some action. It's not that he has a great danger. I mean, let's say if we take off the queens and the rook.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like, okay, we looked at position with black had like 5 pawns on dark squares. Here, white has 1, and we're going to panic. It was also a bit too much. Yeah? There you had like everything on dark, and your light, it was completely drawn. And now, like, there's 1 pawn on h3, and you're like, oh no, we have to defend suddenly bishop and game.
But of course, c4 is possible. But also, what do you think about playing bishop f1, opening up the road for the queen? Queen d6 simply stops everything.
Queen d6. Sorry, did you play c4?
No,
I
I
think
just
c4 will come. I think c4 will come. Yeah. No, c4. I mean, it's of course.
He played c4.
Yeah, Magnus is of course c4 kind of guy. Yeah, c4 is you don't have to ask him twice. Yeah, it's a nice opportunity.
So let's see what black is up to. First of all, he can still go queen d6.
I would take before some
but you
c5
would
business
take it,
happens.
right? Takes. Bishop e6. No, actually,
No, queen
e3
a3 is there in the end. Yeah, so king g8, let's say. No, queen e7. Yeah, queen e7 or not queen e7?
Well, queen e7, maybe bishop e6.
It's very shaky. Yeah. Queen e8, king h7. Shaky, but okay, yeah, okay. Take bishop e6, fe, queen d7. It's not much, but you have rook g6 idea and queen f3. Yeah, or then yeah, suddenly you make some use of your weird placement of the rook. Rook e5, queen f3 is unfortunate.
e4.
Yeah. Rook e4. Yeah, I thought queen g5. Actually, queen g5 still. Queen c1 check.
Yes, it's hard to discover something for white. So after c4, we're talking about takes, king g8. Actually, you know what? Black can also go after queen e7, takes, and rook d6. What do you think about that?
Oh, that's great. That's fantastic.
No, but it's not good.
I
thought rook d4, but rook f4.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So if you go king h7, then...
Oh, that's not the same, rook f4. Yeah, I assumed that something worked there, but it doesn't work. No, then bishop e6, good enough. But bishop e6 is very forcing, I don't know. It's good maybe. Okay, also, what if not king g8, but queen d6, more solid? What would happen? Queen g5, yeah, maybe. Queen g5 or queen f6 and
yes, because
queen
queen
c5.
f6 you don't have anymore because
Queen c5. Yeah, that's his point. But I think takes and king g8 and yeah.
And what about bishop h3?
That's a very unexpected tactic there.
The queen stands on d6, so good. I mean, look, everything is defended.
She's a very efficient. This tactic was not there before because bishop was on d3, yeah? It kind of appears suddenly.
Yes.
Unusual. Okay, no, this queen d6 is great. He's gonna play it, yeah? Of course, Jan, hoping for some cheapos at the match. Queen b3 is not working, or?
If queen b3...
b5, I thought. Bishop f7, queen
and after
d4.
bishop f7?
Queen d4, rook d1, yeah?
Ooh, to give up that pawn?
Rook d1, yeah? I mean, it's not... it's like about bishops now. Pawns is okay, but bishops is the problem.
Yeah, okay, this is winning.
Suddenly winning a bishop, yeah? Out of nowhere.
Okay.
But it feels like black should have something. Though what exactly?
Yeah, because if queen d4, queen b7, right?
So what about yeah, that is that. Yeah, this I don't want. What about b5, bishop f7, rook f6?
It's getting very concrete. Bishop
Yeah.
h5. I don't think black is looking for something like this kind of mess. I wouldn't even surprised if I go rook d1 anyway. King h1.
Well, depends, yeah. Let's see. Here I'm up a pawn.
Yeah. Good luck.
But seriously, this I'm not so sure at all, yeah? I have queen g3, for example, some funny move.
Queen g3, queen b4.
King g8. I'll get bishop, king away, bishop away, and everything's good. Have a pawn. Yeah, getting interesting the game. I mean, it was always interesting. Now it's getting concrete, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I go queen e4, maybe. Can you go rook d6 or something, yeah? Okay, what was the situation? Queen d4.
It gets really on my
Queen
nerves.
c2. Queen c2, what do you do? Bishop f5? No, bishop f5 mate. No, this list looks so dangerous for black. I mean, look at that.
You have to defend the pawn, of course, yeah.
Now it's my turn to draw arrows.
Yeah. No, you have to defend the pawn. I was only happy because I was up a pawn, yeah. Because I'm simple-minded.
I mean, once black gives up the f7 pawn, I think he really has to be looking what's going on.
Yeah, this line was rather random. Can we go at the start of how that happened?
So we are here c4 on the board. How can black react here? What happens if, let's say, black just simply plays queen e6? Queen d2, right? Or you have something else in mind?
Queen e6, let's think. Queen d2, yeah, of course.
Okay, you want to avoid exchange. Queen d6.
Yeah, I'm always suspicious when you let the c4 pawn stay, because then I have options. I also have queen a5 question, by the way. Very strange, very concrete question.
Ah, now you're not only hanging on a7, but you want something nasty on d8. Yeah, this was out of sight for me. This I don't want to have. Okay, d takes c4. D takes c4. Bishop c4. We were looking king g8 for the moment and queen d6. And queen d6, queen b3. I would also look after queen d6, queen b3, bishop e6, but I think queen b7 is possible.
Yeah, this you already mentioned. Yeah, that was a nice one. Yeah, this we don't want. Sorry, why did queen d6? Yeah, why? Who played queen d6? Why did we do that? We had king g8, no?
King g8 was the main move we had.
Oh yeah, at some point I started looking for alternatives when there was no need for one. Yeah, this was working well enough, though.
Maybe d5. I mean, I'm not crazy about black's setup with rook on h6, king on g8. I mean, let's open up the position, and a7 pawn is also hanging.
D5.
I mean, this
okay.
game can be any result.
Oh, if white overpresses, yeah. But hard to believe. I think white has to do so many things wrong.
The chair is shaking. Jan is...
No, but I mean, like the balance.
So what do you do with
so
white?
not, yeah, D5. Yeah, how is white risking here?
So after
there are
D5,
scenarios, of course. Okay, D5, but D5, okay, D5 actually doesn't create a threat. Yeah, maybe B6.
it doesn't create
Queen
threat.
E7, yeah, maybe
This is what you're saying. Okay, don't worry. I play bishop D3 just for you to have some threats.
Two threats, yes, okay.
Because you were not impressed with...
No, D5 I was actually happy. No, there was a threat on A7, yeah, so I defended.
Yeah.
No, D5 I was actually impressed completely.
Now you have to go back Queen D8 or something, no?
Yeah, I guess G5 is a bit too much. G5 is a bit too much.
G5? This is where we are standing now, that black is considering G5?
No, I mean, everybody says already for 3
this?
hours that black is playing for a win. I can no longer like tolerate this. I start to play G5 also. I mean, okay. Queen D5, yeah. Queen D5, King G7. Okay, so G5, yes.
G5, and you're not
Yes.
joking. I feel that you're serious.
Let's,
D6.
yeah, let's go for it then.
D6.
Queen F4.
Really?
Yeah, I'm so pushing it. I'm okay.
You're also surprised, yeah?
No, I'm extremely terrified, but I'm having my eyes closed and just hoping for the best.
Good move.
Queen D7, Rook D6, and then
Yeah, that's
Rook
suddenly black is taking over. Rook, yeah, Rook E4, anything, Queen check and Rook D3. Interesting. Okay, so D6 is not the move.
yeah, it's very shaky. Very shaky, but on the other hand, all the pawns from light squares are disappearing. But if you look at the position without any context and you just say like a d6 c6, bishop c6, yeah, even, or just bishop c4 or whatever, then basically you have some sort of symmetry. I mean, bishop c4 probably without dc, yeah, then, or already. But basically we have some kind of symmetry with just black having weakened the king for no huge reason. No, but g5 does not do. Let's not do g5. Let's not do g5. G5 is too much, just in general. h4 is still okay. It's great, in fact. But g5 is completely uncalled for. Let's not do g5. Why did I even do this? It was insane.
But why is it? You played g5 because it was threatening mate.
You had some mate threat. Actually, it was difficult to defend from mate threat.
That was your problem, yeah.
Okay, let's say I take on c4, bishop c4, king g8. So
then
first
I
good.
went d5 and
Yeah,
after
d5. Okay,
b6,
d5. Let me think. d5.
b6 and after bishop d3 you went g5.
Okay, so b6.
Because you didn't want to go queen d8.
Yes, I don't like queen d8, but there's no. Okay, let's go queen d8. Fine. Oh, we might have a guest with us. It seems to me. It seems to me we have a guest with us,
but not yet.
I don't know. He's here somehow in the. He's in the chat of the call. Just kind of a mystery, but not on the screen. Yeah, he's there actually. You see, the Dutch champion, fresh off his victory. One of the most promising juniors we have. Okay, we have in the Netherlands, a chessable author as well. Everything you want in a man.
Hi, Max.
Hello.
Max Farmerdo.
Hello. Nice to meet you, Judith. And hello to Anish, of course.
Good to see you, Max.
Hi. What do you think about the happenings of this game so far?
Yeah, I think this moment where Magnus went queen e1 check and Nepo responded with king f8 was very interesting. And I thought that Magnus maybe went queen e1 because of his preparation. Because I was wondering as well what happens after queen e7 check instead of bishop d6 in the opening. And then I checked it with a good engine, and then it seemed like white had to also go for an endgame, which was slightly better. So maybe Magnus was inspired by that. And also Nepomniachtchi saw h5 before in similar positions, and they also always go king f8.
Is h5 something that the engine says?
It's not the best move, but I thought it was actually with an engine even kind of hard to really prove a nice edge for white.
So because c4 you do the queen f6 finally, yeah?
Yeah, queen f6, and it wasn't so easy actually.
What point queen f6 after d takes e4, I guess?
Yeah, d takes e4, bishop takes, queen h4, rook e... sorry, queen f6 immediately, yes. And now rook e1 check, king f8. And actually what you mentioned, queen b3 and now h4. And this queen b7 led to nothing.
h4, really?
Yes.
Yes. And what would... Don't tell me that we were right.
And bishop c6, but I don't remember what...
Oh, bishop c6, yeah, but actually this we analyzed something like this.
But this
something
was
similar.
Good for white, according
to... Yeah, this was analyzed, but I cannot recall what...
I didn't, no, but I said bishop before. I didn't want to take on b7. I wanted to go bishop before, actually.
I just...
First we looked at this also.
Yeah, but I didn't want this.
You should like rook e3 instead of maybe taking the pawn.
I thought bishop before to neutralize the strong bishop.
Rook e3 not an easy move.
Rook f3 and then a lot of pressure on the f-file.
Wow, nice move.
And yeah, it's continue with rook h5 and okay. To go rook f3, rook f5.
And what do you think about the position right now? D takes c4, bishop c4 is on the board.
Yeah, this I didn't really check with an engine, let's say, but it felt to me a bit like Magnus was losing grip a little bit.
In terms of fighting for an advantage, you mean, right?
Yeah. Like the engine, I think, was showing better ways to keep control or not allow black to get active.
Yeah, it's hard, of course. Move before c4 maybe is already quite late, yeah, to find an improvement. Somehow there is very little to do for white. So c4 is already.
Yeah, I think maybe the moment where he went queen e3 was crucial. I think the engine was indicating queen g3 was very strong.
At which point?
Queen
Queen
e3?
G3.
Queen g3 and then
queen d6 probably.
Yeah, queen d6. You have I think rook e5 was very nice.
Yeah, we were discussing that. Yeah, we were discussing this.
And now f6, you have queen f4.
Yeah. Rook e8 actually there is here.
Yeah. It was if you start with maybe h4. Black is kind of stuck. It's not so easy.
Yeah, probably I go h4. Yeah, it was not easy. Yeah, this was we considered that direction.
We were discussing this.
But it's a little bit hard to foresee as well, because let's say you think h4 and then bishop d7, and you kind of think like, do I have enough resources to, you know, I have very limited pieces and c4.
I remember now what it was indicating, to go queen g5 here, not queen f4. And that's also very.
You have f6 and then queen f4, yeah.
F6 and then queen f4, and then black is really stuck. Okay, rook e8 is anyway a threat if you move the bishop, and now the rook is stuck on h6. But it's very hard to see this estimated.
Yeah, I think f6 also is not the only move, because basically the combination of the rook on h6 and the pawn on f6 is not something you really enjoy. I think instead of f6, probably. Humanly, you would be more concerned about other moves like queen f6 or something. But now maybe you've got the g4 square for the queen after queen f6. That's an important difference.
Can be, yeah.
I imagine, yeah, queen g4 is suddenly very painful towards c8. Although queen d8 still goes on.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is kind of an engine way, let's say, to keep control. To not allow black to do anything.
Quite abstract, yeah.
Yeah. but very hard for a human. I think.
Jan, by the way, finally made a move, so we have action. It's quite interesting. Takes in b5. There is a one variation in the Berlin, in Rook 1 Berlin, where this kind of structure, same kind of thing happens. Bishop b3, a5. Very similar position, but there the rook is not on h6. It's normal rook.
Yeah, there you always go b5, a5.
Yeah.
And try to create some counterplay in that way.
Jan likes to make pawn moves.
Oh my god, it's a blunder. It's a blunder. It's a blunder. Queen a3.
Oh.
Queen a3, queen a7?
No, queen a3, queen a7. It's just a blunder. Did he play it? Oh my god, it's oh my god. Oh my god.
And
did he really play it? Can we have the camera? Can we zoom in on the camera? Because sometimes there is a transmission error.
And he saw it. He
look at Jan. Jan froze. Did the camera freeze or did Jan freeze?
I think the camera.
The camera froze, but he froze on that minute too.
Yeah, I think like it was both. It was like one, you know, when you are having a class in Zoom and you want to like get out of this class and you pretend that your Zoom has issues. Yeah, you freeze. It was the same. He played b5. Just a blunder. Look at Magnus. No, I tell you, Jan, he's completely like he's out of. There were small decisions that showed it, and now big one that shows it. He's just out of balance. He's just. He's not. He kind of collapsed. Composure is gone.
Game over, or how big?
Yeah, it's game over. Yeah, just plus 1.3 or something. Says. No, it's like pawn, full pawn and bad position. Queen a3, queen a7. Just.
Yeah, we kind of had this position, and it was kind of bad already. Let's say.
No, it's the same position we were discussing for half an hour, but without the a pawn. Yeah. And we were saying white is playing for it. No, it's just losing. 1.26 our website shows, our broadcast. It's just, I mean, it's insane. The level of blunder.
Yeah.
With given that he has time. I mean, in time trouble, anything can happen, but given that he has time, this is totally insane. And I tell you, there were a few very weird things in the game already. Very weird decisions, very weird time spendings. There were some signs. Something was off.
I think it was very odd. You didn't go queen e7.
Very odd. Very odd. I mean,
decision.
Yeah. Queen e7 was just such an opportunity to grab to get to get an easy game. To get rid of that. You basically got caught in prep, and you should be happy, to get out of it.
Yeah, I do think actually I quite like his h5 move in the opening. In terms of engine evaluation, it wasn't so bad, and also it's kind of practical because
h5 is good. Yeah, h5 is good. I'm just trying to read Magnus's face. I don't see enthusiasm there.
I think he doesn't understand what is happening. He doesn't believe that it's happening, that he can grab a pawn.
I think he doesn't think it as a blunder. He thinks Nepo might have something up his sleeve and is trying to find out what.
So how can black stay in the game if king g8, queen a7, let's say
queen d6 the queen d6, queen a7, of course, is the main is what he blundered. bc, queen a8. That's the idea you were showing already with another move order for very long. This trap you showed already for ages, and now it's here. No, but Magnus's face slightly lacks enthusiasm. Slightly lacks it. It doesn't look like a guy who is about to win second game in World Championship match.
Well, it's hard to believe also that you have such a chance that...
Maybe he's so happy that he is like stunned. Speechless, it's called. Speechless.
Maybe in this position, Nepo will still try g5 or something, but it's very hard to see.
You'll try something, but it's the same position, just pawn down that we already. So you can try, you can try whatever you want. And game goes on, but it's just that you're pawn down. So instead of plus 0.30, it's plus 1.30.
But it's not. I'm not sure it's so easy to convert it to victory.
No. The viewers should definitely stay here and with us and watch as Magnus converts it. It's not easy to convert, of course.
Are you really sure that he's going to win this game?
No, let's say no. But okay, his chances went from 51% to 97. Yeah, I mean something like this.
Wow.
So like it's a huge turn of events. It's not 100% because it's not a blunder of a piece. It's a blunder of a full pawn. I mean, it's a lot, a full pawn, but it's not enough to win sometimes.
Already a position that was better for white.
Slightly better for white, yeah. So it literally went from 0.26 to 1.26, just literally. Oh, but Magnus, what is he? Where is the enthusiasm? The face, I don't understand. That's not see. Maybe it's mutual blindness. Do we have a mutual blindness clip? We have a mutual blindness clip. He doesn't see it or what? I don't see it on his face. I don't see any happiness. He doesn't see it, I tell you.
You think he doesn't see the
I think he doesn't see it. I think he will see it. He has 35 minutes, but I think he doesn't right now. I just don't see it on his face. The nervousness, the thrill, it's not there. No, it's just not there. Look at his body language. His back is like this. It's just not how you sit when you can win a pawn.
And he played it.
They did though.
Oh, okay. Imagine though, he wouldn't have seen it and I would have called it. That would be so good.
So now it's interesting.
Could it be that he already saw this when he went c4?
Easily. It's a very basic trap. Very basic trap.
Maybe he was just setting it up and he's not so surprised now because he already saw it.
No, but okay, you're all surprised that you play check. Imagine your opponent blunders a full pawn.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
You couldn't be surprised, no? Like even in the blitz game, I'm surprised to see this sometimes.
Yeah, but I can imagine he's less thrilled than otherwise.
No, I think the reason for concern he has is that there is a 1% in him that is afraid that he blunders something, misses something. And he's, because it's an important moment also, so he's kind of trying to think like, what am I missing? What am I missing? And he's thinking.
Yeah, I think that's what you can clearly see now in his body language. He made the move, but he's still trying to figure out like, what did I miss?
I think he's trying to figure out, is he going to be able to win this?
Also that, yeah.
But it's not a question you kind of think about, right? Normally, you just think more in terms of how many pawns up am I? Like from 0, it became 1. Like, so king g8, queen a7, bishop takes h3 just for fun, yeah. Black tries something a little bit funny.
I have the feeling that Jan will be solving this move in the area where he has his refreshments.
I would like, by the way, to have. I think we should have big camera on Jan as well. I want to see his reaction.
Yeah, it would be very nice.
Yeah, because it's definitely.
Well, we can't really have the camera on Jan because he's not at the board.
Yeah, but I mean, as soon as he comes, because not because because you're evil or something, but just because he's very expressive and it's just interesting for public to see how he responds.
No, but I think he will have to have all the expression and nerves what he had to face in the second when he's realizing not at the board. That's why I think he's out. Yeah, he realized it, and now he's like holding his head. No, it's impossible.
I think now his reaction is happening now in the restroom. That's why I can from Dubai in Holland I can mildly hear the Russian swearings that are shouted from the Expo building. But I think by the time he reaches the board, he will probably control it.
Because they also have like a TV in the refreshment room.
Yeah, he sees the move
of the game. So yeah, I think he will realize, but not on the board. He already did, probably.
Magnus is refusing to give that smile or any positive vibe. He just keeps a serious face. He keeps trying to find out what is he miss. I think he will smile after the game.
I think Magnus is already thinking that is it going to be winning opportunity for him? Because okay, he has a pawn up, but if you don't have the engine, let's say queen d6, queen a7.
I think without engine you can still count pawns at least. Yeah, that's a good thing for Magnus. you need engine for other things, but to count pawns, I think that's one thing we are capable. That's a good thing for you.
And you're going to have a pawn up and you don't win a game, let's say?
Okay, I've been there, done that. Yeah, I once didn't beat Fabi with 4 or 5. I think it was 5 extra pawns. My king was insanely weak though. So I kept giving him 1 pawn. I kept feeding him the pawns. By the time, in the time trouble, by the time we reached time control, I had only 1 pawn left and I didn't convert it anymore. So I mean, conversion is difficult, yeah. But it's true, yeah, of course, there is pressure on Magnus now that, okay, he has to convert.
Yeah, he's switching from the mode, how do I put pressure from this position to how do I convert it?
Yeah, and okay, it's also, of course, you will feel awfully stupid if you don't convert. You are right, of course, that the game goes on, yeah, queen d6, take, g5, some move.
Yeah, rook f6 maybe.
Yeah, king to g7, rook.
No, sorry, you have to make an escape.
Yeah, exactly, yeah, so that's why I went g5, you move the bishop. I maybe go bishop e6, I go into some queen, I don't know, like some endgame, rook endgame, queen endgame, whatever, and you have to, or king g7 first, yeah, you have to convert. You went to f1, yeah, I thought to b3. Doesn't matter, of course.
I don't know where to go.
I thought to b3, keep the bishop more active still. Yeah, the game, of course, the game goes on, sort of literally speaking, but of course, it's a full pawn. But
yeah, at any moment you also have to wonder how queen c5 is. Here it's a bad move, but later on maybe.
Probably queen c5 is underselling your advantage a bit, no?
Yeah. Now you can take and go rook f5 and it looks quite fine, or holdable.
No, I mean rook c1, okay, you are up a pawn, but I think that, let's say you had more before.
Yeah, but I just meant as a general move, like, because black with g5 does create some attacking chances in some cases, I guess.
And okay, also big question is, do you try to keep the option of creating the passed a pawn, or do you go a4, b4 and trade the pawns like that? I would imagine you want to keep the pawns and go like a3, bishop c2, b3, a4 in the long run. Okay, conversion will take some skill and time for sure, not easy. But it's just, okay, it went from equal to winning, so that's a big step there. Jan is still not at the board, yeah?
I think by far it's not so simple as you say.
Yeah, I think what happened is that he saw queen a3 happen in the refreshment room and then realized, oh, I just blundered. And now he's sitting there and composing himself for a minute.
I think he realized it. He realized queen a3 when he left the board.
I think as soon as he played b5, the guy of his tactical vision, though I already pointed out earlier, he's the kind of player that, you have many of those, by the way, like half of the players probably, that are good at tactics for themselves and a little bit less good for the opponent. And you have those who are kind of good at tactics for the opponent and less good for themselves. It's kind of it's a personality thing, actually, I think. But yeah, it's not.
Yeah, I think somehow they played a lot of moves because they kind of recognized it. So Nepomniachtchi recognized this position from this burden.
Yeah.
Their b5 is very normal. Also, he played this king f8 because he recognized that that's a very normal move. But they were wrong in this case.
Yeah, it's your pattern recognition getting in the way, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why humans suck at chess.
I think now we are still going to see Jan not coming back to the board, so I suggest you that we have a short video with the blunder which was made.
Yeah, but we will see him come back, no? We don't want to miss that. Don't you think?
No, I think we should see the video because
you think so? Okay, we're gonna miss Jan.
You're bad.
It's on your conscience. It's on your conscience.
I was very much in the mindset of that my position is better, but it's not so easy to win. But I have all the time in the world, and I'm not like in any danger of losing my advantage. But I was trying to find the most accurate way to play, and so I just lost my tactical vigilance there for a moment. I froze immediately. Once you play the move, you see it.
Magnus, he looked like he realized something has gone badly off the rails there.
It's so difficult though, not to give away any reaction whatsoever. Fortunately for me, he was not really focused on me or my reaction. He was also just in the mindset, I think, that he was trying to defend, and yeah, I don't know. He just lost his vigilance, I guess for a moment. I'm sure he noticed it later.
I think Vishy realized that he missed this. I think he seems very nervous.
I felt like I was a bit shaky throughout the game after that, but I think it affected him more. I ended up winning that game, and it obviously ended up deciding the match more or less. This is a classic example of if you're given this position as a puzzle, like if you know there's something there, that's all you need to know. Like you find it in 1 second. But if you don't look for it, it may somehow escape you, and that's sort of the psychology of why these double blunders sometimes happen.
So we see how things are.
So, you know, quite funny that I haven't seen this video in full before, and suddenly I heard the voice of my wife and I feel like, wait, what's going on? Yeah, because my wife, she's also here. So like, why is she talking to me? Like through which outlet she's talking to me? But actually, she was commentating that match, and that's why her voice appeared.
Now we also need a video of him return to the board.
Yeah, we need the video now to, yeah, of course. But okay, it's
we just saw when he came back to the board and played King G8. It is,
yeah, by now he recomposed them.
It's kind of clear that he made the blunder, and now he has to be focusing and acting kind of that, okay, things are still under control as much as it can.
Yeah, chess is very, very hard because you have these issues, like, you know, you can have a problem of dealing with loss, you can have a problem of pressure, and it's very hard. So let's say I think every player has a problem of dealing with pressure, and I, for example, particularly feel that during World Cups. So I kind of tried to deal with it this year, but somehow it only became worse because if you try to deal with like with the symptoms of a problem and not with the core roots of it, then it doesn't help. So I have a feeling that Jan is kind of dealt with showing the signs of tilt and emotion, but he hasn't really dealt with dealing with emotion, yeah, in a way, because he basically in this game he kind of you can still feel the aftermath of the loss in game 6. I feel.
You mean he's still feeling it, but just not showing it now?
Yeah, I mean he dealt with, he managed to stop showing it.
Yeah.
Compared to earlier. Earlier he would show it. He would shake his head. He would be sometimes very direct in press conferences. You know, show some signs of frustration. He didn't show those, but yet you could see the impact of that on the games. And I had the same with the World Cup, that somehow I wasn't able to, like, I looked not tense, I felt not tense in some way. I was feeling relaxed, but somehow it wasn't like, it still didn't put me in the right mindset. So yeah, it's kind of hard to deal with these issues that are deep inside of you.
Yes, it's understandable that, especially in the World Championship match, when you lose a game, Magnus is taking the lead, and then probably he thought, okay, I should just get over with this few games and then focus. But this is a extremely critical game, especially now that he blundered. And
yeah, it's very easy to say, yeah, but it's very hard to do. Yeah, how do you get over?
I'm not sure King G8 was not an extra mistake.
Yeah, it could also be. Blunders often come in 2 times.
Yeah, you are right. You are right, because now Queen D6 has to come, and the evaluation on our because I see the screen set up here, the broadcast. It went from 1.5 or 1.3 to 2.7. So it's even worse now because you Queen D6, Bishop D3. Yeah, there is that. Remember the problem with the checkmate that you had before without the extra pawn. Now you have that as well.
Well, the thing is, it seems like Black maybe lost another tempo with King G8, right?
Yeah, and you have that issue, yeah, that you were saying. Yeah, it's full tempo. Yeah, so you go G5 now probably, but now it's like a full tempo. King G8 and G5, they don't go together.
Yeah, it kind of seems like you still have also some background problems sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. Because we were discussing that line, remember, Judith, with King G8 instead of B5 blunder, King G8. And then we made some move D5,
D5,
and we made some random move B6, and then you made Bishop D3, and that was a problem. That okay, you can solve it Queen D8, but now you have that problem of back rank, plus you have the pawn, so it's a total disaster.
And also the queen feels much better on D6, because now you still have the rook on H6, it's just kind of odd, but with the queen on D6, it's a bit more free.
Okay, so what do you play? Bishop D3, Bishop B3.
After Queen D6?
I mean Queen D6. I mean
D3,
Queen D6.
Yeah, Bishop to D3. Yeah.
Bishop to D3.
But
give it check first.
It doesn't make sense at all to go King G8 first and then go Queen D6.
No, probably Queen D8 he wants.
Yeah,
probably
but Queen D8 is very passive. And what he wants to go what Bishop B3. I mean Queen is so passive there.
Yeah, Rook D6, right? I would
Rook
guess.
D6, Queen C5. I mean this is really huge.
Yeah, I mean the evaluation is even bigger than I would think. To be honest, I would think it's like plus 1.5, but it's 1.4, but it's like plus 2.6, which is strange. It's that high, but there are also issues. Yeah. Besides, it basically means in human terms, you are a pawn down and you have the compensation. No, you are up a pawn and you have the compensation. Yeah, that's what they say about these positions.
It seems like Jan again not at the board.
Yeah, I think it's very hard for him to somehow maintain his composure because it's extremely frustrating. Extremely
Somehow
frustrating.
Magnus seems like, I think that I don't understand. It's like I don't understand face, I think.
You know what is the problem with for Jan in this match so far? Is that he kind of does it to himself, yeah? He's chosen, he's done it himself, kind of. In the game 6 as well, he played, I mean, people, of course, admire Magnus's play there, and rightly so, but they should really highlight the importance of Jan's decisions, yeah? To take on f6 with the pawn and then to go rook a8. And not to go bishop b2 later on as well, right away, forcing a draw, just literally forcing it in a very straightforward line. So Jan kind of did that to himself in that game. He did it to himself in this game as well. He just blundered in an equal position after king g8. So it's kind of, it really stings very, with the GS, stings very, very painfully because you play a championship match against, okay, supposedly the greatest player in the world, but basically you're losing because of yourself and not because he is outplaying you. And that feels, must
yeah, it's some unnecessary mistakes.
Yeah, it's unforced. Yeah, not even. No, first game is not even not only mistakes. It's just risk taking. Yeah, he took the risks.
Over ambitious, maybe.
Yeah. It's.
But he didn't make mistakes. That was interesting. That in the first couple of occasions when he played b5, when he took with the pawn on f6. And when he played rook c8, all of them were something that it was not a bad decision. It's just he wanted to stay in the game and he wanted to give the opportunity for Magnus maybe to go wrong. But after that, later on, he fell apart.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say it's bad. No, I didn't say that it's bad. Yeah, I just said that it happened that way, that he lost, and then I say that then he can say that it happened like he lost basically by himself. Yeah, not because Magnus beat him. You could say it like that from his perspective. Of course, had his decisions worked out and had he won and become world champion, it would go in history of GF and rook a8, yeah? Greatest decisions of all time. So it's all about hindsight.
And also one thing, let's say Magnus wins this game, it seems like maybe it might be match over, but the games will be very interesting then, because Nepo will play extremely for a win in every single game with black and with white.
Yeah, content-wise, yeah, like chess-wise, it will be a couple of fun games.
Very
it's like
games.
Kramnik Anand, Kramnik Leko, some Benonis happened, Bishop G5, Najdorf, anti-Moscow. There will be a short but brief phase of yeah, exciting chess for sure. Yeah, people go nuts, of course, with such score. You have to go nuts. All this 1b3 King's Gambit, it all comes back, yeah? All the chessable courses are coming back.
Well, probably it's very hard for Jan to recover from this shock what just happened 2 moves ago.
Judith, I know what he wanted to play here. I remembered it. I suggested it even. I forgot. Bishop takes h3 was his idea.
Yeah.
Now I remember it.
But what is it? Queen f7?
Yeah, and he missed Queen f7 and I also missed Queen f7. Yeah, and rook e8, Bishop takes f7. Yeah. Or underestimated how strong it is. Bishop f5. Yeah, it's...
Bishop g8 could be smart to force king to g6.
Feels good, yeah. King g6.
Rook d8 maybe. Rook e7. What do you think of rook e7 and rook c7?
It's very nice because king f6 you go rook f7, force me back, then rook c7. Rook e7, by the way, very clean. Rook h8 you have still. Bishop e4, fighting.
Of course he's fighting.
Yeah, no, not of course, because the website here gives our
F3
2.7.
Strong.
Gives plus 2.7, so it should be completely winning. It shouldn't be F3, yeah?
Is very strong. Or
yeah,
at least
so the endgame should be completely lost, actually, objectively, according to the evaluation. But it doesn't look that lost, yeah? Not
no,
like
but
2.7.
actually, hold on. No, after bishop h3, rook e8 and bishop f7, I think is much better. Why to exchange and well, it's made over rook h8 next move.
Oh, this is
nice.
Jeez, this is so nice.
You're dealing with me.
Yeah, this is my puzzle rush skills gone wrong.
And he is going queen e8, it seems.
Queen, okay, but he goes passive.
Yes.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think he realized bishop h3 is, and I think he doesn't want to be at the board anymore. He just came, made the move, and left. He just doesn't want to be there anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't really compose himself in the right way after he blundered, I think.
No, but it's not possible. He just doesn't want to sit there anymore at all. He just wants to make moves, but doesn't want to sit there. There is a story, about
just resigning.
Yeah. Well, not resigning. He wants to continue making moves because resigning is really bad. Yeah, he wants to fight on, but he just feels so disgusted with how it went. He doesn't want to be there in front of Magnus, in front of cameras, and just.
Well, it's a sad story that he blundered, but he's fighting on. Where do you go with the bishop? We wanted to go to b3.
Yeah, here it feels very normal to go to b3.
And if rook g6, let's say, so let's put some pressure on the king's side.
But you don't have a threat.
Very funny. Sorry, Vidit pointed out to me. So in that line where you went bishop h3, rook e8.
Yes.
King h7, bishop f7. Actually, this is one line where black has some tactic, rook g6.
Wow.
Yeah, there's suddenly double attack there on g3 and on g2 and the rook.
Wow.
And
is this very true?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, now it's a big problem, yeah, rook g2 is hanging.
But what do you mean? Check
King h6 probably, yeah, just. So you have to be alert to the end, but that queen f7 endgame is completely winning, so just...
Yeah, anyway,
so maybe he should have played this. Allow Magnus to fall into this.
Yeah, so Magnus is, of course, the kind of guy who...
he's not falling to this.
First of all, that, and secondly, he likes his endgames with plus 2.7 evaluations, yeah? He usually wins the 0.27, and this is 2.7, so he can manage.
Yeah, I mean, this should be...
Yeah, it's also, besides that it's a pawn up, it's somehow very clumsy.
But I think still this was a better chance than queen d8, because after queen d8, you're not even active. So bishop b3, what do you do? Rook g6?
Yeah. All the moves seem the same somehow to me, in a sense that they don't achieve much, yeah?
Yeah, you don't threaten bishop h3 or queen g5, because queen g5 I think is met with bishop f7.
Bishop f7, yes.
Yeah, so I can just play any move I want. But I can also play rook e3 just to pretend
bishop
I'm
b3
mobilizing.
is on the board.
Maybe rook e5 could be nice. And then king cannot really escape to the h file ever.
Nice, yeah, rook h5 check is there, yeah.
And it takes away g5 square.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it's really unfortunate for Jan because like it was clear that today would be very good to hold and then get these white games after rest day. I think that would still be within. It's not likely, of course. Like I saw some math, some statistical analysis on what was his likelihood of comeback, some mathematical model, whatever. The chances were something around 10%, if not less.
Yeah, I saw
winning the match.
I think 7%.
7%, yeah. It was
most of the game is like 1.5%.
Yeah, well, that is clear without any math model. Yeah. But let's say with a draw, it was it's less obvious how bad his chances are. But that math model somehow gave him 7%. You say, yeah? I thought 7%. Okay, and but I felt that okay, it's still realistic. 1 out of 10 times. Okay, let's round it up to 10. 1 out of 10 times. It can happen, yeah, that he comes back. I think even okay, if he has a good day, much more often than 1 out of 10. So I think it would have been possible, of course, to try and mount a comeback with white once or twice.
Yeah, and it feels a bit odd because you would think maybe I can go like all out with a Neidorf, let's say, try to spice it up a bit. But now he lost the game in the Petrov, which feels a bit clumsy.
Yeah, but that's how it happens, yeah, because it's not just Petrov. It's Petrov where he started to somehow...
He had this chance of queen e7.
Yeah, he started to kind of, I wouldn't say play for a win, but keep the tension and in play positions where he should have released it. And then actually he was still okay, yeah? All that led to a fine position. In the end, if he goes king g8, it was okay.
You mean instead of b5?
Yes, instead of b5. If he goes king g8, actually position is still right. So actually it was all not a big deal. It was just, they were weird decisions, but it was not easy to punish them. They were okay.
Yeah, king g8, funnily enough, also prepares b5.
Because b5 is a good move, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
It's a good move to expand, grab some space. It's just that there is a tactic.
Jan played the move, by the way?
He went rook d6, which is seems to be another bad move. No, but he goes so passive.
Yeah, but it's such a hard position for black.
Yeah, they say, yeah, there's a saying, in bad position, all moves are bad. Yeah, that's the saying.
Of course, it's extremely difficult to handle, but maybe rook e4 is with the same idea what Max was saying.
I mean, just I know people don't like when I look at engine, yeah, because they somehow feel that okay, I have to. I don't know why, but only they are allowed to look at engine, yeah. But okay, our website, our broadcast shows 5.6, yeah.
Yeah, this is. I'm not looking usually. It's like anyway. It's usually showing 0, 0, 0, which
yeah, exactly, but not today.
But now it's like I also realize it's like over 5 and rook e4.
5.6 is a lot.
But it shows that queen on d8, rook d6. It just goes passive.
It's a good question. What his next move even is.
Doesn't have one. That's why the engine goes rook f6, queen c5, rook g6. Just no, it's 5. Yeah, 5.6. It means that besides. Being down a pawn, so we remove a pawn, yeah, it's 4.6 left. So white's positional domination is worth 4.5 pawns. Besides that, he's up a pawn already. It's a completely surreal advantage.
Yeah, I cannot imagine Magnus not winning.
Let's say Magnus is not winning this game. In that case, psychologically, it's going to be huge.
No, but I mean...
But
yes.
I cannot imagine that happening, actually.
Yes, but like, yes, exactly. Like... that would be huge psychologically, like for everyone. Suddenly, everybody will be like, wow, Magnus cannot win a +5 position in a classical game sometimes. It would be quite a game changer, yeah. But it's one of Magnus's strengths, that when it is winning, like technically winning or just like winning,
see his
conversion
face?
is good. Conversion is good.
But he doesn't understand.
Yeah, his face now is what is Jan doing?
Yeah. No, his face is like, yeah, exactly.
No, his face, I have the feeling like he's kind of sorry for Jan, that he fell apart this way.
Oh no, come on. You're sorry for people in exhibition matches, probably, but World Championship match, you're kind of happy to grab the title, a couple million more.
No, he's going to grab the point if he's there, but somehow it was such a mistake which was not expected at all.
Well, yes and no. Yes and no. Remember, they quote Magnus a lot on him saying that it was one of Jan's weaknesses. He said that if Jan encounters a failure, he often doesn't manage to recompose himself, and it's Magnus's words. So it is strange if you say that. And then you are surprised. I mean, you're still surprised, of course.
No, but I mean, for example, in Game 6, the mistakes what Jan was doing, it was something that you can do. That you don't make a draw in the table-based position, which says it's a draw. Nobody can blame him because most of the people would lose it. Or Magnus would win against anybody else, right? Even when he was objectively drawing move 130th move. But in this position is something that you really blunder. It's not that by little you're drowning.
Yeah, it was, by the way, interesting. I came back to that position again later with that table base. And I came back to the position which is already the one where it was table base decider, yeah? The final mistake. And actually there is some kind of human logic. And the human logic was that you must somehow prevent knight h5. If you remember with rook on f5, pawn e5, f4, king h3. So in that position, can you go to move 130? What it was 130, 30? Yeah.
Yes,
yeah, so,
it's this.
Yeah, if white gets knight h5, it's a win. If white doesn't get knight h5, it's a draw. So queen e6 actually is not so illogical, but actually it doesn't stop knight h5 in the long run. But somehow it's all about stopping knight h5. So if you see, it's like something like queen c2 or queen b1. And against every move that I tried, the computer was, the table base was avoiding knight h5 at all costs. And you have to make a lot of only moves. It's always about stopping, and there's like a string of only moves to stop knight h5.
Yeah, because how is it gonna continue after king h4, let's say?
Probably it's queen f2 or something like this. So it's constantly stopping knight h5 with every single move. King g4, it will be queen g2, you know, it will be like all the time, whatever you try, and very often it's one or two moves. And okay, I didn't look deep. I just looked for.
But what was also interesting for me that later on after e6, if black goes queen e7, for example, rook f6 is a draw.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Rook g5 is a win, and I think king g4 is a win, but others are drawn.
Why is rook f6 a draw? Interesting. No, others. Okay,
I didn't go further. I was just shocked that rook f6 was a draw.
Maybe there is some kind of concrete queen d8 and queen d5 perpetual or something, but probably
no,
not.
I don't think so. No, it has some.
Queen c5, knight g7.
Maybe king queen c5, but
knight g7. Yeah. Queen a7 maybe. Queen a7. Queen a7, I think.
Queen a7 or queen b7, exactly. So
queen b7 maybe. Queen b7.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I will still try to get the king to h6. Yeah, it's I don't know. It must be.
It's still very hard.
Yeah, probably the draw is also by a miracle again. Yeah, basically, no, that like you said, of course, yeah. No, this game was an epic fight for sure.
Yeah, by the way, again, not at the board. He's really away a lot.
No, but of course, it's just completely disgusting to be there. He's having awful time now. It's horrible. And he realizes, of course, that it's kind of the end, yeah.
Well, maybe rook e4 is something that Magnus will not play. I mean, queen c5 is a very logical move as well, right?
Okay, what is Magnus's time and what is the move situation? Okay.
Well, 24 minutes. It's move 24.
Okay, it's not that much time. He should not. Magnus is also, of course, Magnus is having a slight psychological issue now that he is completely winning and he knows it, and it could be kind of end of the match in a way. So there is a lot of pressure. So he has minor psychological struggle as well.
And he never had this situation.
Been there, done that. Well, but yeah, but he's been there, done that. Yeah, he won so many things. Like it's an issue that, let's say, other top players face more often than him. Yeah, like that tremble in front of victory is not a thing he does a lot. But I mean, it's a normal thing for many players. For myself, like it's always super hard. Yeah, I didn't win many top tournaments. Whenever I was close to, or when I won my couple top tournaments, I was extremely nervous when I was about to do it. It's because it's a big deal, yeah. If you never do it, and if you do it all the time, it's less of a big deal.
I don't think he can be. He's nervous right now, though.
Yeah, I think he's got that. Yeah, probably that's the thing that these players have that separates them. One of the things that separates them from other top players. That the fact that they're about to win something big doesn't really make him underperform.
I think it made him more confident.
Or probably, yeah, probably.
But maybe too confident. Also hard to say.
So how big a difference is it between moves rook e4 and queen c5? What's the...
I kind of like the queen on a7, I have to say. It's starting f7.
Yes,
d8
pinning the bishop also.
Yeah. Some kind of queen endgame after bishop e6, bishop takes, rook takes, pawn takes is really dead lost, right? It's no chances at all, I guess.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. It's very sad because there are 1 million issues you have. So one is that you will have the passed a pawn. The other is that c6, e6, and h4, especially pawns are weak, and your king is weaker than mine. So like it's a totally lost queen endgame. I mean, that queen endgame alone is probably also +5. Like it's not even close.
I was also really loving the g4 scarf for the rook. If you take with the pawn e6 instead of the rook, that's also of course hopeless. But yeah, just you cannot make any moves at all with black.
Yeah, again, it's you are down a pawn. You have weak c6, e6 pawn. You have a weak h4 pawn. Your king is weaker. So you have everything, all the issues.
Yeah.
All the issues in one.
Rook e4 is on the board. That's how Magnus plays chess. Yeah, when he has the chance, definitely he has the powerful moves in his hand.
Yeah, it feels like a really good move to make. Just very natural. Seems very strong. It's not clear what black is even doing.
And it seems like all of his pieces are better than Black's.
Yeah, it's an absolute disaster for Black here.
So how will Jan keep on fighting here?
No, you have to keep making moves. I think you should not. I think you cannot keep on fighting. You can just keep on making moves. Literally, yeah. Just make them.
But which one?
Just make a move, Anish said.
Yeah. So how it works usually? So because I have big history of misconverting. I tell you how usually you can misconvert. So you don't go bishop e6 because that's the one that loses. Yeah.
That's the one which loses. Okay.
Yes. So you do any other move than bishop e6. So I propose rook g6, rook h6. That's how you like. That's the first step.
Yes, but you're losing material as well, because if you go rook g6, rook f4.
And if rook f6, you have rook h4 maybe even?
Yes.
Although I'm not sure, but yeah.
So what I was talking about is positions that are like +2, +3. This is +5.6. So this is not even. It's not really close, yeah.
Yeah, as I said, I cannot imagine Magnus not winning this.
But yeah, the rule to defend such things normally is to, is to not do the ones that are simplifying into a lost position, because you're simplifying the lost position. So you should just make some move, and hope the opponent goes nuts with something weird by himself. But here, rook f4 is coming. You're right.
Yeah, usually when you do that, you try to avoid all the forcing stuff. So not only simplifying, but here, yeah, Magnus is gonna force that is gonna be forced. Rook f4 is just coming and no saving it, I think.
Yeah, 21 minutes for Magnus. I think in this position it's more than enough. Also, I think it was really important. In hindsight, looking at these games now from up close, I'm not kidding. I think it was really important that he's got all these bullet games in. Don't you think? No, I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Because that's the main worry.
Why do you think it's so important to have the bullet games in?
Yeah, because in many games it comes down to this. So the position is in game 6. Okay, there actually he messed up anyway. But the situation at some point was that his position was okay, fine. But the only problem was the time. Yeah, the time situation. Here also he's totally winning. The only question is that he might be in a minor time trouble. But when you already, it's like, when you face the death already, you're not afraid of some minor things, yeah? It's the same, like if you've played bullet matches of like 100 games, how scared are you going to be of 5 minutes for 5 moves, yeah? I mean, what is this kind of time trouble? Yeah? It's a joke, yeah?
And you think he also did these bullet matches on purpose because he knew this time control?
I think it's one reason, for sure. I think without increment, yes. I think another reason is because it's kind of what he does in his free time. It was his free time. And I think also, okay, bullet games probably help you with tactical alertness and stuff like that. And I think the tactical alertness is an aspect of Magnus's chess that is not always his strength. Sometimes it's his strength, but like it fluctuates, yeah? There are some games where he misses a tactical shot. Rarely, but sometimes. So let's say his positional play is like always, yeah, top notch, like always. But his tactical alertness, like he has to keep it in shape, and bullet, I guess, is one of the ways he keeps it in shape. I think there are many reasons why he played those bullet matches. I think they were all very valid.
Let's say Magnus actually wins this game, maybe a bit too early, but what opening would you expect in the next game? Because I cannot imagine it's going to be another anti-Marshall.
No. No, I mean, something weird, yeah, some kind of yeah, it's hard to say, like some kind of sideline of Italian, or some kind of d4 sideline, like a London Trompowski type, such. They're very desperate. Knight f3 e3 he's done a few times. C4, knight f3 e3 c4, b3 bishop b2 setup he's done a few times. Something which is less theoretical, but I think honestly the situation is kind of similar to what it would have been if it was a draw, in a sense that he has to win anyway the white game, yeah. But now it's just much less. Now it's just
Now it's of course much more desperate.
Feels, yeah, but like the opening choice will be the same, I think. It's just that it feels much worse. Like if you held this one and then he goes with real enthusiasm, and now he goes with that same game plan, but it's somehow, it's hard to believe in it, no, fully.
Do you think it's something they prepare as well? Like an opening repertoire in case they're done in the match?
Yeah, it must be 100%, yeah, especially with white. 100%.
Yeah, but I mean, for example, with black, do you think he has kind of his Niter really ready or not?
I think some opening you have to have ready in advance, yeah, with black. I don't know if it's neither, but some opening, because especially if you, I imagine if I play anyone plays a Magnus, yeah, in the match, a scenario that you are going to be down on the score, like that's most likely scenario, yeah. If you are not ready for that, what are you ready for?
Yeah, because it's not something you would like to think about, but you kind of have
you
to.
have to, and it's much better to be in that situation having thought about it in advance. He goes for this queen end game because there's nothing else, nothing better.
Look at the expression he has. He's shaking his head. He knows he's in huge trouble. He knows that his chances are flying somewhere for. I mean, this is the moment he's already showing on his face also that what he's living through, the hard times he has.
Yes.
For his standards, though, I have to say, he's not showing anything. You know what I mean?
But still, everybody sees it.
Yeah, but like for his expressing the standards, he has a poker face. He's on the more expressive side. Yeah, okay, I have to say that there was no option. He has to go for the queen end game, yeah.
Do you think after queen c5 he'll throw in queen a5?
Yeah, I think it's the only move. I'm not sure queen c5 is the best.
So how is it? Takes? Check?
Yeah, I was wondering about this as well.
Yeah, queen e6. Yeah.
Queen e5. No?
Yeah.
Or queen e4 first?
Queen e4,
no, queen e4 and d5.
You have this queen g3, king h1 thing, yeah, where you control the e1 square. Yeah.
So queen a5 is not possible. How can he be holding, thinking to be playing on queen d7, b3?
Yeah, I don't see it.
So what
they caught the facial expression of Jan on photo. Of course, when you're a photographer, yeah, you are sometimes able to capture these moments, because if you watch them on video, like these are very fleeting moments when you do a facial expression. But Jan, of course, showed some frustration after all. Yeah.
Well, queen c5 looks very powerful.
Yeah, queen a5, queen c6, yeah.
Well, of course, instead of queen c5, also, let's say b3 doesn't look too bad, and a4
yeah,
next.
No, I thought d3, yeah, but queen c5 actually more direct. The good thing also about like the good way to win winning positions is just to force matters, yeah.
So, which means queen c5 or
yeah,
b3?
queen c5, queen a5, queen c6, just force the matters because yeah, that's just how you win, yeah. You can kind of maintain your positional and material upper hand for a long time, but it's also kind of nice to at some point just win it, yeah, instead.
Well, now in this game, we only, well, what Magnus has to show is his technique, which he's anyway famous for. So he has several ways of winning this game. Stabilizing his queen to c5, playing b3, a4, but eventually it should be b3, a4 in whatever form.
I have to say that Magnus having to show his technique in this position is, I don't know, it's like some kind of Italian shoemaker making a shoe for a bear or something, yeah? Like it's like he is a very refined player that is able to put enormous pressure in the slightly better queen end games. Here he has a completely won queen end game, and like he wins this in his sleep, yeah. So it's like his technique is not even like it's, yeah, he's just overskilled for this. He's completely overskilled for this task. It's not gonna be.
I like your expression, overskilled for this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's an insult to his technique. Yeah, to say that okay, with his technique he can win. Like it's just like okay, he's with his technique he can even win this position without a2 pawn. Yeah, and now okay, we just.
Yeah, we talked about it a bit before about his time. Now that all these pieces disappeared, time won't ever be an issue. I think he has 12 moves to make with 18 minutes, and yeah, only queens on the board.
Yeah, this is the kind of winning position that that is kind of stably winning, yeah, and it's like you can sort of see the whole board right away. You don't need all the time. Sometimes you have like complicated winning position where you need to think, calculate variations. Here you can calculate. You can also play by hand. You can win it in different ways. So there's no doubt he wins this game. No, that's beyond any doubt.
Yeah, I guess he will have to make some move like queen d7, but then the queen is never getting active.
Oof,
I went
okay.
queen d5.
Yeah, okay, you have to try. Yeah. Queen d7 is so sad. Yeah, you don't have a next move with the queen. I got b3, a4, a5, a6, a7.
Queen a5 on the board.
Is he gonna try queen c6, queen a2?
Probably. Let's see.
But then you have queen b5.
I think he's going to try queen e1, queen f2 because there is at least some pattern for you know, like an illusion of a.
It's already on the board actually.
Queen c6. So let's see if queen e1 or queen a2 will be the move. 2 pawns already for Magnus. 17 minutes on the clock, which is not going to give any hard moments for Magnus to convert his game to victory.
You have to say the margin with which Magnus wins this game is just.
Also, it's almost impossible mission for Jan.
It didn't feel like he had to make a difficult move.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the margin, you know what I mean? Like okay, of course, losing is terrible, but like sometimes you lose always like because of a move, yeah, or something like this. But this one he wins with the margin, like it's completely winning for a long time and like without any issues. And yeah, it was just a blunder, and then after the blunder, position collapses, and also Jan could have put better resistance for sure, yeah, with queen d6, take g5, but it was really bad. But he could have put a bit better resistance though.
No, he could have
very hard.
Practically he made bad decisions after that in every single move.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you could say so. If you look at move by move, yeah, also the engine evaluation went higher and higher with every single
I mean,
move.
he could give a much better resistance still.
Yeah, I believe it was lost already, but yeah, for sure. And if Jan would be in that position without game 6, without any history, without any context, without knowing he blundered, you just put this position to Jan and you say, okay, you have opposite you some 2500 guy. He got lucky, you know, and now okay, you have to hold, and he'll be like okay, and he will start to play very well. He's a good defender actually, but he was just out of balance. He's just not himself today.
But this is the position already which I think we can say that there is no way that Magnus will not win this game, which means that he's going to be taking 2 points lead in the match, and this is game number 8. So after this, we're going to have only 6 games to go, which is going to be horribly so difficult for Jan to be handling it. In that case, I think we can say that it's only Magnus who can lose the match.
Yeah, for sure. Though if Jan comes back, it will be his heroic accomplishment, regardless. The thing about this position that I want to point out why it is that winning is that after queen e4, king g8, like you mentioned, the queen on e4, it controls the e1 square. So you can play a move like b3 also. d5 is nice. Yeah, d5 is nice enough. And after queen g3, king h1, yeah, basically you can give black 2 more moves, let's say, to try to set up a perpetual, yeah? Okay, you have
there is no perpetual with the queen on e4.
Yeah, yes, there is just no perpetual ever. If you go queen c7, I take the h4 pawn. So
this
there's
is what
just
we're having on the board, queen e4 check.
Yeah, there is just no potential for a perpetual ever with the queen on e4.
Well, probably after d5, black wants to take on b2. Let's say after d6, queen d2. maybe some practical chance, because after queen e8 d7, I think queen f4.
Sorry, but exactly. But what happened? Why did you go d5? Here we allowed bishop queen take on b2. Yeah, don't go d5. Here you can go here. Yeah, here you can go b3.
And then queen takes.
Yeah, but now you take on b5.
Yes, queen
you take on
b8,
b5.
queen b5. Yeah. Let's say through here. Yes. Then you come back to e4, and then you push d5 and b4 and everything.
Yeah, and h4.
Okay, so
it's really bad place, the pawn on h4.
Yeah, before d5.
Now d5.
Yeah, the thing is that as soon as king's on g8, queen h4 is no longer checked, so you have to watch out a bit. But b3 is, I think, cleanest. Of course, you can win only with a d pawn, but there's no need. Yeah, it's easier to win with 2 pawns than with 1.
Well, of course, d5 also wins, but b3 is a more precise way of doing it.
I have
Queen
to say
d3,
that this
queen d3 also can be no, but that's better not. Queen f4.
rest day is also like tomorrow. The rest day kind of so good for Magnus and so unpleasant for Jan. Yeah, I mean, I think personally, when you are doing already this bad, you just want to go on already forever. Yeah, without any rest days.
Yeah, also since the previous rest day, Magnus won his game, then held effortlessly with black, and then won another game. So, yeah, it's really, really tough.
Yeah, it's just the rest days, they're always good, actually. They don't always feel good, but even if you're doing very badly, actually, it's good for you. You just don't feel it's good for you. You feel disgusted that it's there because you just want to come back or try something, like you just don't want to have rest day to just somehow face your loss, in silence and emptiness. But it's good for you, the rest day. It's good for you. I had many times I had some kind of bad phase, and then the rest day would come, I would be pissed off. But then, okay, I would rest and I would do better. So that's good, but it feels horrible. So he will have a horrible day, and Magnus will just enjoy himself and also take rest, recuperate and play the rest of the match in a calm manner. So it's a very, very good timing for Magnus there.
Magnus is thinking, what is the best, the most perfect move in this position?
Yeah, b3 is a bit ugly. He doesn't like that it's ugly.
You can go b4 as well.
Oh yeah, there is queen e8, queen b5.
b3 does prepare a4 also, by the way.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, b4 neutralizes your own passed pawn, yeah? Because b3, b4, and then I have this d5 idea of yours. Although maybe he thinks b3 before d5, queen c5. No, then h4 is also hanging. Yeah, I don't think there is...
Yeah, in some cases you can take b4 and h4.
Yes.
Well, maybe he's also thinking about, let's say, going queen d5, queen b5. What do you think about that?
Okay, you mean just to show off that you don't get perpetual even there, yeah?
Well, of course, probably.
But it's as close as you can get to perpetual. Queen g3, queen e3, like it's as close as it can be. Like why to have all the...
Oops. Queen f4 and queen e4. So we see b3 on the board.
Yeah, he doesn't like the look of this move, but he can calculate very well. So he just calculated out that this is the best move.
He might find it hard to believe it's going so easy today. Like,
yeah.
I think nobody believes this, that it seems to be that it was easy kind of today, right?
Yeah, before the match, it was an easy thing to forecast, and I heard amongst many professionals the opinion that the match could be very one-sided if it goes badly for Jan, because Jan is known for the extremes, yeah, to be very good when on fire and not enjoy the other side of things. But it seemed that like with his demeanor and his composure and solid opening choices and good handling of press conference, it looked as though Jan was kind of reborn, yeah. So by this point, it was kind of hard to believe that would happen. But it seems that, still inside this sixth game is still bothering him. He couldn't get it out of his system. Because it was not just one blunder. Like the mistake was only the blunder. but somehow I felt personally that there were some weird things already, and yeah, they were not bad, but they were a bit weird.
Well, not playing Queen e7 in the opening was very weird.
Insanely weird, to be honest. Yeah, that was the main thing. That was the main, and also playing quickly knight takes d2, and then playing quickly bishop d6.
Yeah,
Queen e7 check is that's a very big deal there. By the bishop d6 or Queen e7.
Yeah, also that. Yeah.
You can definitely remember the first game, the game 2 when he was black. He was surprised how many minutes he spent. He spent a lot of minutes, a lot of time. No, there was no just nothing wrong. There was nothing wrong there. And now suddenly it was impulsiveness again. So it was weird.
But it's wrong now.
Yeah, poor guy. He doesn't see it.
You can see that he's just cannot explain it to himself how he could do such a blunder for no reason. He's smiling.
Kind of left now, but
I doubt that he's thinking exactly about.
The cameraman, of course, enjoying himself. Yeah, the moment of pain of the player. But okay, it's of course not nice. Yeah, not nice. But it's the cameraman's job. It's cameraman's job. Yeah, to zoom in and stuff. It's his job. What can you do? But it's a nasty job. Yeah, it's a nasty job.
At this point, it is, and I think we've been there, all of us, when we had some games lost when it was the most painful.
Oh, like I can only remember that. Yeah, I think most of my chess is like this because you remember all this. Yeah, for sure. Everyone been there, done that. Jan also has been there, done that 100 times. But it's always, especially, but now this is special, yeah. This is not your usual loss, yeah. This is what.
Yeah, this is a nightmare story for him, I think.
Yeah, because you know as they say, yeah, the difference between like it's always a tip, yeah, like between the biggest achievement in life and the biggest misery, yeah, kind of. It's always it's one or the other. And the closer you are to one, you're also closer to the other. And then at some point it tips. Yeah, either it's your biggest achievement ever or it's your biggest failure. It's kind of always that.
Queen a2 was taken.
Yeah, I'll just take the b5 pawn. Queen e check.
Give it check.
Do you want to include Queen h5 or not? Or it just doesn't matter, yeah?
It doesn't matter because you don't even have Queen e2, yeah? You don't even control the e4 square. You can't even control the e4 square or something, yeah? So you just... And I can always go back via e8 to h5 or via h5 to e8. I can always, it's the same. I can always transpose.
Yeah, and he does it with the king on h7.
Okay, the thing for Jan, of course, the only thing he can cherish himself with and motivate for the upcoming games, if he comes back, it will be probably the most epic comeback in history of World Championship matches. Is it true, or has there been better comebacks than that?
I think the biggest question is that can he believe in himself that he's able to do something like that? Because as you said before, that he still didn't recover game 6, even though, of course, in the press conference, he said it, that it was only a game and things go on and he's not changing his strategy and so on and so forth. How is it possible to get his mindset back that he can still be a player who gives difficulties and challenge to Magnus, even that he's down 2?
Yeah, but I think that in the fact that it could be the most epic comeback of all times could lie the motivation and belief. Many comebacks from -3 all times. Yeah, but -3.
Not a limited number of games like this.
Yeah, but what kind of minus? Because okay, I of course studied all these matches, but I don't remember the exact flow of them. What was it like? How to say? Now it's it's one-sided kind of in some sense. Like it's only Jan losing, and it feels like it's getting worse and worse from day to day. Yeah, okay, Karpov Korshunov, of course, famous.
Did he just give up another pawn, by the way?
H5, H4, yeah, just.
And then you have d4. Queen f2 is split. Okay.
There's this funny bug that they have on the board that it stops in the middle.
I think he will be going Queen e5.
Yeah. You can also bring Queen to h5, e8, e4, and then push b4, let's say.
That's true.
And queen g3, king h1. Enjoy this little.
Yeah, but after that, maybe queen b3, queen g3, queen b3.
D5.
I would go queen e5.
No, and then d5. No, but I really like the queen on e4.
Would it, by the way, make sense to go queen h5, queen e8, queen e5 for Magnus? Just to get 2 more moves in?
For sure.
That would be a nasty way.
But I think at this point you want to show confidence, you know? You want to show confidence that you don't care. You can win this. But again, I told you, yeah, like he played with bullet. Now he has 10 minutes. What is this? 10 minutes is 10 bullet games.
Maybe he would be playing b4 here.
Yeah, I like this because if you go queen b3, I go d5 and I have everything protected. I kind of like the fact that
this is the best.
Yeah, I don't want to bank everything on one pawn. I want to have both of them.
This is the most professional, but he went queen e5, which is also quite good.
Yeah, of course.
Queen b2, and now the h4 will be.
Ah, you can just collect. Okay, yeah, but I don't think you want to collect the.
But maybe he's going to play queen e3 and queen d3, you know.
Yeah, it becomes kind of a question of how do you. Okay, so one thing what I like is to pick up the h pawn and bring the queen back to e5, and then push the d pawn because you have 0 play. Like queen to e5, pawn automatically goes to d6. Then you can probably bully him into a pawn endgame with queen a7. That's probably one way. You can also try to, like you said, defend the h pawn is anyway very weak, so defend the b pawn.
Queen e3 is also quite painful.
Queen e3, yes, queen e3, yeah, or queen e3 exactly. Queen c2 and then queen c2 though. Okay, you don't have a threat because queen c7, king h1. Well, that's the same. I thought maybe d5, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe d5.
d5, queen c7.
d5,
king h1.
g1.
Yeah. Oh, even g1. Yeah, there's just one check. I like my king on h1 also, just to be sure.
Yeah, it just seems hopeless.
Oh, you know what is the cleanest way to win? By far, is to keep the b pawn, bring the queen to b8, and just push b pawn. There's nothing you can do.
Queen b8 and.
Yeah, like get the queen to b8. Yeah, here let's say. Okay, maybe g5, g4 actually. But it's a bit sadistic, yeah, to just give everything. You get g5, g4, yeah. But otherwise, it would be kind of nice. You just go b5, b4, b5, b6, b7, and there's nothing.
And once you go b7, let's say I play queen b6.
No, it's true, not so. Okay, no, b6, queen c7, and then b7, b8.
Okay, yeah.
b6, queen c7, yeah. That's the cleanest.
I think queen d3 will be on the board. Though queen h4 is tempting enough and put the queen to e5. Maybe this is what he will be doing. There's nothing to do.
No, I think he'll keep the b pawn. I think my Magnus is this kind of guy.
I think he's not going to keep it.
Okay, it's a nice little bet.
Because here there is simply no way that you can come up with anything. Like after this queen e5, it's over. There's no way you can save it.
You know what worries me as white? Like there's one thing that worries me, that the fact that the G and H against nothing is a draw sometimes. That's kind of.
But you never get that.
No, but still the fact that like it's a little bit close to that, it's very unnerving for me.
On the other
keep the b pawn.
I think you can take h4 at any moment. Maybe it's not
exactly, yeah.
No.
Okay, let's see. I'm betting that he will keep the b pawn 100%.
Yeah, I would say so too.
Let's see.
So how would you guys win? Okay, I would take on h4 and put my queen on f4, e5 and push the pawn. What about you, Max?
I would put the queen on d3 or e3 and then just yeah, okay, maybe at some point I will think, okay, what I just did is stupid and I'm gonna take on h4 anyway, but it feels like I leave some options open. Maybe try to make move 40 first, get that extra hour, and then see.
You know what I would find? I would find it challenging because, like, one way, of course, to enjoy such position is to set a little challenge for yourself. Yeah, like because
you don't want to enjoy the position.
No, you
want to score.
Yes, but exactly. But to score, like, it's efficient ways maybe to try to keep the B and D pawn alive. Yeah. And set as a goal, and that could make it very. But then you convert very like with a big margin.
So
So
what
let's say
would
I
you
go queen
be
e3.
playing?
So queen e3, let's
Queen
say first.
d3.
Yeah. So then after your next move, I will try to, let's say queen c2. Yeah. I will go b4 just to make sure both pawns are alive. Yeah. Still queen 7, queen e5. So after each move, I will try to somehow keep both pawns alive. Then if you go queen b2, I go queen e6, queen d6. So I just try to keep it all. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's he played queen d3, by the way.
Maybe Magnus also set a challenge for himself, but just to let Jan suffer as much as possible. And
It's also possible. What about what is the point of queen d3 after queen f2? I wonder, because I like queen e3 because queen f2 I don't like. I mean, don't like in brackets. Yeah. What is now the response?
d5, I guess.
But queen f4, queen c1, you don't want some checks? I mean,
Why not?
no, they don't want but you don't want to come out. No, you really don't want to come out. They're really not. You're so nicely in the corner. Nobody
Then why
bothering
to
you.
play queen d3? Then
Yeah,
you don't play queen d3.
That's why exactly my question. Exactly my question. I'm sure he has his reasoning, but I don't see it.
You can go queen c4 and d5.
But then queen g3?
King g1.
Very suspicious. Very suspicious.
Very strange decision.
No, this is not clean at all.
Queen c3. I'm seeing.
Queen c3?
Yeah, I was thinking about this as well, but...
I was thinking about it, yeah. King h1. Okay,
yeah.
okay.
No, king
Somehow he's doing it in a complicated
King
way.
g1. King g1.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It is fun to do it in a complicated way. It's fun. Because you can... you can always get the h pawn and stuff, but it's kind of fun to do it in a complicated way.
It's strange taste.
No, I think I kind of get that in some way. But I would have done it with queen on e3.
I think he's going to try to push the b pawn.
Yeah, king g1 and push the b pawn, yeah. He tries to keep all the assets of his position, both the pawns.
Yeah, I don't see how you can ever create any perpetual threats now.
Yeah, look, he does sometimes the schematic thinking, like knight on g7, king on g8, and that sixth game. Now he does queen on c3. Look, queen on c3, king on g1.
Yeah.
And pawn queen on c3 protects both the pawns in a very, very stupid manner, like being very close, and it guards all the squares. So it's kind of a geometrical vision that he found here, like with the knight on g7, king on g8. It's a very, very clean conversion.
Yeah, because you can give a check on d1, but I go king h2, and
yeah, I can give you 10 tempi.
Yeah.
You can just never, ever set up a perpetual. And you can never, ever win many of my pawns.
Yes,
it's
but we could
nice
say also the way which we were talking, if you just take on h4 and you put your queen on the long.
No, but then you have to go d5. You lose stability of the e5 square. I go d5, I go queen c5. I pin your queen. That's the point. You have to maybe get out of the diagonal. I just, this is like. I really like that. This is very geometrical, I think. Very.
Yeah, this pawn on d4 gives some protection to the king on this diagonal.
Pawn on d4, yeah.
Yeah, so he's just gonna leave it on d4 and push the other pawn.
Push the b pawn, and he can always, of course, come back to getting the h pawn somehow, yeah. Well, I mean, right now his plan is b4, b5, b6, b7, yeah. There's,
will he be pushing d5 or b4?
b4.
b4, I think, yeah. d4 pawn is nice, yeah.
No, I have to say I don't really see anything against pushing the d pawn right now, but I would say b4.
But after d5, like if I give you two moves, you can win the pawn, yeah? After d4, if I give you two moves, you cannot. Like you go queen e4, queen d5. But if you have... So if you play this chess in which you can make two moves each, then b4 is better. Yeah, I have to say that it's one of Magnus' strengths to win winning positions. Like he does it with the margin.
Yeah, and they just made move 40, so they got the extra hour.
Yes. I wonder how long this game will last. But of course, it's psychologically it's very difficult to resign for Jan.
Yeah, usually you psychologically deal with it a little bit by just making moves and
spending time.
Like, I don't think Jan thinks he has any chance of not losing this game.
No, here I think, oh, obviously, but previously I think when he blundered the pawn, he was just probably so angry at himself that he couldn't think properly, and that's why he didn't find the best moves. In that position, I still think that he had maybe little chance to recover.
Yeah.
But this is impossible. I mean, here it's practically impossible not to lose this.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, I don't think he, like, normally if you think, okay, I have 0% chance of not losing this, then you resign. But he hasn't resigned yet. And he's maybe doing it just because it helps him to cope with his loss.
Yeah, for sure. It's a normal thing many people do. I also do it a lot. It's very normal, yeah.
We can all talk about this on our own experiences, right? But
yeah, it's a very common and good way of dealing with the first step, yeah. Of
somehow you think time heals it, at least for temporary, that you're able to go to the press conference and handle it.
Yeah, it kills that first burning sensation. But the problem with the loss usually is not the direct one, this adrenaline, this hormone that is there, but is this kind of thing that sort of creeps up later in the evening when you go to sleep, and then it comes back in the morning next day. It's this sensation, that slow sensation that is more painful than this quick one, where you feel, like you're sweating or whatever. The quick one with the heart rate is high, so that all comes down. But yeah, the long-term pain of loss is the worst, yeah, and that Jan cannot avoid no matter what he does. Yeah, that's.
Didn't think we're going to spend so much time discovering all the feelings of horrible.
Talking
loss.
about pain. It's important. It's important. So it's important to talk about pain because people experience pain in all kinds of ways in life, and they exaggerate often. Yeah, they have something small, and they don't put things in perspective. Yeah.
And Magnus just takes off his jacket as if he's just starting the hardest part of the game.
He's enjoying. I had this, with Grishuk. I was losing to Grishuk. It was amazing. So I wanted, I didn't want to resign. First of all,
about the Canada's game.
Yeah. First of all, because the scoping thing, but also, I don't know. I just didn't want to resign. I wanted to make the moves until it's dead lost. It was already dead lost, but I just wanted to make moves. But the guy didn't let me make the moves. Like, he was taking time, He came, he took a cup of tea, He wasn't making his move, and I was sitting there, and like, I just wanted that we make a quick moves, like we make like 20 moves, 10 moves in a row, and I resign, like immediately. But he just he just kept sitting there, not making a move, using his own time. It was very nasty, very nasty. But it worked well.
But a quick question, once they make move 40, do they immediately get the time or only once their time runs out?
Yes, they do get the time. They have it on their clocks.
But maybe because it already ran out, yeah? Or not?
No, here it was showing already before, but I was wondering.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the problem, of course, with this automatic one is that if you by mistake press the clock, it could lead to an accident as well.
Yeah, I actually had it twice during the Dutch Championships. There was one faulty clock. And somehow me once sitting there and my opponent in another game, we managed to press the clock twice somehow. He pressed it in, it went back up, and he pressed another time. But we had increments. And both times my opponent was in time trouble, and suddenly they had 1 minute instead of 30 seconds.
Oh. Yeah, see, the thing is, with the other one where you don't get additional time, there is zero issue possible. So it's a bit annoying you don't see the time adding, but it's your responsibility to control the 40th move. At the moment you have this automatic clock, if it goes wrong, you can argue then that, okay, there was a malfunction in the clock, and it's kind of, it starts to become not only your responsibility, but also some kind of, responsibility of the clock / arbiter. So it becomes a bit yeah, in the event of an accident, it's kind of a bit trickier. Is he thinking or what? He's thinking.
It's not strange that he's hesitating which move to play, isn't it?
Maybe he's just enjoying himself instead of hesitating.
Well, he's thinking how can it ever go wrong as well. So then maybe, because you know that the way you don't convert these positions is that you think you're completely winning and you miss counter chances, yeah? So it's good to look for them up front. And if you don't see them, it never means that it's not there, yeah? It could mean that you don't see them. So he's just double checking. But they're not there, they're just not there.
I think he just also cannot believe it that he's having this position.
Yeah, to be honest, didn't really feel like he played like a perfect game or something. Like Magnus was also making some inaccuracies, I think, in the middle game. Once these bishops got traded. But he anyway just wins the game, kind of effortlessly.
Yeah, his inaccuracies were very like it was all quite small. Yeah, like he could have had slightly more pressure than what he did, maybe. So it was all kind of very minuscule things.
Yeah,
of course,
but
Nepo was just a
at the
blunder.
moment,
So.
it was traded on C4. There was traded on C4, and Jan went B5. The advantage wasn't so big at all anymore.
Yeah, I think there was just no advantage after King G8.
Yeah.
I think it was showing it was just equal at that point.
The big blunder for the viewers
21,
maybe who join in now. We just want to show the big blunder of the day of the World Championship match here at move 21. It was pretty balanced. It was not something spectacular going on from white. We were looking Queen D6, if I remember well, as one of the options.
Yeah, King G8 as well.
King G8 is
King
another
G8 was the main
option.
one, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And black was just fine. Where Jan played B5 and blundered a pawn with pretty bad circumstances, because he went King G8 and practically in every single move from here, he just went down. He couldn't handle this shock that he blundered. Still, the best move was to keep his queen on D6, and then we were looking G5. I think at least black is still active, right? But he went King G8, after Queen A7, he went the passive Queen D8, Bishop B3, Rook D6, and after Rook E4, black had to enter into this awful Queen's endgame after Queen C5, where the white pawn, passed pawn will be winning, but he had to give up several pawns. And we are reaching out to this position right now where Magnus has 2 extra passed pawns.
Yeah, and he just did something interesting. He put his queen back to D3. And I was thinking, is he gonna put the queen on D1 maybe?
Yes, this is what I thought.
Oh, very nice. Queen on D1 is cool. Very nice. And King on H1.
King on H1, and now they have 2 passed pawns.
Oh, so bad. It is so bad.
And black cannot go with the king under the pawn because of Queen F3.
Ah, yeah, you can never cross the F file like this.
No, you just cannot cross anything. And you can never go G5, G4 anymore, because okay, you can, but I'll take you as well. Yeah, no, this is kind of funny. Yeah, he found the one way where nothing can happen, and then he decided to do it even more clean. But it's kind of, yeah. It's just... oh God. Showing off, yeah?
How to make the most painful way.
It's basically what I was saying about the shoe. He does make that shoe for the bear with all the beautiful layers, you know, the everything, the sole and all nicely. Like he does it, even though the bear doesn't get it. Like why? What for? It's exactly the same thing here. He's completely abusing his technique. So it's just the position.
I told you that he's going to be showing good technique.
Yeah, but this is just yeah, exactly. Like there's no need for good technique, but he just shows it anyway.
But he wants to show it, the perfection of the technique.
Yeah, he wanted to show that even if it was just one pawn, or even no pawns, he would have still won it.
Yeah, so if Magnus puts his queen on D1, Nepomniachtchi is going to have to bring his king in, I guess, yeah? Somehow.
But it's going to be very hard, yeah? Because you have to cross it's hard to cross the F file.
Yeah, first you have to put the queen back in a passive position, I guess, and then put it...
Yes, but after this, there is a check and b4.
But Judith, I was thinking, because we were talking about this draw thing, the problem of classical World Championship match and the draw. So today we don't have the draw, yeah? We have a result. But somehow I don't know, if you look at the engagement of the public and the viewership and stuff like this, it's not like it's particularly better, no, than when it's a draw.
I don't know, but I see a lot of complaints generally that, and actually we see it in this match also, that if Jan would be thinking the way, let's say, Karyakin was thinking, that, okay, I just don't want to lose, right? Or the way Fabiano was playing also, then your feeling is much more not to lose than to win, then the games will be drawn, right?
And yes, there would be. So let's take the hypothetical scenario that they would be drawn. So as opposed to scenario now, there are two resulting games, yeah? So why is that scenario that games are drawn? Why is it worse? Based on what criteria is it worse? Like, how do you measure that it's worse?
I think game 2 was much more exciting than this game, of course.
Yeah,
by far.
How do you measure success of a World Championship match? What do you base it on, kind of?
Well, I think generally speaking, the audience would be more happy to see ups and downs, mistakes, decisive games. Because at the end, even though sometimes we have interesting games, it has to be extremely interesting, like game 2, that also the audience feel that even if they made a draw, they both gave a lot into that game. But for example, it was, which was it, game 3, let's say. It was, okay, going, something happened, perpetuate check at the end, or was it game 3? Yes, it was, no, it was game 4, for example, when it was a Petrov, and then at the end it was a perpetuate check. Without decisive games, if we have many draws, then people are getting impatient already, of course.
But do they really? Do they get like does the viewership, like, would the viewership drop, or like would the I'm not sure. You think?
I think, for example, in London, it was already very difficult to maintain the excitement of the people. Mm-hmm. But when we had already closing to the end, like I think it was like game 10, 11, and it was still a draw, and everybody was talking about it, then the TV stations, BBC, and then all of them, they were just calling me also, what's going on?
Yeah, so isn't it just postponing basically the drama and making the build up longer? Isn't it like when we start the show that we play all kinds of videos and then only we come and then the opening happens and then like, isn't it just different way of, and actually eventually you are approaching the grand finale, and don't you make the grand finale then kind of higher? You just do the build up, which is slower, and then like, I'm not sure somehow that, I'm just not sure somehow.
Let's say Nepomniachtchi would have won yesterday, it would be much more exciting than if they would have made 2 draws, no?
Okay, you want to have it all, yeah? You want to, do you want to like do like what is this fighting, yeah? That they do the fake one. You want to orchestrate the World Championship? You want to like script it or what? They want to script all the resulting games for each side at the right moment with the right sacrifice? I mean, you cannot script it also. Like, if you want to have a lot of results, you have the danger one side wins a lot of games, yeah?
Yeah, that's what's happening now.
Without even any effort by organizers. It just happens in a classical World Championship match. It happens due to the effort of Jan as well, who plays fighting chess. But of course, ideally, you have, okay, maybe ideal World Championship, maybe 14 resulting games that are all very beautiful and exciting. But okay, that's already a bit fiction.
That will never get, obviously, to have 14 games, but let's say if in the trends would show that every 5 games you have a decisive game, that's already not bad, I think. Every 4 games, let's say.
But you want basically a decisive game from one side and from the other side as well, yeah? You want some kind of back and forth there.
Yes.
How do we arrange that, yeah? That's very hard.
Well, Magnus and Karyakin tried, yeah?
Magnus and Karyakin succeeded, yeah. But it's kind of hard, yeah? Kind of hard to I don't know. I'm not sure there's hard to say if there's a problem with the format as it is now, after all.
Well, after having so many decisive games, right?
No, but even if it was a draw, even if they were drawn, I'm not sure. In fact, I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure the match is now better rather than had it all been draws. I'm not sure. We peaked. We might have peaked on game 6, while we could have been building up slowly towards the tiebreak with far better coverage, far better content. I mean, like we peaked early, I think. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure actually, because there's always the result. Yeah, like that's of course his idea. And the idea is that if queen d6, he has queen d2, yeah. So king h1, d5, queen d6, you go queen d2 and b4.
Well, queen d6 is going to go d5.
Yeah, d5 makes sense, huh?
I think in next move, if he doesn't get a check on e3, his next move is d5, no matter what happens. I think maybe Jan will be resigning here.
Well, that was the thing also when I had played the game with Grishuk and all these kind of situations. At some point, if you didn't resign already, then you don't resign, yeah, anymore.
Yeah, it does also feel that as if Jan has had enough time to cope with this, because he already made the blunder 20 moves ago, first of all.
He went queen e3, king h1.
Maybe he'll go some g5, g4, Desperado.
And he does.
You know.
It's better than well. If you want to resign, you might as well go g5, g4.
Let's say I go b4 instead of d5 to keep control of the e5.
Why are you so careful? Because
yeah, I like it.
I want to take with the queen.
Queen c1, queen c7. Yeah, I missed that.
And you want to control this square, so after queen e1...
Queen c1, no, queen e1 is blunder, yeah? Queen c1, queen c7.
Yeah, queen c1 is that was the point indeed. I wanted to control e5, but maybe you walk away from g1 just and...
Yeah, okay, you win probably, but this is not clean, yeah? Queen c1.
Because this we had before, but then there were 2 extra pawns, not 3.
But
yeah, but still, it's not clean.
Yeah, but
it's
you
not
can
clean.
lose it, yeah?
I mean, it's winning, but it's just not very clean, I think.
Yeah. Maybe you can go king f1, queen c1, king e2.
And you know how you're losing? You know, you're losing very nicely. In the starting position, it's just by force. So d5, g4, d6. And if gh, I collect all the stuff with check. Queen h5, queen g4, queen h4, queen g4, queen h3.
Yeah, but black king goes...
Queen f3, yeah, queen f3. So I catch you for a trade by force. It's very nice.
Yeah, so actually in any case, g4 doesn't have a threat.
So you go after all d5 is
no.
So
it doesn't create a threat.
You could also go b4, let's say, g4. And
yeah, then b5, whatever, yeah. Yeah, just now that after the move like g3, you can also just push d7 and d8 queen. It's nicer to push the d pawn. Yeah. But otherwise, it's the same concept. That g5, gh is not a threat. g4, gh.
Well, yes. This is not the only way to win, but a very nice way of finishing the game.
Yeah, d5, d6 is... I guess Magnus has the time now to notice this queen h5 check, queen g4 check. Very nice, nice idea.
The game is going on for 4 hours already. But this game will not last as game 6, more than 7.5 hours.
A human way, of course. Well, okay, let's say a human who doesn't see anything is d5, g4, hg, h3, queen f3. Yeah, that's, I guess, like the normal way to win it.
He's not going to do this.
But it's very efficient, I think.
I can imagine that Jan resigns after d6.
d5.
Yeah, no, I mean d5, g4, and then d6.
Yes.
No, if Magnus, if he goes d6, it's immediately lights out. Yeah, but hg, queen f3, I guess it's also a huge margin. I protect all my 3 extra pawns. My king on h3 will never get under perpetual. So, but yeah, this d6 is very nice.
That would be interesting. What is the heartbeat of Magnus now? Because he seems like he's so calm. He's not excited. He's just focusing on the game, calculating d5, g4, b4, all these moves. I mean, who can stay so calm in such a situation?
I think maybe because he's not too impressed by his own play today.
Yes. Actually, probably this is what he's going to be claiming, that, well, this game...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Magnus really likes to play very well. If he wins a game that he didn't play well, he's not too excited generally. And yeah, that's what he's going through now.
Yes, though I think that often people only hear Magnus speak right after the game, yeah? So he says his direct thoughts. But people never like interview Magnus like 1 hour after. Yeah? I think 1 hour after he's already fully got over the sort of the content of the game, and he's just enjoying the result at some point. I think like he's enjoying his wins a lot at some point in the day.
Very much hesitating, which is the best way of...
Yeah, he's just calculating this g4 queen h5 check, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. He sees it by now. He's just trying to verify.
I think there are very few people who would be sitting there and spending so much time on this specific endgame, since he's absolutely winning, let's say. He's already completely winning. He has 2 pawns up since move 35. I can't imagine people just sit there with such a patience and win. Would you, Anish?
Excuse me? If I would think there?
Yeah, would you be having so much patience to spend so much time calculating all the way?
Yeah. I don't think that would be called patience in my case. I think I would
you would be more excited, no? And you see the win,
yes, but that's why exactly I would be excited, but I would be probably, because I never played a championship match, and if I imagine myself leading +1 in a championship match and being about to score +2, I'd be so nervous. I'd be probably sitting there thinking like, yeah, for an hour to be sure I don't mess it up. He went
at
AG.
d5, g4 is played, yeah?
AG, yeah, the human way.
Really?
The human way. D6 is much more elegant, yeah. AG is what I said, yeah. Come on, it's completely winning, it's AG. It's also not, let's not say it's not winning. It's completely winning. 3 pawns, safe king, just totally winning.
Yeah, and queen f3, what you suggested, the human way.
Queen f3 on the board.
Yeah, this point is just 3 pawns instead of 2.
He just resigns.
Well, we have some very special moments for Magnus. He's leading 2 points in the World Championship match after game 8, which was not expected to score this way, because Magnus played okay today, but practically Jan served the point for Magnus by blundering. Isn't it?
Slightly surprised he resigned, by the way. Not kidding. Because
I was
really,
kidding, actually.
Actually, if he hasn't resigned so far, why resign now? Yeah, AG, king g2, queen d2, king h3, king g7. Listen, some moves.
Yeah, but what are you playing for?
No, what were you playing for before?
I understand, but okay, now start another 30 moves until the deep pawn queens.
Maybe king g7.
Yeah, make some move.
But you know exactly that you have no chance, right?
But that was the case for like last 20 moves. So
True.
What changed now? The opposite, the king got a bit out. I mean, okay, it's dead lost. I'm just a bit confused why to resign now. But
because I think he was playing on because of himself, his psychological state, not because he wanted to play on this position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he might have seen d6 also. That is
about this time he calmed down as much that he thinks he can handle the situation right now. right after the game. We see them already coming on the corridor behind the playing hall, behind the fish tank. So
yeah, okay.
You can see Jan coming also, but already kind of calmed down. And we see Magnus coming there.
Yeah, now I'm curious what kind of openings we'll see, because I think it's going to be completely different for both colors for Jan.
So let's see. Let's hear the world champions' first impressions.
So we have, yeah, let's see.
Følte vi begge var litt slitne i dag etter fortsatt etter det tunge partiet fra den siden. Men ja, jeg prøvde å holde spillet ganske enkelt i dag, men jeg greide jo likevel å sette han på små problemer, og ja, så gikk det jo overraskende greit egentlig. Han satte en boksforslag ved han sa at det var en oversettelse etter det, så var det bare. Nei, jeg var veldig overrasket. Ja, you want, like right after this. Here for the old school. Men etter hvert så ikke hva det skulle være, så da måtte jeg bare gå for det. Så selvfølgelig, det var en positiv overraskelse.
Du sa jo før denne VM-kampen her at dette var det kunne skje at Jan Nepomniachtchi kunne sitte. Var det det som skjedde i dag?
Ja, kanskje litt. Han var jo overhodet ikke på topp i dag. Og at nivået hans faller etter første kamp, det har skjedd før. Men nå får vi jo begge en fridag å prøve på, så man bare fortsetter sammen.
Magnus, congratulations. Now, the Petrov has a reputation of being unbreachable. You showed it's not. What went wrong for Black today?
I think, yeah, he played maybe a bit inaccurately in the opening. I think Bishop d6 is probably not a great move. But then, yeah, he surprised me with h5 and couldn't figure it out. And I think I was kind of hoping that he would not follow h5 with Queen e1 exchanging the queens, but I think Queen e7 was just fine for him. I mean, I spent like 40 minutes thinking, and at that point I was more or less thinking, I'm tired, let's see if I can get a very slight advantage, otherwise I'll just make a draw. And then, yeah, when he went for King f8, that was really surprising, because I thought I'd still have a slight advantage with the queens on the board. Yeah, it felt like he never really equalized, and obviously it went a lot quicker than it should have, but it felt like after that there was always going to be some chances.
While on the board with h5, did you feel it was some deep prep or over-the-board inspiration?
I couldn't really know, so I'm still not completely sure.
All right, and Magnus, in 2018, not a single decisive win in the classical match here. In the last 3 games, you've had 2 wins. Very different match. What's going on here?
Yeah, it was pretty cagey at the start, but obviously a win changes the dynamic of the match, and I don't think I would have won this game if I hadn't won the first one.
All right.
Først og fremst tenkte jeg at det var en god minutt der, så det gjorde oss litt.
We've just heard Magnus's thoughts right after the game. What do you think about Anish, about his expressions? Because I remember when he won Game 6 after 7 hours and 45 minutes, he was smiling like a baby. He was so happy to break through. He was so happy to be able to win the game, the first game of the match. And now he did not seem to be feeling it so much. I think it's somehow he doesn't feel that he was fighting for it so much to collect this second game.
Yeah, so this is the kind of narrative that I always have, that I'm always skeptical about. As I said already before about Magnus, always being interviewed right after the game, and we don't see him all the time. Yeah, so that he's not happy with his wins, I am very doubtful of that. I really think he's happy with his wins, just not always. He shows it in the same way, but you cannot be not happy. I mean, I always say in such cases he will go to his room, and when nobody sees it, he will jump on his bed. That's just what's going to happen.
Absolutely, it's clear that he's
100%.
incredibly happy, and this means the second victory of his, that he's taking such a lead in the match that if he's going to be play calmly as he did until now, he does not have too much chance not to win the match, even before game 14, right? I'm just saying that it's so interesting in chess that it depends in what form you're scoring the full point, or even if you lose a game, how you lose the game. So like for Magnus, I think, of course, number 6 game was nothing to compare to this one. But I also believe for Jan, it's a completely different feeling to lose this one, because somehow he feels that, okay, if Magnus shows me that he's better, he makes incredible ideas, incredible game, and then he wins, that's okay. But this was something that he was not showing so much. He didn't have to prove it so much that he's the world champion and he's so much better.
Yeah, but that's the thing with Jan. We're always joking amongst our colleagues that it's never pleasant to play Jan. It's not even pleasant when you beat Jan. Like, it's always an unpleasant aftertaste. Like, somehow, and it's the same thing here. It's when he loses, it's always somehow him. Just nobody ever beats him by themselves. It's just a strange phenomenon. I heard it from many of my colleagues. It's just a thing with him.
So what do you think, Max, about the match right now that Magnus took a 2-point lead? Is there any scenario that you can imagine that Jan can bounce back and make miracles?
I don't really see it happening, but I kind of like this development a little bit, because Jan will get very desperate and he will try with both colors, very exciting openings. And I think we will see more exciting games. Not necessarily an exciting match, but definitely exciting games.
Well, it's very clear that Jan now has one free day, and his team, they do have to recover, change their mindset that by any means, practically, Jan has to be playing for a win. Do you think Jan will be ready to switch from e4 to d4?
Yeah, I want to say that I don't expect 1 e4. But the problem he has is that he's only played 1 e4 during this match, and I don't know what to expect after d4 or c4. And that is one advantage that Magnus has, is that he kind of knows Jan's repertoire, but not the other way around.
Well, I remember very well the Kasparov-Karpov match in Seville. When was it? 87. It was back then 24-game match. I was still in my teenage years. And I remember very well when Kasparov was 1 point down and he had a must-win situation. Probably you also both know this game. And Kasparov was playing, of course, he was e4, d4 player, but in that game he played knight f3. He knew that he has to win. Of course, it's only one game, and he played for a long-term tension, practically.
Yeah.
So is it going to be of Jan's idea to play a long-term, long, exhausting game, or he will be trying to look for something very concrete, very sharp?
I think it's uncomparable, this two situations, because that time you had the Kasparov-Karpov sort of, like, it was a phenomenal battle between the two, yeah? It was really there, them playing each other for a few matches already, and Kasparov was, at the very least at that point, not an underdog, he's a favorite, if anything. And the match was very tense, you know, not at all one-sided, it was ups and downs, and he was kind of optimistic, you know, going into that game. He felt that he can do it. And now it's different, of course, because yeah, Jan is coming off just a very, very bad game. So I don't know, the slow approach, if he has the patience for the slow approach right now, and the belief. And also if Magnus is the kind of player who this approach can be successful against, because in slow games so far he's been doing well. I do think e4 will happen. I think maybe not the Spanish, But e4 might happen because, as Max pointed out, in d4 they're not even sure what it is. It could even be the, I don't know, the Slav or something, and they're not sure. Maybe it's the Ragozin or Tarash or whatever opening they played. So it's kind of hard. So I expect maybe e4 or maybe some kind of knight f3 or c4.
What happens if, let's say, Jan plays e4 and Magnus says, okay, it's time for Petrov?
No, why would he do that though? Because he's been very successful, I think, with black in these anti-marshals. Hasn't really had any problems, really.
Was it not so easy? Like, first of all, I don't know if they have all these files ready, like for a complete black repertoire in the Petrov. Probably by now they do, having looked at everything. But to suddenly unload it on Magnus on the rest day, like Magnus is enjoying himself, you know, just have one to give, and they're like, okay, Magnus, so just, you know, come back from lunch. You have now next 6 hours, you're going to spend repeating Petrov files you haven't seen before in like 2 months. So
it might be the other way around, actually, that he's suddenly saying, okay, I want Petrov, and they're the ones who have to work suddenly.
That is possible, but okay, it's strange.
Okay, Magnus is of course the boss. He will do whatever he wants, and feels like.
But I guess the Magnus also he has something prepared for d4, something prepared for Italian, something prepared for the Scotch that he hasn't shown yet, but he was ready to show it. So he has a lot of cards that he hasn't shown, a lot of prep left that he wants to show, and so he can show it by playing e4, e5, and f3, c6. So I don't see why he should deviate.
So maybe we can be seeing some Italian.
Yeah, though Magnus, of course, has seen the Italian before as well, so it's not easy. But maybe Team Jan has some new wrinkle there somewhere, something unusual.
Well, we just witnessed something very special because Magnus is leading 2 points ahead. They are right now going from one building to another. From the exhibition center, they have to move after every game to the media center, where the press conference is taking place, and probably they are still heading with the buggy, the small car, which is here at the Expo location. It's a huge area. It's more than 400 hectares. 192 countries exhibit the best they can. So it's a huge place, a lot of people, about 25 million people visiting in the 6 months of time. Expo is organized every 5 years, and this is a very unique occasion where the World Championship match is taking part and being organized by the Expo organizers here in Dubai and FIDE themselves. So we still have few games to go, right? So we have a free day tomorrow, and after that we're going to have game 9, December 7th. Then on the 8th we have the 10th game. Then we have another free day, which will be actually very good. These 3 days, I think it will be very beneficial for Magnus especially. And then for the weekend, we're going to be seeing, in principle, game 11, 12, and 13. But seeing the result right now here, I think we have a chance that maybe 14 games will be not played because the match is going to be lasting until someone reaches 7.5 points. What do you think, Anish and Max? Are we going to be seeing 14 games, or it's going to be less?
Go ahead, Max.
I would bet on not, actually, but okay, it's very hard to say, of course. We won't see game 14 if Magnus loses the game, basically. And okay, Jan is gonna try his best to pull that off. But let's see.
Yeah, of course, the odds are. I would feel the odds are that if Jan goes all in, that Magnus is more likely to win than Jan. That's something I was saying even before this today's game. But we have to see. As Max pointed out nicely, that in terms of chess content, so those who like interesting chess games, you know, who appreciate the moves, you know, and not just the sportive drama, they will definitely enjoy the upcoming games, because they will definitely be more exciting in terms of openings, in terms of ideas, because Jan has to take bigger risks and likely at some point also with black pieces. They will create a whole different dimension to the creative content of the match.
Well, and of course, now that the match situation is as it is, that Magnus has 2-point lead, it also means, in one hand, that Jan will have to take risks, much more serious risks than he took until this point, which also may cause the situation that Magnus can even win more games.
Exactly.
Yeah, also up until this point, even though he lost the game before, he didn't change his strategy at all for the previous 2 games. Like today, he just played another Petrov, even though he was down, and the day before he did another anti-martial. So he's gonna have to make a really 360 turn or 180 turn and change it up.
It was also... Go ahead.
No, I wanted to comment on the strategy, yeah, because now, of course, this Petrov strategy kind of didn't look good, yeah. So, but of course, it's always in hindsight. So maybe he could have tried his favorite Nairov.
I think the press conference is starting.
Photographers, please don't block the cameras in the back. And to the journalists who have not been here for your questions, please use the 2 microphones on the sides. Be careful to always wear your mask at all times and do not touch the microphones. I'll ask a few questions and then I will give it to the floor. Jan, I know it's a difficult moment and game. Thank you so much for joining us. And some questions will certainly be difficult, but they need to be asked. First, a question I have is about the mistake. Why did it happen?
Well, I don't think those questions are difficult because, yeah, basically, in another iteration, it would be a draw like in 15 moves after Queen E1, check Queen E7. Yeah, but I would say it was like a change of slightly weird decisions. So starting with King F8, yeah, like this was like somewhat more artificial than just Queen E7. Yeah, trading away the queens and basically finishing the game quickly. But that wasn't actually such a big deal. I think it's still very natural position, like it's almost equal. But yeah, perhaps after H4 C4 it became slightly unpleasant. So perhaps instead of H4 I could just chase the queen like with Queen D6, intending Rook E6. So it would also be closer to equality. And well, I mean, indeed B5 was just a very bad blunder. But I believe at that moment the position became like slightly unpleasant, but still it was, I believe, closer to a draw. But I mean, of course, after b5, it's well, probably I didn't defend in the best way, but it becomes really unpleasant, and I guess, frankly speaking, it's hard to defend after such a blunder.
What did you overlook? Did you see the Queen A3 check threat and thought there was something that you had as a counter, or?
Yeah, I mean, indeed I saw it, but I forgot that in the line King J8, Queen A7, B takes E4, actually Bishop is hanging, yeah, so, but once again, at this moment, it's, especially after D takes C4, it's not as, you know, straightforward draw as it used to be.
Such a game must be extremely difficult. At the moment when you realized you had blundered, your reaction when you saw it, or what point did you realize it?
Well, I wasn't quite happy, yeah. But I mean, in general, well, the task remains the same. Yeah, I get to try to win some games. So since anyway I was down on scores, so now it's instead of 1 win I need 2 wins. So let's see what will happen.
Final question in this part: your Queen to E7 avoidance. Did you just not want to play a quick game, or were you trying to keep some fight alive?
No, I mean, okay, I just didn't see a big difference between Queen E7 and King F8, so I thought that anyway it will end quickly in a draw. But yeah, I mean, of course, after H5 I was, you know, sort of expecting more tense game, but yeah, okay, Queen E1 was a brilliant practical decision, yeah, just to offer a draw silently.
Thanks, Magnus. I guess immediate feelings after such a win.
Yeah, very happy with the result. Obviously, that's it's, yeah. What can I say? It's huge. Otherwise, I'm pretty tired, and looking forward to the rest there.
The opening, you seemed a bit surprised. You took a long time after his h5 to play Queen e1. What were you thinking about at this point?
Yeah, I was a bit confused. I mean, I thought Black's really not supposed to go bishop d6 there, and h5. Obviously, I couldn't completely know whether it was preparation or not, although I suspected that it was not. Well, anyway, I just sat thinking for so long that I couldn't. I couldn't like calculate properly, so I decided just to trade queens, and then probably was just going to be a draw. Of course, I was hoping slightly that he would go for king f8, since I thought I'd have a risk-free position there. After that, the game was kind of pleasant for me. I don't think it's very easy for Black to force a draw, and as long as you cannot force the draw, then so it's going to be like a little bit of pressure that you have to neutralize. Then of course, b5 puzzled me as well, because I thought that was a blunder, and yeah, that was. I think both of us were pretty tired at that point, but it always helps to have the initiative in that case.
Your reaction in full when b5 actually came on the board, you were puzzled. At some point, you must have realized that this was a big mistake.
No, I suspected it was a mistake. Like I thought it was just a blunder. But I had plenty of time, so I thought I'll double check, see what he's intending, and it turned out it was nothing.
At the end, you seemed especially careful to make sure you won the game. The precision at that point was just abundance of caution.
For instance, I could have traded h4 for b3 earlier, which probably wins pretty easily, but I thought I can always do that later. I have plenty of time. There's no reason to force things quite yet. So yeah, I thought the win is not going away. Let's just be really careful.
At a point of being up +2 in a match of this duration with 6 games to go, how do you avoid feeling or not feeling overconfident or relaxing when you have such a significant lead?
I think you just focus on the next game always. That's I mean, there's still 6 games to go against a very strong opponent, so it's never easy. Yeah, clearly 2 games is makes a huge difference to just 1.
Sorry, final question for you on my part, Jan. You're down 2. How do you avoid not feeling like this is really a Herculean challenge?
No, well, I believe it's about the level of chess. So I think in the beginning of the match I got quite some chances, and hopefully if I play well, I will keep getting these chances. Yeah, so it's about my own play, and I don't think I should think about the score. But yeah, indeed, it would be better to have like an equal score instead of this one. But we have what we have.
I'll open the floor to the journalists. Remember to use the microphones and keep your masks on. I will start here.
Mike Klein with chess.com. This question's for the champion. Late in the game, Magnus, there was a moment, I don't think you were at the board, where Jan put his head in his hands, looked visibly more emotional than in the past. What goes through your mind when you see your opponent go through those emotions, and do you ever feel sympathy?
Yeah, I didn't particularly see that. But the World Championship is tough. You know, it's really brutal emotionally with its ups and downs, and it's part of what makes it exciting and also extremely tough.
Hans Solbakken from NRK. Question to Jan Nepomniachtchi. How do you rate your performance today?
Well, in general, I'd like to apologize for today's performance.
Why?
It was probably far below than not even, let's say, my normal level, but in general, I think it was below than just at GM level.
Were you tired after 3 on the 3rd day of playing?
No, I don't think it's about being tired. It's like some weird sequence of choices, but yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward for the next games.
Yeah, Nicholas from Aftenposten in Norway. I have a question for you, Magnus. You spent many games drawing since 2016 in the World Championships. Now I won 2 games in 3. What has been the key to that change?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, this second win probably doesn't happen without the first. So everything is kind of connected. For instance, I think if I'd won the first game against Carano when I had a winning position, or he had won one of the 2 games where he had a winning position, things could have turned out a lot different. There could have been a lot more decisive games. So it's not a shock that the second one comes quickly after the first.
How do you see your chances to win the match now?
They're very good.
Hi, Saravanan from Chessbase. Question to Magnus. When Jan played h5 on the 9th move, you took a long think, and at that point, commentators and the engines were suggesting either rook e1 or c4, probably active play against a move like h5. Obviously, you must have considered that also. What made you choose queen e1 instead of a move involving c4 rather than queen e1, which might lead to queen e7 and queen exchange and so on?
Yeah, I would say my brain was just fried, and I felt that a sharp battle was not in my interests. So I was trying to calculate the lines if I'd gone for one of the principled options, but I couldn't like get any good results from it. So in the end, I decided that yeah, I'll play queen e1, and if he plays queen e7, it's probably going to be a draw, and I would be fine with that.
Okay, does that mean that queen e1 was a decision over the board? It was not in your files or your preparation?
Yeah, I didn't know the move h5. So. I mean, if I'd known the move h5, I wouldn't think for 40 minutes and play a move that's so insipid.
Thank you.
Rune from Chess24. First, a question for Magnus. What move surprised you the most, h5 or b5?
I mean, that's a weird question. I guess they were both surprising, but b5, yeah, b5 obviously. You don't expect your opponent to blunder.
Okay, and Jan, you are earning a lot of new fans online due to the way you handle these press conferences, even after a painful game. How do you manage to stay so cool?
No, but I would say it's not the first game I lost in my career, though particularly this one was one of the worst, perhaps. And sadly, I think it's not the last game. So I just think it's a part of the game, and it's a part of, learning at some point. So once again, we have what we have.
Well, thank you.
Sagar Shah from Chessbase India. My question is to Jan. Did Magnus's knight d2 in the opening surprise you? Was bishop d6 preparation?
Well, knight d2 is obviously not the main line, I would say, yeah, but it could be quite poisonous, and I think I played this line with white at least once, and of course I studied knight d2, so perhaps perhaps bishop d6 is not the most precise move, but I mean, in general, I think the position is quite balanced, and black has a lot of different tries. But yeah, the h5 idea, I think it exists, and at least in the knight c3 line, it's I believe it's quite smart. So I was considering trying to understand what's the difference, but I thought anyway it would be quite playable. Since okay, black has its own benefits, like okay, queen h4, pro king g3, queen f6, and then h4, or something like this. So I thought it would be just interesting to see what's going on in this position after it becomes slightly unbalanced.
And when you played b5 and Magnus gave queen a3 check, you were not on the board for quite some time. You were in your in the restroom. Did you calculate after queen a7, bishop takes h3? What was going through your mind? Because there still seemed like black could defend better, right?
Well, obviously, black could defend better, but in general, I felt like okay. For quite some time, I was regretting of playing b5. Though I think after bishop h3, okay, there is like capturing on f7, some rook e8. I believe some rook e8 check or something, yes, so...
No, but rook e8, there's rook g6.
Sorry?
Rook e8, there's rook g6. So, I mean...
Then it's a check, so queen a7.
Yeah, I mean, I take with the queen. Because if I take bishop and rook e8, there's rook...
No, but moment,
rook e8, king h7.
Bishop h7, if rook e8, king h7, bishop f7, there's rook g6.
Well, again, like queen a3, okay, queen a3 check, king g8. Queen takes a7.
Yeah, queen takes h7, bishop
h3, and if rook e8 check.
Rook e8, king h7.
Takes on f7.
Bishop f7, rook g6.
Ah, rook g6 here. Yeah, okay, yeah. It would be something. But also, I was kind of not sure about queen takes f7. If
yeah, this is probably what I have to do.
Yeah, but no, I mean, okay, indeed, I didn't play at my best after the blunder, but it was a little bit hard to to change the flow of the game, because it was like probably in a very drawish position. Of course, it's like blundering a pawn like this, it hurts.
Thank you.
Ole Kristiansen, VG Norway. Question for Jan. Is it different to bounce back from a lost game in a match compared to a tournament?
Well, once I will bounce back, I will surely tell you.
Uberto Del Prato from Uno Scaccista, Italy. Ask it to both players. Did the change of the schedule 3 games before the rest day affect the quality of the game today? In the previous matches, you have 2 games and then a rest day. Is there any impact?
Magnus?
No, I think the 8-hour game affected the next games. But I'm in general all for it. That shaking it up a bit, making it more difficult for the players.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree that okay, and 8-hour games is something you don't expect to happen too often. But in general, yeah, I mean, probably three games in a row is slightly more difficult than 2 games in a row. But it all starts, affecting after quite some time. Yes, so I think the match is more or less the same.
Chess.com again. My question is for Jan. You've had a couple promising positions as black, and today you declined this tacit draw offer with Queen E1. I'm wondering, this idea of trying to win as white and draw as black, is that just an antiquated way of going into a match? Is that not an applicable strategy anymore?
Well, I mean, okay, I'm just trying to play in basically every position, but I would say that, I mean, King F8 was just very silly and impractical decision, but that's probably because I thought that, it will be a draw anyway. Like, it doesn't matter if I play Queen E7 or King F8. So it was surely an inaccuracy, and, few next moves also were really uncalled for. But in general, I think, yeah, it's basically in every position, even if it's drawish, you can try to bring in some tension and see what happens.
Magnus, you said by this point in the match, probably both of you are a little tired. Apart from this 3 games, 2 games, 3 games thing, there is also the late start of the game at 4:30 in the afternoon. If the match could start back all over again, would you actually try to set it back to 2 games followed by a rest day and an early start to the match?
No, I think it's fine. As I said earlier, it's good to shake it up, make it more difficult for the players. It makes the match more exciting. Obviously the late start of the games mean that there could be some outliers where your schedule gets kind of messed up, but in general I play better in the evenings, so I'm fine with it.
Rakesh from chess.com India. Question to both players. There have been only 2 instances of challengers coming back from a 2-game deficit, UA in 1935 and Fischer in 1972. But of course, those were timeless matches. But here we have a 14-game limit. So how hard or easy it's going to be for the challenger to make a comeback here?
Magnus?
I would, it's hard to say, but I'm in a pretty good spot now, but it doesn't make any sense to me to try and compare it with other historical matches. It's better to be leading than not to be leading, that's for sure.
Yeah.
No, well, once again, I would repeat that it would be much better to have an equal score. But as it seems to me, chess-wise, at least until today's game, didn't experience any serious issues. So that's why I'm quite optimistic. But of course, it's somehow a harder task than I expected.
Hans Olbakken from NRK, question to Magnus. How much have you been working with your schedule regarding relaxing and sleeping since the long game on Friday?
Yeah, it's been really it's been tough, and I think I really need this free day to recharge a bit and get back in a proper rhythm.
What are you going to do tomorrow?
I don't know. I'm just happy to have a rest day and have some time off.
Thank you.
My question is to Magnus. Bronstein dreamt of a whole game of chess, which was later published in a book. So, do you dream about chess? Any novelties or anything?
I dream about chess from time to time. Don't remember if it's happened during the match so far. I don't know.
I believe we have one more question.
Hans Zimmer, the Trustable. Yesterday, Magnus, I asked you about the general opening strategy. Do you think your 2-point lead will trigger a drastic change in opening approach?
I feel like that's kind of up to him. As I said yesterday as well, at some point you kind of have to mix it up. Whether that point has come, I'm not sure. But it's more up to him than to me.
So would you say this Queen E1 decision, would you say that there was some psychological influence of this based on your win in Game 6?
Slight, but most of all I was just tired, and I was pretty happy to swap down to a position that I couldn't lose, and I was slightly hoping that he would not follow up h5 with a queen trade, but I didn't expect the game to be very long at that point. And as you said, it's easier to make these kind of decisions with the lead, with with an equal score, I probably would have felt obliged to do something different, even if it didn't suit my mood.
So, based on that answer, would you say that, from a psychological perspective, you've been making decisions based on that, or, in general, do you think that's something you've been taking into account in this match?
I would say a little bit, but not too much. No.
Thank you.
We don't have a question for Twitter today, so I'll ask this last one then. Jan, before this match, you must have prepared psychologically and game theoried what happens if you're down a couple of games. Not that you wanted it, but it could certainly happen. Any thoughts as you'd like to share as your mindset and your preparation to now handling the situation?
No, obviously that wasn't planned.
Magnus, I'd ask you, would you relax now? But I guess another question then would be, do you try to shut things down and force him to come after you?
We will see, won't we? I mean, the match clock is in my favor. That's for sure.
All right. Well, that concludes the press conference for today. Tomorrow there will be no game. It will be a rest day. The next day will begin at 16:30 on Tuesday. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a great night.
Well, we've just seen the press conference after Game 8, after the victory of Magnus Carlsen. We could see that both of the players are extremely tired. I think this was, we could see very well. Well, Jan played this great blunder of B5, unfortunately, but he was handling the press conference very well. What are your first thoughts on that, Anish?
I mean, he was handling it a bit too well, I think, because the journalists got the feeling that they can ask whatever they want, yeah? I mean, at some point, you can also get, like, if you ask the questions they were asking, I mean, you can also get really, I mean, yelled at, yeah, and beaten up afterwards. I don't know how to say, but okay, not that, of course, but it was a bit too much. I mean, they're pounding on the poor guy, asking questions that just can have no answer and just highlighting all the negative aspects of his situation, completely unhelpful, and a lot of questions were very strange, very difficult also, and also way too long. After such a game, such situation, just keep it short, no? I don't know. I didn't enjoy this press conference from Jan's perspective. He was definitely not enjoying this.
Max, if you would have to give an advice to Jan, what would it be if you're the second of him? The young spirit.
Yeah, maybe let's just burn all bridges and let's just throw everything we got. But okay, it's just very hard in such.
This is what Max does even when nothing is going on. That's his default. It's just his default state of mind. He just shares it.
Yeah, that's what I do myself. But okay, like when I worked as a second myself, usually the person that I was helping wasn't in such a situation. That you're still going for it, but you're completely down.
Well, it's definitely going to be something which is extremely hard for Jan. We can see that both players are extremely tired. This is the World Championship match 5-3 on favor of Magnus. They have a free day tomorrow, and it's free day for all of us, but don't forget to see Danny King's recap videos and the Magnus channel also. They have a lot of activities, a lot of films. Thank you very much, Max, for joining us, and thanks very much, Anish, and of course to our viewers who joined in today.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hi and welcome everybody.
Hello everyone.
Hello everyone.
Over 200 mini videos that our Chessable team edited together, synced with our move trainer, and made it a seamless learning experience.
Today, more than ever, when the world comes together to create a better tomorrow.
It's going to be magic.
La magie. Magic. Magic with music.
With architecture.
With colors.
Magic with celebration. With your safety.
From here.
There.
And everywhere.
For 6 whole months, day and night.
Join the making of a new world, starting October 1st.